Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. And pinakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence rate here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
The pressure is rising, the standings are shaking, and the battlefield is only getting louder. This is where the contenders prove where they belong, where underdogs refuse to sink, and where every map could change the entire course of this season. Magandang hapon, at ito nga pala ang CFS SEA Masters 2026 Summer kung saan dalawang nalalabing linggo na lang ang naiiwan sa ating group stage CF serye. Kami nga pala ang inyong kasama dito on your panel, Mochi and Salvatore. Salvatore, balita ko, ang daing nangyari kahapon.
Ochi, no, ma-absent ka lang. Ang dami kaagad na nangyari sa loob nga ng classroom dito sa CFS SEA Masters Summer. And definitely, maugul ka sa mga nalaman mo pag di mo nakita lahat ng mga nangyari kahapon. No? FERVID hindi man lang nakapag-abot dun sa kalahati na gusto nga nilang score. Veteran, kamuntikan na. Tapos pagkatapos na nga nilang lumapit dun sa loob ng Eagle Eye, nadurog tila sa loob nga ng new compound. And TARINGBABI, inuunti-unti na, Mochi, ang kanilang field of improvement. No? At buti na nga lang talaga nagkaroon tayo ng isang fruitful na mga series kahapon kasi lahat ng yan magkakaroon ng epekto sa kung paano nga ba maglalaban-laban yung mga teams ngayon.
Totoo, no? Kaya naman, let's dive in further. Parang meron tayong refresher, no? Sa kung ano nga ba yung mga kaganapan from yesterday. As you have mentioned, no, TARINGBABI, parang paunti-unti, no? We can already see the vision dito, no, for them. And it appears that little by little, baka nga mas mapaaga pa nga ang kanilang pagkuha ng mga mapa sa naiiwang mga linggo dito sa ating group stage.
Grabe, binigyan nila tayo ng pag-asa, no? Very aggressive plays pala kay Proton sa NL Compion. Nagpaliyab dito sa loob nga ng port. Pero masyado talagang nag-lock in yung mga players ng matches mula dito kay Yetchen as well as kay Jason, no? So solid na port outing ang nakita natin from the matches squad. And port, yun nga naman talaga ang mapa na grabe. Napaka-hyper confident nitong TARINGBABI na piliin yun kasi nga, yan yung mapa nilalaro nila palagi during the Rosea qualifiers. At talagang pinuwersa nga nila to up against matches na meron din dalang-dalang port, no? So hindi na din madali ito para sa TARINGBABI and matches to scroll through everyone. Ito nga pala ang mapa na kung saan si Zack hindi mo makita-kitang na nag-a-artic daw, Mochi. Si Yetja pa talaga mismo ang kumuha ng role ng pagti-TRG dito. He even got an ace. Wait, very, very impressive feat of strength para dito kay Yetja. Nung pumasok nga tayo sa Black Widow, medyo dumikit-dikit. Actually, this is TARINGBABI securing the first half. Tapos parang nag-lock in na naman dito sila Vincent at sila Yetja para ma-secure ang mga malulupit na plays. Si Tila, parang matches hindi nila na-utilize yung strong side ng mapa. Si Ninkyo na mismo nagsabi, after ng timeout, kailangan na nilang depensahan and defense they did, no? Beautiful plays mula dito kay Ninkyo and Jason, secured the whole second half and then a 10-6 set summary ang nakita nga natin para sa Black Widow.
We even saw yung mga highlights din dito ng matches, no? Pero still, regardless na merong mga pandudurog na ginagawa dito ang ilan sa ating mga member from NJ, they still definitely manage to conquer kahit paunti-unti dito, no? And it's nice na, again, no, improvements-wise, TARINGBABI is steadily approaching into the status na gusto nilang makuha dito sa ating scene. Pero this time naman, it is Attras and as well as veteran na ikaw na rin nagbanggit kanina, no? Muntik na sana nila makuha itong ating mapa ng Eagle Eye at pinili pa ito ng Attras themselves. Well, that just leaves a statement on kung paano talaga dinadip dive nitong veteran ang pag-aaral dito sa mga mapa natin so far.
Oh, Mochi, nung nililigawan na ng veteran yung mga puso namin kahapon dun sa panel at casters test kasi alam mo yun, parang 9-6 na isang round na lang talaga tas biglang nagliyab dito si J. Kim sa mga nanlalamig na kamay ng Attras Esports, no? Nung in-interview nga namin si J. Kim, sabi niya masyadong malamig daw sa bootcamp, kailangan nga nilang mag-init at ayan, parang pinagdikit na nga nila yung kamay nga nila. Nagpainit dito ng mga braso at binte ang mga members ng Attras at ayun, pre, hindi na nagdala ang mga daliri nga nila. They can now finally shoot back, denying the 9-6 lead dito na meron ng veteran Pero taking a look at the gameplay of veteran, grabe. Parang nagmamalakabayan na rin sila, Mochi, no? They know how to default, they know how to rotate, and they know how to lurk mula sa mga plays nila Reknart and as well as Shock. Pero ibang klaseng veteran na ang nakita nga natin sa loob nga ng new compound na nagmukhang rookies ang veteran sa loob ng mapa na yun after Attras secures new compound 10-1. Amazing plays from both J Kim and as well as K, but at the end, J Kim was our crowning MVP for the series.
Yes, that is true. But still, no, I feel like sobrang deserved na matawag ni Twintism dito sa buong laruan natin dito in the map of New Compound, especially na when it comes to early pickups na natin dito, no, sadyang nagagawa niya yon ng maigi. Minsan, no, hindi lang talaga sila coordinated na, or parang napapaunahan sila ng mga triggers natin, pero still, no, nice try for veteran. But now, it is FERVID versus Virtus Pro. Eto, nagulat ako specifically, no. Nung nakita yung stats, ano bang nangyari dito at bakit hindi nakahabol itong si FERVID, Salvatore?
Buti na lang tinanong mo, Bochi, at meron akong sagot dyan. Si KLR. Si KLR mismo ang sumagot ng mga tanong, ano ba nangyari sa loob ng new compound. He was throwing flashes na talagang lahat ng mata ng FERVID nabulag after multiple heroics nila Lance at D. Kulang-kulang pa din, no? Kompleto na ang makinarya ng Virtus Pro. Etong FERVID, iniisip pa lang nila paano gumawa ng gulong. FERVID looked lost, they don't know how to execute any sort of defense and to understand the stakes of the first half. Mochi, nagsimula sa strong side ang FERVID, one of the sides na talagang favorable. Alam mo talaga yung pakiramdam na pag nagsimula ka sa new compound, alam mo, sa yun lamang pag GR yung nakuha mo. At ngayon, this is going to be port of Virtus Pro na nabakante, no? Tila nakalimutan natin ng FERVID na, wait, nga, no? Binan natin yung isang mapa, nakalimutan natin na ito na lang i-priority natin. And then they showed, no? Yobib out of his mind sa loob ng mapa na to, securing kills na hindi ko akalain nagagawa niya in under 50 HP. And multiple plays mula kay Elvin and KSA, two of the pioneers talaga ng current AK meta dito sa season nga na to, no, really showed why FERVID should tread carefully sa map dito next time. At ngayon, may taning na tuloy ang FERVID pagdating talaga sa playoffs, and Virtus Pro swept that 2-0.
What's also pretty crazy din sa nakita natin dito, no? Even simula nung week 1, meron na tayong mga hindi ginagawang respect bans pagdating sa ating mga map veto, which just makes it all the more interesting, no? Na bakit ba may mga teams na sobrang kulit at pinipili pa rin talaga o iniiwang open yung mga best maps ng kanilang mga katapat dito, and may this be a lesson indeed. And I do think, no, na after makita natin yung mga naging laruan, no, from yesterday, it is just right for us to acknowledge din individually ang ating mga players na talagang nag-pop off from our games kahapon. Kaya naman, Salvatore, ibira mo na, sino-sino ba yung mga yan?
O banata na nga natin ang malupitang top 5 plays dyan, kasi balita ko, napapaisip din kayo, sino ba, sa dami ng plays na nangyari kahapon, sino nga ba ang nakapasok sa listahan nga na to? Majority ng mga players dito, syempre mabibigat na yung mga pangalan. Pero syempre, paano nga ba nila ginawa yun? Simulan nga natin sa isang malupit na top 5 list. No? Coming in at number 5, Yobib with an amazing 3K sa loob nga ng port para ma-deny ang defense ng FERVID. Nakababa siya nga ng CA dito, no? Take a look, Mochi, dalawang players sa top 8. Nice util mula kay KSA at KLR para ma-blind ng dalawang players nga na to. And take note, Dracifer, hinahanap niya na nga ngayon kung sino nga ba yung nakapag-cross, and Dracifer gets caught. Ito pa yung detail na yun. Alam ni Dracifer, he has death cam. So, talagang hindi siya chinek ng FERVID dito. No, this is his major disrespect para kay Golden Boy. Gets the second kill. Ni Ninja yung basura and secures the 3K to finish off FERVID.
Medyo nagtaka din ako dun, no? Paano nakatawid, no? I think it's just a matter of timing, but at the same time, Yobib, alam lang din talaga niya kung ano yung mga kailangan niyang abagan at kailangan pagkaingatan dito sa sitwasyon na ito. And FERVID became a bit too careless, no? They gave him the space, they gave him the avenue, no? Para maubos lahat ng mga tao dito sa ating A site, and that is just very sad to see para dito sa FERVID. At natapos ng panandalian, no? It doesn't even need an execute. Yobib is the only answer on that one, which is insane.
Ang bilis talaga kumilos ni Yobib, no? That's why he's touted as the golden boy of Virtus Pro. And he's been doing that for numerous years na talaga, no? And yun ang ating panlimang play. But coming in at number 4 from Attras Esports, J. Kim. Isang malupit na entry para sirain ang pangarap ng veteran. And with this play, they cemented the comeback rally talaga, Mochi. He's gonna get the first kill, utilizing the smoke para makuha yung exit, no? And take a look, J. Kim. Siya na nagbato ng util, siya pa mag-entry, no? Mahuhuli niya nga ang isa dito, and then he will entry once again. Masyado na nga siyang malalim sa loob nga ng bunker, pero hindi niya to i-deep entry. He's still looking for the pick, gets the flick over to 20SM, and now over to EV9. Onting adjustment lang, securing the 4K of the round para kay J. Kim. He is indeed the dream crusher of the Indonesians, no? At ang huling pag-asa ng Attras para makapasok ng playoffs.
At ang maganda rin dito, no, Salvi, is yung fact na hindi lang siya yung nandoon, no. Naka-assist siya for any people, no, na aabante papunta dito, no, sa ating site. And whenever that it is needed, no, additional firepower na ma-offer dito J-Team, gladly niyang ibibigay yon para sa kanyang mga kasama. And again, for veteran, despite their trilogy positioning dito, no, unfortunately, parang di nila masyado na suportahan o nasalo ang isa't isa. And thus, yung position na yon, it bit against them, no. Parang napasama pa sila sa lalo dito dahil napaghiwa-hiwalay sila ng mga miyembro natin from Attras and J. Kim. Well-deserved ang highlight na yon para sa kanya.
That's J. Kim for you, no? From Attras. And speaking of Attras, syempre may papakilala pa tayo mula din sa Attras Esports. Coming in at number 3, K, the Arctic player ng Attras Esports, secures also a 4K of his own para ma-hold ang A-site dito sa mga uma-attacking veteran. Wall bangable yan, Mochi. Aangat siya dito ng top A spots, down shock na nasa loob na nga ng bunker. And of course, sasala yung unang shot. Pero miraculously naman, may USP na hawak dito si K. Take a look at the HP. 4 HP na lang ang meron siya. Binoga niya dito yung pagpasok ni Shock. And then he gets another kill. K with the competence and with the stability of a cold-blooded player. Hindi siya nagpatinag, walang kahina-hinala sa 4 HP na K.
That is crazy, you know. And the fact na kung paano siya magkabilis, mag-adjust, ayan, no, parang deserve ng slow-mo kung gaano siya kabilis mag-adjust at maghanap, mag-redirect ng area niya dito at mag-abang, no? Saktong-sakto lagi dito sa mga lumalapit sana at gumugustong gumante ng mga taga-veteran. But unfortunately, K is just a bit too strong for their liking here with a very, very decisive and quick adjustments sa kung ano yung mga kailangan niyang hawakan din ng mga baril dito, no, Salvatore, which is, again, K, grabe ka, K.
Okay, para dito
Okay
kay K, no?
okay.
That's our top 3 play, but we're now down to our last 2. Coming in at number 2, Matches Yetja with an amazing ace sa loob nga ng port, no? And Monday, tell you, Mochi, tinan mo kung ilang oras pa ang meron sa ating orasan, no? 2 minutes and 18, pinush niya na kagad ng LB. And much like any other sniper player, sasala ang una, pero yun, tumama ang pangalawa, gets the 3K, and now secures another one. At eto nga naman talagang TARINGBABI, dinisrespect nila. No util whatsoever. Crosshair trained, Yetja sees the opening and gets the ace for Matches.
Yetja. It's parang we started from week 1 thinking ano nangyayari kay Yetja sa stats niya, and then right now, no, absolute cinema, no, wonderful ka na lang talaga sa mga ginawa niya dito. And I think what's also pretty crazy here, no, is kamuntikan niya pa nga atang makulat yun. Nauna lang mag-pick yung isa, pero imagine that. And despite that, para dito, no, sa ating Rosie na makatapat that they wanted to conquer, since meron naman silang impormasyon dito sa whereabouts ng mga taga-match, specifically itong si Yetja nga, I feel like, again, util usage, guys. It's a reminder, no? Util usage. Because ang hirap pag ganito yung kailangan mong patumbahin na player.
Si Mochi na nagpapaalala sa inyo, no? Na mag-util nga talaga kayo. And speaking of util, yun talaga ang ating highlight play ngayon, eh, no? Coming in at number 1. Di ko akakalain masasabi ko siya dito, Mochi. But this is Lads with a 4K. Kalaban ng Virtus Pro. At talagang nagpakitang gila siya. Di siya papayag na makakailang rounds na yung Virtus Pro na wala man lang nai-score ang FERVID. Maraming sumala. Yung first shot ng TRG, pati yung USP. Binoga niya yung ulo dito na isang player. Tapos tingnan mo, bang! Pag-angat ng kabaong. Gonna get the third and the fourth instantly. At ayun, ang malupit na play ng FERVID Lance, no? Amazing discipline para hindi to i-push ni Lance. He knew he had the advantage kasi Arctic yung gamit niya at kahit ilang HP pa yan, basta sing bilis mo si Lance, you are going to get the round for your team. What an amazing play by FERVID Sniper.
Amazing play indeed. Imagine taking 4 kills in just under 5 seconds in total, no? At it is also crazy na ang bilis niya ring makita itong lumapit sa kanya. Nakulat pa to. Bang! Sumilip one more time. Dude, everything
Insane.
all calculated and sought after dito ni Lance. Ang tindi naman talaga ni Lance. At grabe, yun nga ang ating totality of all of our highlights here. And again, dito lang naman sa ating mga players, no? This also just shows na meron din tayong pangkalahatan. No, hindi lang individual players, we also have our team highlights here. So, we're also gonna witness ano nga ba ang mga matchups na ito. Because uumpisahan natin ito with TARINGBABI versus Matches na kung saan this is their third round. And this is also in port na kung saan, ano ba nangyari dito?
No, Mochi, no? Very solid map pick para sa side ng Matches. Pero TARINGBABI, meron silang dalang play dito, no? Pa-flash para dito kay Penjahat for El Compe to get the aggressive push. Nakuha niya yung SD, pati BR player. At ngayon, dahil nakalampas si Jason, he's gonna get a mountain of kills dito, no? Na para magmumukhang, ayun, mawawala na yung advantage dito ng TARINGBABI. Yet, you're gonna get a kill as well. Pero papaalala ko lang, Jangar, no armor! Grabe nga naman, pinalayab niya dito si Jason and as well as si Yetcha to secure the round for TARINGBABI. As a GR, syempre, medyo alanganin pa naging aggressive ka. Pero, kita mo nga naman, Mochi, no, napagana to ng TARINGBABI with some amazing plays from El Compe and as well as Jangar. Well played for TARINGBABI.
Well played indeed. And kahit nga sabihin lang natin dito na medyo may mga mapapa-question tayo mga moments like yun lang, wala silang shield, may mga times na lilimutan nila na mag-util or like na iiwan nila itong mga specific areas natin dito, but this is one of the rare occasions na just because of absolute brute force and aggression, no, umuubra ang isang round para kay TARINGBABI. And it all started din dito nga, no, for El Compe, wherein at certain occasions ay kita natin na hirap siya sa mga nakakatapat nila dito, no, sometimes moments na where the KD is down below there. Pero this time, it does appear na he's got everything in control. And alongside ang kanyang kasama dito na tinagdagan lang naman din, no, for TARINGBABI. And TARINGBABI, again, just a bit more, no? I feel like we just need a bit more control pagdating din sa kanilang mga pinaggagawa. Not just total, you know, basta gusto nilang gawin isang bagay, they will be able to just push that through. Pero mukhang ready na rin ang ating susunod. It is also from one of our Rosie teams is Veteran versus Attras in the map of Eagle Eye, no? And this was chosen by Ramon.
Parang di ka maniniwala sa score na to, no, Mochi? Veteran securing the first half with a 6-3. Attras, si Kid, nahuli nga dito, no, and Shock will also be founded as well, pero mabubuhay pa nga siya ng matagal. But take a look at the adjustment from Shock, the IGL. Nagtawag siya ng onting fake lang, pre. Angatan nyo lang dito yung angatan, baka sakali may mag-rotate wala dito sa Attras. But still, no, Veteran, masyado na lang nirespeto dito ang Attras. They went back, they went for a mid-round play. Pumesto nga sila sa may door mid, makakapwesto si Drones pa unti-unti dito lang sa may hukay natin. Titingin siya ng LA. Any rotating player from Attras pwedeng mahuli dyan. And they execute it, no? Mauhuli ang isa, they get the trade, and then Shock gets an amazing entry from the double kill. Ang ganda ng pagkabantay ni Drones, di man lang nakalabas ang isang player ng Attras, and they convert the 3v1 veteran. My God, may ganyan pala silang presensya, no, na matagal na nating hinahanap, and this is one of the most classiest plays ng veteran so far. This was their peak, no? Kung hindi man ito yon,
Yeah,
I'm
it
excited to see the next one.
It is. And I feel like ito yung proud moment natin para dito, no, for veteran. Kasi talagang pinakita nila that they can do more every single time. And it's nice that we have that here, no. Shout out for Ramon for choosing this particular highlight. And our next one is from the match ng Virtus.Pro versus FERVID, na kung saan dito sa ating first half na new compound.
It's definitely, no, Tomochi. This is kind of nice, no? Kasi syempre, this is going to be the natural Virtus.Pro split. Pero hindi mo nasasama banda si Keller. I feel like he's open for a conversation na wait lang, baka matrade kasi si Cetra, so sasama na nga muna siya. And now finally makes his way to Storby. Bulag pati granada para maklear si Dracifer and gets the second kill over to D. It's now a 3v5. KSA now has total control ng mga maiikot galing mula sa A kasi gusto nilang tulungan dito sila D na namatay. KSA gets the headshot and gets another one to Lance. At ngayon kahit saan pumunta si MZ, exit EA o kaya pati sa RS niya, may nakabantay ng miyembro ng Virtus.Pro, which is one of the cementing plays ng Virtus.Pro para makuha talaga nila yung buong new compound, because after this, I believe nakuha na nila yung highlight niya. But nonetheless, no, Virtus.Pro, just like that, commanding new compound. A map pick na pinili ng FERVID, by the way, Mochi.
And I feel like ito na rin yung moment na kung saan para kay FERVID, despite their intention na makakuha ng additional space dito at tumoka sa ilang mga lugar natin dito sa ating new compound, no, they haven't been able to actually push this through because of kung gaano lang katindi yung vindiction dito ni Virtus.Pro na talagang i-secure kada isa ng mga tumatambay dito, no, from FERVID. And unfortunately, dahil din sa pagkabilisan nila naggumalaw, no, how they were able to power through every single nook and cranny on the hunt for every single member here dito ng FERVID, they no longer been able to reclaim control dito sa ating mapa. Ultimo trade-off, Salvatore, wala tayong nakita dito sa round na ito, which also just states, no, kung ano yung level na pagkakabisadong meron din ang Virtus.Pro dito kontra sa VP. Ay, sa VE.
And that's like very, very masterful para sa side ng Virtus.Pro, no? And to think na ang iniisip ng FERVID, we should play retake, no? Kailangan natin maglaro na retake dito, and the moment na naitainam na nga nila yung C4, tsaka lang nagsipag-ikot dito, no? Sila A7J at sila MZ, no? Which is very much a good play on the end of FERVID rather, no? But hey, grabe, Virtus.Pro at that map talaga, they were just the better team. They had the better execute, and they had the better killer mentality, kumbaga talaga, Mochi. Kaya nga nila dinominate yung compound na yun.
Yes, indeed. And again, no, para dito sa ating mga nangyari from yesterday, no, it just shows na there are some moments na binanggit natin na meron tayong mga highlights dito for FERVID, no, na overhype natin siya. Which, again, no, ito rin yung maganda dito, no, that our teams are definitely proving us strong, but at the same time, no, parang kailangan pa nilang pag-igihan ito ngayon. Kaya tingnan na rin natin ang ating updated standings for this one, dahil nga, here for our Rosy teams, I do think meron tayong kaunting improvements dito, pero entirely dito ang ating kagalawan is from the first and second slot natin at sa bandang gitna ng ating standings na kung saan umakyat ang VP and as well as itong si Matches.
And no, Mochi, if there's any improvement, no, that's definitely Virtus.Pro and matches like you mentioned. Virtus.Pro, kalahin mo nga naman, in the week number 3, dito na nga sila makakapwesto, no, sa bandang itaas where they think they belong. And I feel like what they think is right in its own justice, no? Pero Team Stallions, syempre, pwede pa nga nilang maangatan yan with a match later on. And matches, akalain mo nga naman, Mochi, no, na kahit na veto na nga sila, they lost 4 consecutive. Tingnan mo naman anong ginawa nga nila bilang pambawi. They won 4 consecutive 4 matches, no, para dito sa matches. It just feels right, no? 4 matches rhymes with matches. Syempre yun yung amount na ipapanalo nga nila. And dahil nga doon, I feel like medyo nagiging confident na ang matches thinking na, wait, acceptance, huling laban nyo is Team Stallions. So baka maging alanganin pa yung maging playoff dreams nyo. And just so you know, no, acceptance, tinalo nga nila ang FERVID. I feel like there is also a world and there's also an area, a gray area, Mochi, na kaya talunin ng acceptance ang Team Stallions in order for them to deny matches as playoff dream. Kaya siguro no, 1, 2, and 3 spot napaka-undisputed na nun, pero yung mga nag-aaway sa 4 to 6, feeling ko yun yung pinakamadugong labanan talaga eh.
Totoo, no? Kasi yun na yung pinaka-importanteng bagay din dito, paano nga ba sila makakatapak o makakasabit man lang doon patungo sa ating playoffs. And again guys, last 6 days na lang ang naiiwan dito, no, sa ating group stage. So all in, kung all in na talaga ang kinakailangan para dito sa mga ating teams na still are yet to secure and cement themselves or solidify their spot patungo dito, no, sa ating playoffs. And also, again, no, para dito sa ating schedule for today, we are also gonna see again ang ating mga Rosie teams na makikipagbakbakan with one or some of the greatest dito from our standings. And what's also pretty scary here is that yung last na laban natin dito will be FERVID versus Attras, which is also neck and neck nga, no, base dito sa ating standings kanina. And ang magiging challenge naman for our Rosie teams here for Veteran and TARINGBABI, no, again, the target is to still take a single map.
Shoutout kay Sneaky Frog, no? Medyo ma-miss out niya yung isa sa mga paborito niya matches, no? Definitely kasi bata niya nga si JK and bata niya rin si A7J. So he would have loved to see this match on live nga naman talaga, no? So yun nga, FERVID and Attras for our main event. We have Veteran and Execration to start things off dito sa ating araw ng linggo. Ang araw ng pahinga ay araw ng labanan para sa ating dalawang Rosea teams kasi hindi to basta-basta kalaban lang, no, Bochi? Ito nga pala yung mga higante na pinapadala natin potentially sa ibang bansa. Execration and STS in action up against our Rosea teams. And all I could pray for talaga para sa ating Rosea teams is sana talaga ready kayo sa parating na bagyo, man, because Execration and Stallions will not take you easily talaga. I mean, I'm pretty sure they will release 100% of their steam.
Totoo, no? And may mga moments na baka may ilabas pa silang mga barel dyan or mga plays na hindi nila aasahan talaga. Pero alam niyo ba guys na meron tayong pa-something din, no? Para dito sa mga CROSSFIRE Rocks Enjoyers natin dyan. Meron kayong chance na manalo ng 100 e-coins. And all you have to do is pumili ng inyong paboriting play na tulad ng mga nakita nyo kanina from our top 5. Like and follow ang ating official Facebook and YouTube CROSSFIRE Philippines pages and channels. And ensure na pag nakapili na kayo ng inyong paboritong highlight, ilagay nyo sa ating caption bakit deserve nun maging top play of the week with the hashtag CFS play of the week and hashtag CFS Master Summer para naman sigurado kayo, no, na kayo ay meron ng entry dito sa ating 100 e-coin giveaway. And also be sure na pagka-share nyo yan nakapublic, no, para naman na yung mga moderators natin makikita ng maigi kung ano ang meron dyan at mai-enter ang inyong entry. So, unang laban, Veteran and as well as Execration. Once again, if Veteran has been able to almost secure a map, no, from yesterday and medyo nahirapan lang sila pagdating sa ating overtime. Do you think that they can do the same thing dito against Execration, Salvatore?
Well, no, Attras and Execration, pag pinagtapat mo kasi silang dalawa, no, Mochi, you already know who is the clear-cut winner. So you can definitely feel that they belong in different tiers rather, no. So Veteran and Execration, I am not open to the conversation, honestly, no, kasi medyo alanganin nga to for the end of Veteran. Can they possibly do it up against Execration? I'm afraid. Yes, no, Mochi, Veteran can pull it off nga naman talaga to force that set number 3 or better yet, get that 2-0 nga, no, pre. Kasi after what we saw kahapon, no, pre, they made me a believer. Kaya Veteran, awa ng Diyos, Semangat, Veteran, you can do it, my friends.
Yes, we are gonna be supporting you all the way. But for now, let us introduce and have quite of individualistic approach para dito, no, for Veteran. Because again, as much as we are seeing below 1 KDs here, our performances from some of these players are not a joke at all, especially how EV9's been able to be super consistent every single time regardless of who they're facing up against. How Shock has been able to actually facilitate certain plays here that we haven't seen from Veteran before, and Twintism actually being able to take very vital pickups for the team here. Salvatore, Veteran is really looking good right now.
And Veteran definitely, Mochi, that is not an understatement. A Veteran is definitely looking good and pretty mighty in terms of aura and as well as presence when it comes to playing CROSSFIRE, because what they did was uncalled for. It was just out of the ordinary, because we were told that Indonesia are years behind of the Filipino meta, but what we saw from them was definitely the embodiment of Filipino meta, mid-rounding and as well as just being aggressive. So being able to push Attras inside of overtime is already a good feat of itself, and Veteran should be proud of that, because all of that stock power, all of that knowledge that they had inside of Eagle Eye, they will be able to use that in the series against Execration. We're in a team who also has good mid rounding and as well as also good aggressive skills. So Veteran, you made me a believer, and I still want to be a believer right now. I know the Execration boys are my homies, but man, for today, it has to be Veteran winning it all.
Of course, and it seems like we also have a question here for Reknar. Closing the first half of the season, what is your biggest change that you experienced so far, and explain why? Reknar simply answered, we hope to get a win for week 3. Hopefully we're much better than the previous week. And they're already so near to doing that, Salvatore. And I know it might have pained them for a bit, but again, progress is progress, and we cannot take away that from them.
Definitely not, Mochi, because that's something that Veteran really wants to embrace, that thing that they want to win, and that they should not let that go. There was that close encounter inside of Eagle Eye, and I do think there is a possibility that encounter might be seen again, but it's now a different ending for Veteran, and Execration will now be in the mix, a different team from what we saw, a different breed of tiger that we saw from yesterday from Attras, but now Execration is now a tougher opponent here for Veteran.
Yep, indeed. And little by little, though, for Execration, they are already up there. Even after all of the performances that they've been managed to rack out so far, except for one wherein they suffered against matches, well, we can still say that Execration is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Especially how their sniper Yotem has been able to take control of a lot of vital pickup points, alongside with CBN being primarily a player to look out for the whole course of the group stage so far. Well, this just shows how Execration has been able to upgrade their roster overall. And as what Paul's been able to mention last time during our interview, they always keep their head high here and always learn from their mistakes. So that is why here for Veteran, this might be a challenge for them, especially how they just realized what they can actually do in the lobby after that match against Matches.
And another thing we also learned here from Execration is that everyone apparently has a voice in order for them to have this contribution, that the round will go in their favor, and then the round decision will be definitely the right one. So Execration is a team that wants to relive the days of Pacific Makta, wherein there was really no clear-cut IGL. I feel like MVA and Justin really knows how that works, and that's why the system works even outside of the Pacific Makta umbrella. Execration has excelled from that idea. That's why they took down Stallions and then VP. Their macro-level strategy, Mochi, speaks for itself. It's natural. They can call, they can shoot, they can adjust whether it would be needing an aggressive approach or even a passive one. They can also play within the timer. That's why Execration is a team that has complete arsenals of what they should be able to do and provide inside of the battlefield. That's why they are one of the best, if not currently the best team right now, because once you take down Stallions and as well as Virtus Pro, you already have that title of the God Slayers, and then when we call someone the God Slayers, immediately they are the best right now, and Veteran should be prepared, or if not, at least be worried about the fact that they will be facing against a red hot Folex later on.
True. And this also brings us to our next point here for execution is that, again, when it comes to the calls, dude, it's just always collaborative. But our head-to-head here will be Reknart and as well as Paul, where, again, the KD is quite far apart, but how can we contrast both of these players, Salvatore?
Mochi, the numbers do look different, but the resemblance is uncanny for Reknart here. And Folex, as the headshot per kill is definitely way wide in terms of gap here, because Folex has then been reliant. Even using the EBR, he still can get those amazing headshots from what we saw inside of the Acceptance series. So I feel like Folex has the lead on that one. And in terms of effectivity in the mid-round, you can definitely rely on Folex in making that adjustment to make that game-breaking play and then make that happen inside of Execration. Whereas Reknart, you can see him shine in a handful of rounds, and that inconsistency is damaging Veteran's name. Some of the rounds that they should have won, Reknart always misplaces himself, and I feel like that should now be the solution inside of the series against Execration. They need to find a place where Reknart does not get caught or just make those plays effective for Veteran. That's why he does score a very low KD despite him gathering some information. There should also be an effectivity of getting kills like what Yetja is for matches. So yeah, good luck here for Reknart because he's going to be needing it on a very huge matchup against Execration.
Exactly, but one key takeaway that we can get from there is that despite that the stats hasn't been able to actually reflect the impact that he's been doing the team, he's doing it silently, which is something that you need to have your eyes peeled on for whenever that we see them fighting up against a particular team. But well, right now it appears that we can also see our maps wherein our teams will be prioritizing and removing out of the equation. But right now, it will be Port chosen here by Veteran.
Oh.
They saw what they can do here, so they'll be focusing on this. Subbase will also be chosen here by Execration. And we also have Eagle Eye as our decider, which I do think that this swings both ways here, Salvatore.
Definitely. First and foremost, this is technically a map veto that can favor Veteran. Remember, Rosea Spring Qualifiers, this is also one of their priority maps, both Port and as well as Subbase. So they have the utmost experience out of all the Rosea teams, and that's why they're confident leaving out Subbase, and then Execration took the bait and they picked Subbase for themselves. But that's not honestly a bait. That is a calculated move by Execration. They also know how to play that map. They have MVA and Justin who practiced the map of Subbase when they were still in Pacific Macta against Ubik Maniac. So if we're talking about experience here, Mochi, Execration has a huge library of plays that they can display right up in the front faces of a Veteran. But on Port, that is going to be an interesting pick because it kind of feels like Veteran does not respect the Port of Execration, and they want the best middle ground possible here, Mochi, that they would have the best experience, but the first half will absolutely be deadly. They will have to face against both Yotib and CBN on the GR side, and those are the two primary targets that Veteran should be prioritizing, and if not, they will be having a hard time even entering or just making that mid-round adjustment. So I fear for Veteran. I hope they have the solution good enough that they can take down those two primary players of Execration.
Exactly, and that is why now that you've been able to lay out your facts, our facts, well, it is time to show what our predictions are here. And I feel like there's already quite of an obvious choice, but once again, with the maps that's been chosen by them earlier on, I won't be surprised if this will be quite of a close call for either of them, especially if you be choosing any of the maps that they can play on here. Well, might as well choose or use the ones that you know that you have a high possibility of facing up against the likes of Execration for sure. And 2-0s all across the board here. And again, Veteran, there seems to be a lot more to work with here, but when it comes to the progress that they've been doing so far, little by little, we're already seeing the evidences at stake. And I'm also wondering what the community says. It is gonna be leaning more for Execration here with a humongous lead of 93% being favored by the community and just 7% for Veteran. So maybe you can add Savi, Sneaky, EL, like maybe the 6 of us, so that becomes like a 13%, you know, we're gonna be supporting our brothers here in spirit, but we can also have additional insights here once that we welcome our casters for this very game. So let us now welcome Bipolar and L.
Oh.
Hi, welcome
Hi.
everyone.
Right, Execration's 100% win rate on Port versus Veteran. Sure, but Execration this season has a 0% win rate on sub-base. So I feel like even if they pick this map, could be for trial, could be for practice, but they should not be treating veterans lightly like that. Salvatore might have said that Execration and the Filipino teams are not going to take CROSSFIRE lightly anymore because of what happened yesterday, but let's be honest, there's still some disrespect, but I want veterans to prove us that that can no longer stand.
That is true. And I do think that we can already see that turning into the reality here, El. But how about you, Bipolar? Any thoughts within these match that we have at our hands?
Actually, our map veto, right? It's so surprising. I was kind of disappointed a little bit coming into seeing the map veto because I was hoping that Veteran did not take up Port here because absolutely Twintism did prevail here on Long B, on towards House B when they're on the BL side, but they will be fighting up against not Yotib. He will not be fighting up against CPN, I feel like. He'll be fighting up against Folex and as well as possibly MBA, which always has a perfect execution or at least hold up here on any kind of side, especially on B side. So I feel it's such a wrong map veto for them, or at least better just for Execration and even for our second map Subbase. It's so Execration sided, but let's see. Veteran has been improving, a Veteran has been surprising us, so I'm open for anything.
Let's see, indeed. I mean, yes, they can be a bit close in the map of Port, but at the same time, against Execration, I have to agree with you on that one, Bipolar. And I think it's also time for us to be a bit more particular with the things that we need to look out for our teams. And let's start with Veteran, where EV9 is a proof that Veteran can win a match, especially with how great he's been able to perform so far, Salvatore.
Yeah, EV9 had the best time of his life inside of Eagle Eye, and I feel like that's already a good canvas of what he's capable of in terms of expressing his own skill in the game of CROSSFIRE. So I feel like that would still be good for the side of Veteran because it's going to be a high kill count game here for Execration, and I feel like Veteran, if they want to send anyone who will be having also a high kill count game, who can also have an impact, that's definitely EV9, who has been steadily improving to the ranks of one of the KD leaderboards, honestly. But EV9, he needs to work on his consistency, honestly. Sometimes he takes good fights and sometimes he takes bad fights, mostly bad fights, but he makes up for it for the mid-rounding, and EV9 should be careful on that one because Execration, a team that has good mid-rounding, EV9 should mentally note that because this is a match that is not unlike Attras. So if EV9 should be able to present himself as a formidable threat, he should be able to start doing that in the first half as an entry player, or even just the idea of him being able to rope around the map. So with that being said, and I feel like we need to tackle more about a possible counterattack here for Execration. If they can take down EV9, there is at least an insurance policy with the name of Twintism.
I like how you've been able to relay that perfectly here. And again, here for EV9, maybe a bit more careful on the fights that you're taking. But let's head on to our next point here, wherein when in turning the notch up, do you think that Veteran can do this against the likes of Execration, L?
I mean, sure, they can, right? But expect that they're going to be punished even more so than before. Attras, they tried turning the notch up. We got them to see 9 rounds before losing in overtime. Really, really sad scenario for them. But we've seen the ability to turn the mix up, right? We've seen the volume increase. But of course, Execration can silence those that volume with headphones, earphones, I don't know, cotton buds maybe. Maybe they're gonna try something weird here, Execration, but for sure, they're not listening to anyone but themselves, so Execration can counter this, but Veteran, I still believe that there's one more level to that volume.
That is true, and I feel like they need to untangle a lot of knots here as well against Execration, or even reveal multiple layers of defense once that they're on the BL side. But here on the side of Execration, I feel like it is worth noting about Fall X. But as your favorite saying goes, Bipolar, he's rising to the ranks.
Yeah, I mean, like, Folex never fell in the entire group stage so far, right? They've been so perfect, or at least Folex has been so perfect that he might just have a very, very nice game here for these possible 3 maps. And again, it's sport, it's sub-based. Folex always has a great game here. Despite him not really roaming around too much, he'll just be going into one side and try to dominate that even on different sides. So, yeah, I feel like the rise of Folex is right now on 2026. So, hopefully, he's gonna ascend to higher levels, not just rise up.
Oh, that is actually nice. And I do think that they can do that as a team, as a whole as well, not just individually. And I do think that our battle is set and our map is now prepared, and all we need is your voices. So let us hand it over to L and as well as Bipolar. Rakrakan na.
Rek and Mochi Bella, and it's time for us and L here on the caster. That is going to be one hell of an afternoon. It is going to be Veteran and as well as Execration, wherein Veteran did have a fun time yesterday, but I feel like they'll have a devastating side here, especially that it's Execration, right? But we're open for anything. Any thoughts about this?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to comment, right? You almost caught me with your joke, but I feel like that's a statement we can use as well for veterans, right? You almost caught me. That's what Attras said, and let's see if they can do the same trick here versus Execration. But then again, right, even if we see the uprising, what you call it, tactics, there you go, tactics for the side of Rosea teams, it's Execration, man. They're a household name. They're going to be very, very hard to defeat. You know that this team is gunning for that #1 spot. They only managed to lose one, and I will say this, on accident, versus matches, and they're looking for that perfect 8-1, not perfect, but the best 8-1 record here in summer, right? Beating out the rest of the teams. Veterans, on the other hand, I would say these losses are lessons. I've always been saying that, but these lessons hurt hard, right? And nothing hurts harder than yesterday's lesson where they almost took a set win. Even then, we can consider that a victory even if they lose 1-2, but the problem is, almost, right? You almost caught me there. And that's the statement I'm going to give back to you, because veterans, as much as I like what I'm seeing, I need more oomph. Know what I mean?
Yeah, we need more something. No, we need a little bit more. Maybe an adrenaline shot here and there, or something else, just to provide a little bit more factor for veteran. But nonetheless, it looks like I have to give a big shout out to our Rosea fans and brothers and sisters out there, and as well as our Caviteños. We're heading into the game. It's time for our live comms for game number 1.
Laki ng mapa ko.
Okay,
I like this.
I mean, we did say that everyone is gonna be holding down LB and as well as House B, but they know. But Justin, despite him not knowing players here on House B, he did spray down on 2, which means there's gonna be a 2v2 CBN. Spots out shocking factor there as Twintism is alone.
Yeah. From that voice comes to the transition in game. I almost thought the veterans would be taken around, but 1v1 now, Twintism and CBN.
Twintism, a bridge, and there's a troll underneath. It's called CBN, and he finds him lacking headshots, and as well as Execration getting the first round win.
You know what, Twintism, you almost caught him there. See what we did? But I feel like veterans, I like what I'm seeing here, racking up that aggression towards Store B. They're trying to do the same thing in a different scenario towards mid, but MVA is ready for this.
Oh, look at this. I think this is better, right? Mix of both worlds. Go to B now on mid. MVA down, but look at CBN. He's trying something here, but look at shot by Twin. And he finds CBN. It's 2 kills already, and I feel like Veteran has a possibility of a B split.
Exactly. But they have to worry about Folex. He's hiding right in the corner. Shots. I don't feel like it's through the wall and through his body, but Utib still marked with LA, and he gets taken down 5v2.
No way! Holy! Patch notes are coming, and Veteran now updating every kind of ballgame that they have. It's all to Justin on B with 1 HP. Reknard pushing and clears off the boxes. That's an easy wallbang. Holy mother of God! What a round for Veteran.
They're learning. at an increasingly rapid rate here, Bipolar, and that's what I like to see. And this angle, okay, Drones, I like the challenge. I like that you only see Filipino teams do that a lot, but not quite veterans, not quite Rosea. With that angle being taken care of early, you're going to see that CA push here coming out from veteran, a bit of Virtus Port, I would say, but CBN's ready.
No? Is he though? He's
Oh,
not!
no.
He's not ready for the flash. He's ready for the multiple players there, but he could not get anyone. Oh my god, what an entry coming for veteran.
Yeah, and they hold that thought towards CA on that LA push. They want to take a GR bridge and they plant their shock. And the factor here is if he can electrify this place in the map, the rest of the people here on veteran, the rest of the team can take care of the rest of the angles as well. So maybe he's just trying to go for a timing. Justin wants to re-clear CA. I feel like this is a good idea, but they're overcommitting on it. That's going to be heard by Reknar, but is he ready?
Ooh, no, he's not. He was looking at the wall. It's a different game, brother, but MVA does spot out EV9. No chameleons there. Shock, though. Able to go for the trade
Justin.
as he finds MVA. Justin now moving into place as jumping and kills off Shock. It's a 2v3.
2v3 Drones try to challenge, but it's Swintism left all alone. 1v2 right now.
Oh, Justin. But look at Folex.
Oh,
Twintism
wait.
expects, and Twintism delivers in a 2K now. 4 kills in 2 rounds. And Twintism does have the bomb. It's a sniper v sniper setup. And just like how I said it before, Twintism is the top 3 sniper in Masters. Can he find out?
No.
Him? No, he cannot. He switches to the HK in that fast execution. 2-1.
Oh my goodness, that was almost, if he managed to catch Iote while swapping the guns, could have been, but Iote was just too fast with the instinct there. Even if he did not swap, I feel like he would still get the kill. But Twintism, still not going to be deterred, will challenge the angle here on
Oh my
He'll
God.
get one, MVA down, the rest of the map taken by veterans, but there's a challenge here on LA through CBN.
Brother, it's a comfort map for veteran. And despite the perfection that Execration has made in port, they are struggling right now. Justin did find Shock, but look at this. Still man advantage over veteran now. They're trying to go to LA.
Yeah, they're just converging. Rek North,
No
good jump!
way.
And good shot. They might just continue here, Bipolar.
Yep, look at Justin though. He's been on A, he's been on B, now he's on top A.
Yo.
And on that execution with the flash, they clean up house. It's up to Folex, the headshot machine. Cannot find anyone. Too much smokes there, brother. It's a 2-2.
I can't just see through the mirror as well. Looking at it right now, mirror exactly is the scoreline, 2-2. Still the same approach from Veteran. I like how they scatter around the map. That's how you get big wins. When you try to properly roll towards mid, towards House B, towards LA. Just find your timings, find the right moment to go all in. And when veterans do it, it makes them look better. Not saying that they were bad, they were adequate, but not enough to beat PHTs. But looking at it right now, that statement can be true or false depending on if you are hoping that this veteran form can continue, because they somehow fail when the going gets tough. CBN now in CA, ready for the pinch, but Execration not biting just yet.
Oh, look at this. Big adjustments for MVA. Now wielding the TRG, trying to just hold singular players here on LB. He did say beforehand that this might just be an 8-1 score, 8-1 win-to-lose ratio for Execration, but they're struggling right now as MVA does find EV9. Might be 7-2, honestly.
Oh,
Especially if Shock keeps on delivering these kinds of plays on BR. That's the 3rd time that he's done that.
oh, I like it. Oh,
Oh! Yo! Oh my god! Oh my goodness. It's a 2-for-2 at least. But damn, veteran. They're playing like soldiers, but Folex delivers a blow. It's all up to Drones and as well as Folex. Right now, Drones has more headshots than Folex and more kills as well. He has 50 seconds and he can get the bomb.
exactly. Folex trying to gamble towards top A here, and I feel like he's right. Was seen?
He doesn't know. Folex though, he knows, and he gets the headshot. Execration now claims the lead.
Okay, Drones, we need to talk about how you clear the angle. You go the opposite side of the wall, you clear the short angle first, then the long angle, okay? Next time, take notes, but nah. Folex
Yes, coach.
just riding his gut feeling there. and he was right to go towards A. He's going to find the fight here on mid.
Okay. 4 times not the charm for Shock, as he did try it once again. Look, this mid pressure coming from Execration. Better now looking for angle.
Yeah. No angles to be found for Bipolar. I feel like this situation right now, if you don't find Shock in a position where he should be, right? That's talking about GR Bridge or even somewhere close. Veterans execution tends to slow down, right? If you don't have that mid part of the map, you do not have access to ZD, you do not have access to CA. Now you're forced to man fight these angles on House B and Store B, but Twintosim almost making his shot. Here comes the execute.
And here comes the House B, Store B, hold coming in from Folex. Despite the flash, Twintism gets the kill. Twintism now with a Colt in hand with an 8 as well.
Wrap
Everything
around.
got out, and that's why Drones falls down. And even a double for NBA Execration. What a hold here on B.
Yeah, so far it's been hot and cold here for the side of Veteran. If they get their early map control, good. If they don't, well, they just scatter around the map and then they lose. The good thing that they do is when they do get that map control that they want, their scatter is good, right? You can see how simple they're trying to make this sport look, but well, if it works, right, simple is perfect. You just have to make sure that the reps are in, and the reps for B execute is right here, right now.
Yo, Folex still fighting this, and that's why he gets bombarded by bullets. Met with a 31 gun salute, but CBN now making ways towards Z. Rectart holding down House B, but CBN meets CB9 and greets him with a hello with a bullet in the chamber. It's CBN with a double, but now look at B. It's all up to Rectart in a 1v4 that he cannot win because Yotim spots him with an easy USB.
Oh, it's kind of hard to explain this feeling for veterans. It's like you're getting the perfect moves, but somehow the mechanics isn't there, right? You have 2 of the top 10 headshot per kill players here in CBN and Folex, and if you do not get your mechanics right and you aim right, you're just gonna go down just like that. Folex with one, CBN with another, and they're just gonna continue, but he's gonna be traded out by Drones. Drones peeking.
And Drones dying. That's the story there.
I like it.
Yotib getting a shot in, and Shock now trying to battle this all throughout. Yotib with the flash after missing 2 shots. One more coming from Justin, and that's why Shock not be moving anytime further there. The box is just too thin on the bottom side. That's why Justin gets the kill. Again, it's up to Rectart in a 1v3, and Justin toying with him now as he sees the C4.
You might as well call this over unless, of course, Recnar turns into Prime Kano. But nah. Too far. 2,500 kilometers from Cebu to Jakarta. He can't turn into Prime Kano in time, right? You need to take a plane. But yeah, I feel like veterans, airplane mode needs to be turned off. They need to connect. And that's what is lacking here for their executes. MVA just disrespecting, pushing Store B.
They're just pushing, and they find Twintis and peeking. That's not good. Folex again gets one more, but they got 2 now. As Recnar trying to enable his team with this kind of push, missing the shots, whips out the guarantee. But on the other side of the map, it's CBN. They finally find MVA, but the damage has been done, and the push now is commencing. CBN trying to look for angles. Can he find Recnar? Drones is waiting. Oh, the timing! But Recnar now again. Can he be the saving grace for veteran?
Nah. Yotib has the angle. He has a C4. So if he is a wise man, he's just gonna go running towards site B here by Polar. Execration not allowing to be traded out here in a 1v1. Why are you not going to the site?
Oh, balls of steel coming in for Recnar, and that's why he got wrecked in the last round of the first half. It's a 7-2. We saw some great rounds from the beginning for veteran, but right now they're going back to like the Master Spring kind of veteran.
Yeah, it's really just the mechanics here, the difference in the aim. But we have to listen what they need to change.
Yo, PJ pellet atas.
285.
Ali.
Okay.
Here comes a big fight. No tip though from the long side angle. Folex, 1-man army together with CBN. Headshot machines now entering the site. Twintism dodges bullets. Still doable for veteran actually. They're close by. They're on BR. They can get scope of angles together with Twintism. But might be hard, 35 seconds.
Yeah, Yotib's holding CA. CBN is good for the headshot. the duo of veterans here need to move.
Oh, they spot CBN. He's holding. Good nade and good shot. Coming in for Yoden. Reknard again. Despite the odds in his favor, always going to be going in for the clutch. Folex finds him through the cracks. And Folex getting the kill. 8 points now, just 2 points away from getting the win.
Oh! A bit too early. I'm telling you.
Over timeout.
Over timeout. Oh, there we go.
Yes, over timeout.
Oh, so it's an extended wordplay. Almost got me there, right? But of course, we're going to get out of the game and into the face cams here for veterans. And in face value, Bipolar, the same seriousness is still here on their looks, right? Trying to find every possible way to hold, trying to find every possible way to attack in their BL and GR sides. But just so happens, it's execration, right? You can do the simple things perfect, but when the opponent knows that these simple things have complex counters to them, or even simpler, like downright dumb counters to them, like just rushing them even as a GR side player, you kind of have to think deeper here, veteran, because I like the foundation that they're trying to build on in terms of map control. I just need the firepower to back it up. If you are the likes of Virtus Pro, for example, sure, I'm going to be veteran, but with the aim of Virtus Pro, they're gonna win 100%. Right? Because they have perfect execution or perfect ideas in their execution. But Execration is such a good team in the punish, right? They know how to set up these plays. They know when to fight aggressively. They know when they can start disrespecting by just pushing, right? So it's all good here for Execration, these kinds of play styles. No matter what Rosea does bring them, they're just gonna return back with an even bigger question mark.
Yeah, I mean, I want to ask you actually, El, right? Coming into this game, we saw some very good rounds, but now on the GR side, do they have to be playing aggressive now, or should they just hold? I feel like, on my point of view, they should just face forward up against these higher fraggers coming from Execration. But how about you?
I feel like they should bring out the double TRG that worked yesterday for TARINGBABI, right? We've seen them right after the timeout getting a win on the second round after the timeout. So I feel like if they know what's up here in port, right, since this is a Rosea map, they should bring out the double TRG. And I am correct. Drones and Twintism will be rocking those snipers, but they need to find picks for this to be successful. But Execration not giving any.
Twintism able to spot one, but MVA go for the trade. In just 20 seconds, they enter B, but EV9 finds the equalizer. It's a 3v3. Bomb planted, scattering now, coming in for Veteran, trying to go towards LB, Curve, and as well as RS. Respawn. They need to bank on Reknard winning these fights. This smoke is too thick. And CBN now already backpedaling. Reknard with his movements. Timing is of the essence, but Reknard will fall and will not miss any kind of shots for CBN. The flash is not good. They go in quite late, and that's Execration with 9 points in port.
Such a hard situation for Veteran 3v3, but it's just really the aim that's been the problem. If that 50-50 on House B was won here by Veterans, they could have won the round entirely, but Yotev not giving 50-50. That's 100-0 right here for Execration.
Everyone's just gunning it for the H side.
Hey.
Nitrous oxide needed, and MVA tickling the sides of Reknard, saying that I am here and you should just go and sleep. Shock now. Able to find some angles here, but Twintism messing the fights. The court is not going to be good, and it's good for Execration for port. It's a 10-2. That is our first game.
And Execration, clean, simple, and quick. Okay, remind me what time we started. 3:15, if I'm correct, 3:18, around that time. Currently, ladies and gentlemen, it is 3:33 in our screens, and I'm not gonna do the map, but that's at least 15 minutes of gameplay. That's how fast Execration executed this perfect exclamatory victory, rather, against Veterans. And I feel like if you put 2 and 2 together by Polar, it's still not gonna be enough for Veterans, but because that is the only rounds they scored, right? So yeah, a beatdown, a shakedown, call it what you want, but Execration still on top, and they want that match win rate and match win-loss ratio to be exactly as that, 8-1. Veterans not a roadblock for them whatsoever.
Yeah, and they're not even a factor, right? Coming into port, yes, in the possible first few rounds, but they just got erased from the existence here on port. That every time that they were trying to do something, always CBN is already in the backside. MVA was just going head first up against Twentism, and even when they switched sides, we saw it was just fast executions. It was like, oh, Yotem, go hit some kills now. It's your time because we are attacking, and that's what we saw here in LA. But nonetheless, we had some good thoughts, right? We saw some good plays. We saw Shop getting into the bottom side of BR, always there on the mid doors, but they just got complacent. I feel like they just got scared as well. That every execution, every hold now was just very ludicrous. And what else can we say? How about you, El? It was almost there. We were getting a little bit of hope.
We were getting a little bit of hope exactly in the early parts of the game when they were trying to, get a brawl started with Execration throwing left hooks, right hooks, jabs to each other with the 2-2 scoreline. But after that, it all just fell apart. Yeah, I feel like we can take out even the emotional and the psychological part of the game because strip down these teams of their names and of their ideas. It's just pure mechanical gameplay that is being executed perfectly by Execration. Sure, you can have the best macro in the world, but if you can't win the trade or the fight that you are needed to win, your plan crumbles, right? You need to have the firepower back in. And I feel like this is a call out to the next generation of Indonesian or Rosean CF players. Better train your firepower if you have a shot because we've seen what these guys can do. I want to see what you can do to next in the upcoming seasons with Rosea.
Absolutely. You know what, nonetheless, we still have 2 more maps to go. Might possibly be a decider when Veteran wakes up. And Execution coming in from Execration has been full force. Now it's time for our panel disc. It's time for Mochi and as well as Salvatore.
Thank you so much to our casters, Bipolar and alongside with L. And Salvatore, you know what? Can I be emotional for a second? I know we have to separate work from emotions, but
Don't worry.
still, I was sad that it ended like that. Veteran, you can do better. Because, again, I feel like in theory, everything is great, right? They've been able to set up themselves in particular positions, put themselves in a better ground, or in hopes of hunting down specific players here from Execration, just like how they got Yotiv for certain occasions. They also got Paul quite early. But unfortunately, due to the fact that they were held at gunpoint and were being choked here by Execration at the House B area, and they just started pushing court all the way, everything fell apart here for Veteran. They haven't been able to get back up from that, which is quite sad to see, basically.
Yep, Mochi, I cannot blame you. That emotional roller coaster of a port is definitely something that a person with the faint of heart should not be watching, like us, Mochi Beta, basically. Because the gameplay of Veteran really looked like it was going to work, at least for a first few rounds.
Right?
But Execration, unlike Attras, Execration activated in the middle of the sequence where Veteran is now doing a lot of things. And that in turn was just a better move here for Execration because MVA and Folex were getting some crucial kills. CBN and Yote were getting the rounds where it was a forced 1v1s and 1v2s. So you can definitely feel that those were gasolines here. Gasoline tanks basically for Execration to move along inside of port and just cruise through and get into sub base that quick. So it's a clean 1-0 here for Execration, where in Veteran they had a struggle, man. They only can go so far, and their playbook was just as thin as what Execration was just trying to do in order for them to recover, because Veteran, I kind of felt like there was some presence in there. There was some shots hitting from Twentism, EV9, and even Reknart was getting in the mix of trying to get everyone's grill inside of CA. But then again, Veteran, it is indeed a match where it's between aim and mind, and Execration just happens to have both at the time of this matchup.
Yeah, I feel like that's also where imbalance lies here for veteran. The fact that they are not hitting their shots at all, I mean, yes, it does, but it needs certain time. And before they even stabilize their specific crosshairs and aims, unfortunately, they're already gone in that round. And that also just shows here how great they are in terms of their body system as well here for Execration, which is something that hasn't been quite obvious or seen here for veteran, because at certain occasions we can see MVA and Fall together at Z and as well as House B, and they just do exchanges into trying to segregate the 4 members here from veteran who are all in court. And what's also crazier is the fact that it's a 2v4, but they get demolished. So those are some things that are something that we need to put into the attention of veteran, and we do hope that they can do the necessary adjustments given the short amount of time that we have here before we even head onto our second map. But again, here for Execration, they're just minding their own business. They're just operating at the minimal here. If that is a right term here, Salvatore.
Well, Execration is that team that can rely on their individual skill in order for them to gain some very good footing inside of the map. So I believe this is just a small case, Moji, of pattern recognition, because veteran wants to push mid. So if they're not taking any space, they're most likely going to LB. If they're not going to take LB, they're going back to mid, and I feel like that's where MVA comes into fruition. He's always at the BR area. There's always a player inside of CA, and they can always catch one player off guard here in veteran with that rotation. If they're not going mid, they're going LA, which is a very dangerous spot because Yotib and CBN is right there. So any part of the map, there's always a member of Execration that can definitely deliver some kills, because that's what they're designed for. That's what their directives are, Mochi. A player like CBN and Yotib need some kills that acts as a meal, basically, because if you do not feed anything from CBN and Yotib, you cannot expect anything from them, because it's literally their driving force for them to gain some space, gain that confidence, and then find those openings for Execration. And now veteran doing the same thing over and over again. Yes, they won a couple of rounds, but it kind of felt like they were just spinning the wheel over and over again, but they're not going in any direction. So that's where Execration finds better openings and better starts of the rounds, because they can easily push, because this is a play I'm familiar with that they did last round. So of course Execration sees that play as something that they could definitely punish, utilize their own macro skill, and then destroy veteran from within. So it's just that pattern recognition, Mochi, and I feel like veteran needs to diverse more or find like, let's say, something innovative inside of sub-base, because they are going to be needing that, because sub-base is not a map that you should be linear.
That is true, and it's quite unfortunate that after being discovered out here by Execration, they no longer know what to do. Like, the entire composure here from veteran has been in shambles, and in turn, Waldo will be taking a 100% rating. We're in 14 out of 15 are headshots, and every single kill here against a veteran. Being followed by Justin and MVA, and alongside with CBN and even Yotib here with the 754. I mean, honestly, we haven't been able to see Yotib that much here, because most likely here for veteran, their primary focus is to be on the left hemisphere of our map of port, which has been like their favorite spot to be in, and at certain occasions do some plays here in CA, but unfortunately again it doesn't work every single time, because it became a bit more predictable here for Execration in trying to counter that, and they did. But let's see who is our set MVP on this one. I feel like that's already quite of an obvious answer. It is no other than this dude.
Whoa!
Paul. 100.
Who is this guy?
Rating. Who is that, though? I think it's the first time that we saw him here.
It's like I just saw him today, and not for like the past few weeks. Follex has been that player, apparently, who can be the MVP. So congrats to him and his just ability to separate each and every member of veteran Mochi to him to garner some easy headshots. If he got in that one more, I feel like it would have been a tie 15 to 15, and he would have finished with 100%. But You know, 93 is not half a bad of a number, so I gotta give him that because those fights and with the movement of veteran around the map, that is not an easy feat to do. So props here for Folix, but I feel like we're sounding like a broken record player now, Mochi, because he's been hearing congratulations and MVP for quite a long time now.
Yeah, and I won't be surprised if we're gonna have him for our interview again later on.
give it to
But
us.
before
Give
that,
it to
guys,
us.
we have one more map to go here, and we'll see if Veteran can adapt with, again, such short amount of time, and we'll see if there will be some merits. But for now, we'll be calling on a quick short break, and later on, it is still and will be game time. Teka lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakukultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
gets the double.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
We are back and we're still here in our current match we're in. It is still Veteran against Execration. And earlier on, if you didn't catch it, it is in the map of Port, wherein Execration did a dominating win here against Veteran in just doing what standard Crossfire plays is actually all about. And as much as this hurts to see here for Veteran, again, they need to thicken their playbook more.
It kind of feels like Veteran already has something in mind when they were heading into the map, Vito, because their next move was definitely pick Port and hope that Execration will be picking Subbase, and they definitely did, because Execration will take us to Subbase for our set number 2, and that is one of the maps as well for the mastery of map pools here of a Veteran. And I do hope that they do have this kind of preparation that is very well balanced, because you can also have some offense there, but some of the plays that are needed to be thrown out here inside of this map is reliant on execution, kind of like what Acceptance did to FERVID. So if Veteran really did open this up, there should be an open space here for Veteran to excel at aiming and as well as execution. But for as far as we're concerned for Execration, we are not concerned by any single bit, because you are Execration, you know what you
They can
are.
do it.
We're more concerned on our friends here at Veteran. So Veteran, good luck. You will do nicely inside of Subbase.
Let's see if they will. So let us hand it over to our casters, Bipolar and L.
Thank you very much, Mochi, and as well as Salvatore. Again, on the caster desk is going to be L and Bipolar. It's going to be Subbase now, though. And BO side will be the starting point here for Execration. Meanwhile, Global Risk side will be for the Veteran side. L, any thoughts for Subbase? Actually, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, both teams haven't won any sets here on Subbase, but you're going to think about the quality of gameplay and opponent that these teams lost to, right? Subbase here for Execration, well, they try to play against versus STS, versus FERVID, versus matches, right? They lose. So, I mean, sure, they're trying to practice, they're trying to expand their map pool, but they're doing it against Savannah teams. The same can be said here for Veterans, but it's not the concern of the opponents, it's the concern of how they are playing themselves, right? If you are going to pick the worst map here for Veterans, even if you think that every map is their worst map because they haven't won a single set yet, the statistics says here that besides New Compound, right? It's a Subbase that is their worst in terms of round win rate, with a whopping 23% of round win rate and 11% on BL, but a 50% GR win rate. So I feel like if you are going to be Veterans, you need to be good on your GR as well as your BL. Improve that, but I need to hear how they're gonna do it.
Asa to? Warga bunlo ya.
Terus maju ke toilet, ke set.
Sabar.
Baba na.
Toilet?
Likod.
Wag na.
Where?
Well, or the 2v3v. Hey, there goes the 2v4 and Jones does find CBA. Jinx. Twintis does fall down. That's going to be a problem, as A site is always going to be free for Execration. Now, Folix with a TRG. That's new.
Shock!
That's something, but Shock is also something new where Execration doesn't know where he's at. The entrance of A will be met by Folix falling down. I was almost about to say Luwag, but that's sacrilegious.
Okay. Let's settle it once and for all. It's a wide and tight angle.
It's EA. It's the entrance of A.
Entrance of A. Sure. Let's meet halfway there. But no meeting halfway here for the side of Execration. They want every single bit of these points here versus Veterans. But Veterans, they got the first round, so no deal to a 10-0. They say Execration still gonna go here to the wide angle of EA, right? And feel like they're about to meet two members of VTR.
Oh, and they met them with bullets. With a flash combined, they explode on second mid as well. And Fonex with a TRG again. Able to find one player, but it's all up to the nasty EV9. that can hit nasty shots, and just like that, he kills off Yotib, but with 1 HP, he still continues the fight, but he enters the sightlines of Execration. Another point for Execration.
Nice try here for EV9, but yeah, just too many members, too little HP. And I feel like if you're wondering why Folex is rocking the TRG, well, he has done so in many FPS titles. He is no stranger to the scoped weaponry here. And that's going to be him on the board. 1-for-1 trade right here on Woods the second mid, but Yotib trying to look for a 5 with an M4A1. What?
That's nice. Nice. Good nade though. That's a fireworks in display for drones, but CBN now creates a show from himself on B. Meanwhile, A side again, Twintism, but Reknard is there for the cover. They explode as well, but it's in the body of Reknard. It's all up into a 2v1 where Twintism might have a big play here. Going to Woods, going to Gate, and the C4 is going to be.
Oh, he's rotating like a Filipino. He's going the longer route. He's not going towards second mid, but he splits himself in a crossfire very deep.
Oh,
but,
he can just defuse.
Can he just stick it? Wait? Go for
Stick
it.
it, Twintism.
Please.
Don't think about it.
Please.
He's sticking way too much.
Hello.
Come on, Twintism. Go fight CBN right now. He finds him.
No.
Shots connect. Twintism now scoping in towards the shutter side, but 17 seconds, he just smokes it. Realizes that he should have done this 10 seconds ago, and Justin now gets the kill. Execration again with another point.
If we can just rewind those 20 seconds that Twintism spent, they could have won the round, but nah, he spent way too long there on trying to find where Execration is, right? So, feel like this shot again by Folex, that's the third time. He's gonna continue.
Come on, Folex. He's always good for one. That's a flash. And that's a shot coming in towards CPN. Folex with a shot together with a pistol as well. What's happening on subbase? Execration just making plays. And with Yotib with the M4, he clears up Reknard. What a play.
I don't know if we can call that a play or just purely ego
That's
peeking.
just contact.
Yeah, that's just contact. Purely ego peeking from Execration and still continuing on MR.
Oh, NBA stuck. Shock. They just bang him up on MR, but CBN does have the C4. If they just clear him, they might find him. It's a 3v5 actually.
They don't have the C4. They have to fight for this 3-member strong veteran Folex. Outsnipe finally 2v5.
Twintism finding that kill makes it easier now to just keep on pushing. They're looking like Blacklist now. Yotib though is a one-man army as he gets claimed up. He's getting sandwiched, he gets one, but Twintism just faster with the trigger. Veteran now smiling that they got that kind of play.
Alright, so far so good. If they get the advantage of the C4, they will win out the rounds, especially when they get those types of picks. But still, round number 2 on MR, baby.
Oh, I love this. It's a bloodbath on MR, but it's a 2-for-1. They did find CPN, but look at Folex with the C4 actually. They did find Yotib, still decides to use the M4A1. But come on, Folex, stop my brother. These shots are just too insane with the TRG, and now Twintism able to go for the revenge kill onto Folex.
Possible.
Oh, it's not gonna be as Justin, despite him being blind, he can see clearly where Twintism was.
Okay, now Folex, I'm gonna give him even more respect than I already have for him because this guy is in the top 10 of headshots per kill. He's using a TRG. He's gonna hit the body. Sure, he's hitting the head on his TRG kills, but he's tanking his stats, man. He's not a stat padder. I like that, but I don't think I like this for Execration because they're already one man down, but they have the site A.
No, look at Baron though.
Ouch.
They're all stuck in CR. The nades will connect onto Reknard. Downband is not gonna be there as it's still on towards the respawn with CBN falling down. Veteran now able to have a little bit of advantage.
Nice
crunch.
crunch.
Look at this. Oh, the aggressive play. Coming in for Veteran. It's all up to 2 players, Yotib and MVA on A site up against 5 Indonesians. 35 seconds and look at this, 2 on the far side of A and 3 coming in from A main. 27 seconds, Twintism finds the shots onto Yotib and it's all up to MVA. A Pacific Nocta where he becomes a creator of damage and he just falls from sheer shells of a frag grenade.
Okay, I like that from NBA, but too close to call there for veterans, right? They tried contacting through towards Woods, towards CR, and then when they had the 5v2, they just said, okay, let's time our angles, but round number 3 on them are continued by CBN.
Oh, look at CBN though. Able to get the first frag on MR this point, but Veteran, they don't care. They are now moving towards A.
Shock.
Folex is already there, but with the pistol, he still cleans up. And even Justin finds Shock. Meanwhile, Trintism does plant. Oh, actually kills off Folex. Justin plants the bomb. But look at this whole 2 players on CR. 2 TRGs left for Veteran.
Sorry.
Looking unlikely as Justin does find Trintism. All up to drones though.
Yeah. We can just close the chapter here, but not quite yet. No, never mind. Close the book already. Ship it and flip it here for the side of Execration. Sure, they might lose members early, but still, if you get the side right, if you leave Shock all alone, and when CBN finds a kill here on MR, it's really, really good for Execration to just end of the round, but Shock still fighting.
Dude, I like this, right? Aggressiveness met by aggressiveness, and Shock cleans up too.
They're continuing.
They just hold the Woods now as they find Yotib. Oh, Veteran playing with the devil right now on sub base.
Yeah, they also have the C4, but I don't think they realize it. The better move here is to leave that bomb and settle for the compact play, but they just might get picked off by Folex.
Look at Folex. He's on passage, and Reknar finds him. He clears up B first. And with Justin 1 HP, Drones finds him. What a clean round. And that's the first half for our sub base.
Okay, so yesterday, we've seen the second and the third time where a Rosean team got the lead versus a Filipino team. We might be able to see the third time here if veterans manage to get 2 rounds in succession on their BL side. And Shock will start us off with a kill here on Justin.
Come on, they start on keeping. They just keep on
Yotib.
giving. On this BL side, but Yotib with an M4. 18 bullets left, but he still gets a double kill. They flash up towards the second mid, but Folex still good for 1. But now Execration decimates everyone from Veteran, and EV9 just late to the party. Does create chaos, but with Folex in full HP, he still gets the kill. EV9 moving like a devil, but he will just fall to Execration. What a round though. That was almost for Veteran.
Almost indeed, but Execration too quick on that trigger finger. Shock still fighting MR, and it's Execration's turn to take space here.
Oh yeah, you don't want to give this MR side for Execration every time, but
Shock.
Shock still firing. Shots missing, but CBN connects on the head. Shocker. Drones? Nade?
Alive. And they're stuck. They're stuck here.
Look
They're
at
gonna
Yotib
fight.
though. Holy Yotib pushing like he's not a sniper because he has an M4, reloads in front of their face, whips out the pistol, and Execration now feels the blood, and they are bloodthirsty, all up to EV9 again, and that's the 7th point for Execration.
Okay, they're just not stopping here. They might be on the GR side bipolar, but they're still continuing to take on space, ramping up the damage. 3-point lead secured. EV9 throwing a flash and a nade, but they're gonna take control here of MR Execution on the outside right now.
Oh, he looked like a statue there. But Shock does find Yotib. Least of their concerns, honestly. But the C4. Oh! Put
Yo, that's
some
my spot.
respect on my brother, come on.
EV9 with my spot. CBN. Oh, he's found.
Oh, what a play from EV9 again! Veteran now up against 2, but MVA makes it almost equal as he finds Shock now, and that's an easy headshot for MVA. What a man and what a player, but Drones is fast. But can they recover the C4? Justin knows that it's left on mid, and they still get the kill. Twentism with the pistol, and it's their 5th round.
Timeout by Veteran. Okay, so I like this. They got the read, I feel like. Now they just want to confirm the details. And I feel like it's mostly EV9 and Shock and Reknar doing the talking here. Drones and Twentism, you just let them do what they want to do because these guys are the wild card and the ace for the side of Veterans. These 3, however, towards the right side of the screen and in the middle are the core players that let the execute happen, that orchestrate right? The attack sequence here or the defense sequence as well for veteran side. I feel like they got the read on where they really want to take fights, but the problem is they just need more members, right? So I want to see the readjustment on the default. Execration, on the other hand, you could call this a breather, but I don't think they're panting, they're sweating anytime soon here. Sure, the score looks a bit close, but that is just on paper. In theory, you're going to favor Execration still on winning these rounds, banking on their experience and willingness to practice sub-base in unofficial. But my problem is bipolar. The way they're playing, I don't feel like they can actually go 100% locked in on this map because number one, it's veterans, and number two, even if that might be a bit of disrespect towards the Rosean name, they just don't find the proper returns and questions being thrown back at them. So Execration, they just keep asking, they just keep yapping, but they're talking to a brick wall when it comes to veterans. So let's see if this brick wall crumbles down on talking Execration.
Yes, you're right. It's gonna be crucial. If veteran lose this next round, Execration is just steps away from clearing out the series.
Yes.
Which, like I've said before, EV9, Shock and Reknard have been talking a lot, especially for EV9, and hopefully these words now will come in full form, or will come in effect, especially on sub-base. They're playing pretty well. They're playing aggressive. They're not scared. And these mid-roundings also, you saw that, right? They pushed MR once they got the kill on MVA. They pushed towards, or at least as they got the kill, they pushed towards Passage, but
It's a good punish.
two-man push for Execration. And yeah, they can finish.
Oh, wait. If they push here, Reknar's a dead man. He just got out in time, but he knows.
Oh, they know though as well. And Folex now with an M14. Tired of the TRG, but Quintissim does tag Folex and he finds him. That's an easy headshot, and they might just have a little bit of a breather as Quintissim pulls the trigger on Yotib.
That's a nice 4v3 here for the side of veteran. MVA though, not gonna be checked. He's gonna get the head, but there's a trade by EV9, 3v2 in the situation.
Good spacing and good shots coming in for EV9. It's Justin though that's left alone. It's still possible, but he's pushing now on Passage.
Yeah, probably the least best position, especially if you don't know where half of the members of veterans is, right? You only know one guy towards MR. You know that one guy is near Woods, but you don't know the third, right? So Justin just playing as deep as he can as possible, because if he tries to go for these 1v1s, he might actually win.
He got the first one. Still has to kill two more. A-side is a choice that Justin doesn't even realize. Quintissim plants the bomb, lowers the timer to 40 seconds, whips out an HK. Do they expect it? He's coming in from the wood side. 30 seconds. EV9 holding the angle, and there goes the kill. 6 rounds, 6-7.
For the side of veterans and Execration, I like what you did there. Sudden stop to get the moment going, but no one is stopping here towards MR. Quintissim and Drones trying to challenge, but CBN is a headshot machine, and you do not want to pump his stats even higher. However, towards Woods and the wide angle towards A, I feel like this MR play is just a 1-2 punch for the side of veterans. They're trying to bait out rotations for the A space to be clearer, but Folex is not letting this go. So far, it's all good for veterans, but at this point, the jig is up. Their plan is known, and somehow, Execration is just right on top of what they're trying to do. What they don't know though is, Quintissim is right towards on vents. If someone checks, which I don't think anyone would do, if he gets past this angle, that could be the opening play for veterans, but they're set here on site A.
Yeah. I was about to talk about this Vents push, right? Execution doesn't like this, but veteran does. Yotib though. Flash down still connects a shock. And that's an easy denial on A, but there's still a lot of time. Meanwhile, Quintissim gets denied. Justin finds him. And Yotib finds EV9 as well. Sub-base, you are giving us a map for Execration, and they just disseminate. They just erase everybody from veteran.
I like that angle from Justin, from the bottom narrow angle to the vents opening. Bones and EV9 still pushing for the MR angle.
Look at Yotib. Oh, look at Yotib. He finds the knee. and you don't give it to your team. That's a double. And they just keep on continuing. They're on the respawn now. Veteran, and they find Twintism as well. It's all up to Reknar, just like in Port. He needs to deliver, but he gets denied. MVA with a one-tap into the head of Reknar.
Rolling back the years, MVA, I saw a highlight clip from an international. It's like the years from prior, but CBN not gonna be denied with his HK, and they're just going for the gut punch here.
No way, Execration now meeting them with an artillery strike. It's Justin with EV9. It's Reknar though, giving a little bit of hope. But with 3 players left that are bloodthirsty, rupturing the bloods of Veteran, Reknar unaware that he's 1 HP, and with one more shot, he finds the kill on Folex, but Yotim though, fast. On the executions, wait a minute, it's a 1v1, and Justin just doesn't want to give a lot of hope to the Rosean team's Veteran. Falls on sub-base, and Execration still rising up.
Still rising up, and still #1 Bipolar, holding on to that #1 spot for dear life. But I don't think they are going to be as desperate as they will be come playoffs, because this was an easy victory for them. And with the playstyle that they have shown us here on sub-base, I mean, it looked kind of close, but that's what it just looked like, right? It's just on paper, in the image, but really, if you ask them, I feel like they're just using the rifles so that whoever gets the highest kills would be the interviewee, right? They're getting tired of Folex hugging the camera. I feel like it's time for a fresh face. So far, performance is good. Veterans, though, if I would compare them to an analogy, they're like a roller coaster ride. You're gonna have highs, you're gonna have downs, you're gonna have the spinneroonies, right? The roundabouts. But at the end of the ride, you're going to lay flat on the ground, right? And exit the station. And I feel like as much as they're trying to thrill us and accelerate us with almost, at the end of the ride ends. And we just have to get off the veteran train, and maybe next time when we revisit the Rosean Paradise, they might show us a win.
Yeah, hopefully you're right. But just like your analogy, L, you can always just let it ride. So Veteran, they just need to keep on gambling these kinds of minds if they keep on risking. But I love it, right? Every time that we saw them on the BL side, they were unafraid, they were fearless going into second mid. And I would have loved a more like Vince kind of play every time. We only saw that 2 times. One being a factor for Twintism, but he fell down immediately coming from Justin. But yeah, you know what? There's a little bit of glimpses there for Veteran, but they just like what you've said, a roller coaster will end at the end of the day, and they need to close out the whole carnival. So Execration, just better with executions, just better with the contact plays. There was a lot of times as well that we also thought that Veteran was gonna get these rounds, but of course Justin is online, CBN is there, and FBA getting 1 taps with an AK and as well HK is gonna be a tough fight at the end of the day. Yotim though, M4, reliving the past, but I feel like let it stay on this match. Next time, we'll do something else.
Is that coming from the brain or the heart?
That's coming in from, I don't know at this point.
From your friend, let's just say it's coming from the execration side of Bipolar, right? So I feel like, granted,
No, it's good fun though. It's good fun.
It's an exhibition at the end of the day. What they're trying to do, MVA bring out the AK, rolling back the years. I feel like they're just having fun at the moment. On the other side, not really, but hey, Veterans last time in spring, they were only getting 2s, 3s, and 4s. Now they're up in the 5s to the 9s, right? Yeah. And I feel like if they dress like that, we will surely see the improvement, and we are seeing it right now by Polo.
Plus, we're seeing Veteran now on a stagnant like mid playing field, right? So hopefully they do get on that top level. But Execration, again, congratulations 2-0. It's time for our panel. It's time for Mochi and as well as Salvatore.
Thank you, Bipolar, and as well as L. And I think L pretty much summarized it well here for the map of Subbase. It's Execration doing quite of an exhibition after going back to some of their roots, trying some new things, all of them on rifles, fall on that sniper, you know, they're just switching things up here, and they managed to finish it swiftly as that.
And apparently, I'm gonna eat my words, Pochi, that the Filipino teams like Execration will not be taking Veteran a bit lightly, And they definitely did inside of Subbase. I feel like there was just more rounds that Veteran won when it comes to like being able to shoot back. I feel like that was their cornerstone. Being able to shoot back on a team like Execration who just wants to react when there is an enemy. That has been the case here for Veteran. And if there's anyone in the lobby that should not be sniping, it's definitely Folex. I feel like he's just a conductor of the train right now. It kind of feels like he's an operator or some sort. But with that kind of motive that he had, thinking that he could snipe against EV9 and Twentism, well, he had the right choice. Basically, this was Veteran trying to do their best to rush every single angle, but he always wants to dual woods. He always wants to fight this MR side, and there's nothing Veteran can do, which is kind of sad because this is a map that is destined for a Veteran because they know how to maneuver themselves from point A to point B, and they do that swiftly even inside of the Rosea qualifiers. But when you're up against Filipinos, that just takes a total dip of level here for Veteran. So yeah, Execration definitely rhymes with Exhibition, Mochi, because that's what they definitely did. But apparently that Exhibition was good enough for everyone to clap their hands because that performance was really nice for Execration.
True. And I think despite the adventurous motives that they have here for Execration, they definitely had fun and still took their performances in check. Just by giving our ratings here, specifically for Justin and as well as MVA, they really took this seriously. But on the other hand here for Veteran, EV9 is actually the top ranking man here for Veteran. Nice try for them, but again, it's just unfortunate how when it comes to reactivity and min-round calling, they already fall apart the moment there is some pressure being exerted onto them and their manpower is depleting. So there are some hero plays, specifically from Reknart and alongside with Shock at certain occasions, but again, we couldn't be backing on things like that. And I feel like if there is anything that Subbase has been able to unveil here, remove the mask here of Veteran, is the fact that they should be great and good in terms of adaptation, and they should be quick into doing such decisions, because if not, they will be defeated like what just happened right now. So let us see who is our set MVP for this particular matchup. It is no other than MVA, our MVP here for this map of Subbase at a 98.2 rating.
He's the most valuable asset inside of Subbase, Mochi. MVA really did show that there is time. There is time for everything. There is time for him to frag out. There is time for him to set up the plays for his teammates. And there is time for him to shine. And I feel like MVA really did deliver on all of those moments that he was supposed to do. It feels like this is definitely the year where MVA and the rest of Execration will now definitely show their true colors, that they are truly demons in sheep's clothing, Mochi. Because I feel this is just a start. This is just them laying down the foundation, and when we reach playoffs territory, Mochi, that is going to be the demon time for the likes of MVA. That 1.78 KD for an IGL, that is absurd numbers, and a 0.63 headshot to top it off. My God, MVA, isa kang demonyo. No? That's all we're about to say for you, my friend. At ayan na nga, 8 rounds lang ang nakuha nila dito, Mochi, for a total round score of 28. 20 ang nakuha na Execration. 8 rounds, I feel like that's a steady improvement here for Veteran, Mochi.
Yep, that is true. And although we really revolve around the improvements that we have seen here for Veteran, I feel like it is time for us and for them to actually ensure that a map is already being taken. That is definitely going to be a challenge. But who was not challenged? Well, that is this dude. It is MVA, still with a 1.69 KD and quite of a really decent headshot per kill here, and a total of, or average of, 93.9% in terms of our rating, keeping himself in check and consistent, and as well as not just the brain but also the brutes here for our lobby. So congratulations for MVA for taking this title.
I believe this was his second MVP of the year. So yeah, MVA has been quite on a roll right now in terms of like trying to be both the attacker and the IGL for the game. He's the consensus IGL. His voice is always what we hear when we hear the team comms, Mochi. So, nothing much to be said on the performance of MV. I feel like his impact needs to be studied by experts and analysts all over the world because MVA is the one that activates both CBN and Yotib. They had A7J, they had Vincent, but I feel like MVA is the one who truly activates the peak of those two players. CBN as a lurk, well, it's not a role that we would like to see inside of matches, but here in Execration, it's definitely welcome through the system of MVA. But when it was Yotib's time inside of Kierdas, I feel like Vincent wanted him to play this hyper-aggressive sniper, but here in Execration, he can just do almost everything because MVA just tells him to do so. I feel like MVA's decision is just that absolute.
That is true. But again, I feel like it's really interesting that we already have this type of team that is very, very collaborative in nature. And I think it's nice that we're seeing such type of leadership. Pero tama na tong kalokohan na to, no? Magtagalog na tayo ngayon, no, Salvatore? And I think it is also about time for us to actually introduce itong ating match MVP sa ating desk right now. So everyone, let us welcome si MVA.
Hello.
Wala si Paul.
Wala. Ito yung translator ko pala. Yo, team.
Yo, team. Shoutout sa'yo, bossing.
Ayan, shoutout, and congratulations MVA, no? Wow, match MVP nga naman talaga. So, meron kaming ilang mga katanungan sa'yo dito as per usual, no? And hindi ko alam kung matutuwa kami or would be worried na hindi si Paul ang aming ini-interview ngayon. Pero other than that, sige na, Salvatore, pwede mo nagsimula ng iyong katanungan.
Ayun, NBA, no? Nakita mo naman kahapon kung anong ginawa ng veteran laban sa Attras. Akalain mo nga naman na pa-overtime nga nila yung laban na yun. Tapos ito, kakalabanin na nga kayo ng veteran na parang hindi man lang tayo nakakita ng onting pagdidikit eh. No? Siguro pero na lang dun sa subbase na hindi pa tayo kasiguraduhan kung yun na nga ba yung parang skill level ng veteran. Matanong ko lang, NBA, ine-expect nyo ba? Or ano bang pumapasok sa isip nyo ngayon na parang, uy, yung veteran, napaka-solid ng laban nila sa Attras. Tingin nyo ba kaya nilang dalin yun, yung aura na yun, laban sa inyo?
Oo, ina-expect namin nun kasi nakadikit nga sila sa Attras eh. Kaya hindi namin sila minamalit. Kumbaga nilalaro lang namin yung, kung ano nilalaro namin sa ibang team, nilalaro lang namin sa kanila. Same lang.
Alright. I like that. Ikaw ba, Mochi? May tanong ka ba?
Okay. Meron naman, no? Ang curiosity lang, no, MVA, during nung sub-base natin, pinahawak si Paul ng sniper at si Yotib ay nag-rifle. Ano yun? Pinag-usapan ba nila magpapalit sila ng role or wala? Trip-trip lang?
Hindi ko alam sa kanila eh. Ano lang, trip siguro nila. Hindi ko naman inaano yun kung ano gusto nilang baril eh. Sila lang yan.
Alright, so kanya-kanya lang talaga.
Kanya-kanya lang sila. Kung anong trip nilang baril, gagamitin nila. Ayun.
Alright.
Ayun no, NBA, nakita naman natin yung sorry, Mochi, may follow-up question nandun ako, no? So, parang ikaw na mismo nagsabi MVA, pati na nga rin si Folex, no, na walang absolute caller para nga sa team na to. At nakikita naman natin yung pinakamagandang resulta so far ng Execration kasi isang talo pa lang kayo ngayong season o kumpara mo talaga nung last spring na may IGL talaga. Ngayon, pre, kaya bang dalhin ng Execration itong playstyle na to paparating sa playoffs? At tingin mo gaano kayo ka-confident na aabot nga kayo sa Grand Finals?
Siguro, di ko confident kami na makakaabot kami kasi kung maganda ginagawa namin, siguro kami, parang siguro sa ngayon 80 pa lang, 80-70% pa lang, ganun. Hindi pa kami sure. Ganun. Kasi maraming malakas na team eh. Ngayon eh, hindi mo masasabi kung sino mananalo, sino matatalo.
Tulad ng X Squad, no? NBA, lakas-lakas din nun, no?
Si Boss Teng lalo, napakalakas nun, hirap talunin nun.
Na-activate na natin si NBA, Mochi. May follow-up question ka pa dyan.
Sige, balik seryoso tayo ng kaunti, no? So, NBA, ano ang kailangan namin i-expect sa Execration the moment na tumapak tayo sa playoffs? Sabihin na natin na nandun na kayo.
Mas lalo naming paghahandaan yung playoffs, tsaka ayun, paghahandaan na namin yung playoffs. Ayun lang.
Okay, simple words. Maraming salamat once again, NBA, and congratulations, no, for taking that match MVP title. The floor is yours. Shoutout mo na lahat ng mga gusto mong batiin.
Shoutout sa kay Boss B, sa XFAM, tsaka sa mga kampi ko. Ayun lang. Boss Salvatore, tingnan mo.
Ano yan?
Kiss.
Nagmamaging! Ang pogi naman talaga ng Attras na yan.
Hindi ko
Sky Leonel,
in-expect yun.
Boychi.
Hindi ko
Diba? Nakita mo bang ngumingiti yan sa Kerdas? Dito lang ngumiti yan sa atin, Mochi. Sabi ko sa'yo si NBA magpapa-activate din eh.
Kinis ka, boss Salva, kinis ka. I love you daw.
I love you too, I love you bro. I love you, yo team.
Maraming salamat, NBA, and
Thank
as well
you.
as CEO team na nag-walk out, no? Sana okay na CEO team ngayon. Alright, di ko talaga in-expect yun do, no? Galing kayo team mong gagaling yung ganong kalokohan. Pero again, looking great and stable naman tayo dito, no? For Execration. And then, I do think that as much as hindi din nila minamaliit itong si Veteran, nag-enjoy naman sila doon, no? Meron pa rin silang creative freedom, ika nga nila. After this, mga kanya-kanya nilang decision din sa mapa ng subbase.
Yeah, that's a very good detail, no? Na talagang even the team na tumalo sa Virtus Pro Team Stallions, hindi nga nila minamaliit even Rosea's finest, no? So that's very well respected para dito kay MV, no? Just goes to show his humility and as well as his, his presence talaga sa liga na hindi lang siya nire-respeto niya rin yung mga ibang teams dito, no, Mochi?
Yes, indeed. Pero, meron pa tayong titignan maya-maya. Kasi ang susunod na tapatan natin is the one of our Rosie brothers here, no? TARINGBABI versus Team Stallions, no? So, I guess this is also quite of a challenge na naman muli, no? Hindi na talaga natitigil at hindi na nagkakaroon ng pahinga itong ating mga Rosea banks natin, no? Pero wala parte talaga yan ng kanilang pag-adjust at paghabol, no, sa meta na matagal din na nawala sa kanila. So, against one of the best, TARINGBABI, good luck talaga ng malala sa inyo for this next matchup natin.
Kakailanganin talaga nila. Kakailanganin talaga nila, no, Mochi? Kasi TARINGBABI, no? Parang it's a team that is somehow overlooked dito sa torna nga natin. Pero akalain mo nga naman kung di nila nagawa sa matches, baka mali mo lang naman. Hope yung nagsasalita para sa akin, magawa nila against STS.
And let's see kung magagawa nga ba talaga nila yun and what are the odds, hindi ba? Pero for now, no, tapos na tayo sa ating match 1. Maya-maya, after ng ating quick short break, magbabalik tayo para sa laban ng TARINGBABI versus Team Stallions. ang naispatan ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat, and thus our second match is currently right in front of you. It will be Team Stallions against TARINGBABI, at kami pa rin yung mga kasama nyo dito, ㍍Match nga pala, alongside with Salvatore. Kung kanina natin, ang veteran halos nakakasabay naman dito kay Execration. Tingin mo ba nakakayanin ni TARINGBABI na makipagtapatan against Team Stallions?
Yung mga tanungan mo, nakakatakot sagutin kasi talagang may absolute na sagot tayo dyan, pero parang ayaw lang talaga natin sabihin siya with the words na sasabihin natin. No? Pero to sum it short, kaya naman talaga ng TARINGBABI if there are just some limitations dito para sa Team Stallions. No? Pero kasi when has been a match for Team Stallions na nagkaroon nga sila ng onting limitations or hindrances para ma-perform nga nila ng maayos yung gameplay nga nila, every single fight of Team Stallions has always been very close, very dominant, at may talagang high fragger para sa Team Stallions, no. And like I said kanina, no, TARINGBABI needs to really set the pace kagad, no, na talagang kaya nga nilang punterehin yung mga high targets dito for the side of Team Stallions. Kaya siguro, Mochi, mamaya ko na sasagutin yan, o kaya better yet, si TARINGBABI na lang sasagot ng tanong mo.
Mas maigi nga sana, no? Kaya naman pag-usapan natin kung sino nga ba ang mga tao na most likely maaatasan dito sa TARINGBABI para tumarget noong mga highly needed or wanted na mga players galing dito for Team Stallions. Especially that we have Macray, El Compe, Jangar, Penjahat, and as well as Protons, where so far Penjahat has been like the primary anchor here that's been solely reliant, especially when it comes to the pickoffs that is needed here for the team and as well as defense.
Yeah, so it's a tough call right now here for TARINGBABI to see them lock in, because this is indeed a match between Team Stallions, and I feel like despite TARINGBABI having this kind of mindset that they can lock in, it's still something that is questionable, to say the least. But take a look at right now, Mochi Macray will now be out subbing in finally an IGL model here for the side of TARINGBABI. ㍍MB is now back into the starting lineup, which is a very good addition in my honest opinion. But I feel like with the addition of ㍍MB, the aggression that we saw from TARINGBABI yesterday from their matches kind of feels like it will be dipping down a bit, because Macray has been opening up the map from his playstyle and as well as just ability to throw utils that can garner some kills. But with ㍍MB, I hope that it will be good enough that this substitution will also be justified, that what Macray did, ㍍MB can do as well. So yeah, it's a team that has a lot of substitutions, apparently, like what Riders and Veteran had during Master Spring. But overall, this will definitely still be a quality of life change for the side of TARINGBABI, because any change for them is very welcome in their open arms. But this is Team Stallions we're talking about here, Mochi. So I do hope that they did make the right move for TARINGBABI to secure hopefully a good half and as well as a good set.
Yes, and that brings us to another factor here. Well, ever since they haven't been able to get the series alongside with Veteran, and they are yet to find that necessary footing in order to gear head-to-head here against of whoever they'll be facing up against here, specifically a PH team. But in exchange for Macray's absence, I am expecting that ㍍MB will be bringing something else here for the team. Yes, their aggression will be dipping down for a bit here for them, but I wonder if there will be some additional strategy, something new added here in their playbook that will be introduced now that ㍍MB is back. And hopefully that we can see that. And it appears that he doesn't have his soju or his favorite drink here alongside him right now, and seems like he'll be operating with a clear sense of mind. And it's nice that we're seeing them smiling right now. But here from El Compe, we have quick narrative. So the question is, which opponents are you looking forward the most in week 3, and what you can say about them? Well, El Confe said we can't say for sure, but we expect Team Stallions to be our strongest opponent so far. Their individual skill is top-notch, so we'll need to play as a team, and hopefully we can leave our legacy on the stage. And that is indeed the wish that we want to see TARINGBABI actually achieve in this particular matchup as well, Salvatore.
Yeah, that's some strong words here for our friends here at TARINGBABI, because leaving the legacy at the stage with a match against Team Stallions does not end well for a lot of teams with their experience playing alongside STS. But we would love some very strong words here for TARINGBABI. It just shows that they still have that confidence and the competitive spirit to still play at the highest level of CROSSFIRE. But enough of that. I feel like we've already said enough here for TARINGBABI. There's just more to say for now for Team Stallions.
Oh, it's overflowing, Salvatore. The way that Team Stallions have been able to perform, what happened against Execration, and even being able to finally get back on their foot here, going back to that win streak here in our group stage, and how Revenge has been able to show the amount of expertise that he's been able to rack up through the years, alongside his insane game sense in the lobby, especially once that we head into the map of Eagle Eye. Though it is still a question if that would be present later on in our map Vito, but Team Stallions is still the Team Stallions that we know and love.
Yeah, there's nothing really changing here for Team Stallions, but you know, some would say it's an upgrade, some would say it's a questionable move, but for me, it's definitely a good fit. It's like putting the square piece into the square hole emoji, because Revenge, I feel like his overall effect towards the economy of Team Stallions on their longevity in the mid-round has been very good for them. The quality of life of mid-rounding of Team Stallions, it always has been good. But you know, sometimes good can be better. And I feel like with the addition of Revenge, his veteran presence, and his ability to hit the sniper on his tender loving age, I feel like it's still that dominant. He's still that lethal, Mochi. And the mere fact that Team Stallions had acquired a generational talent, yes, generational, in the big year of 2026, like Revenge, is still very much talked about, and I feel like it's justified because that's Revenge. He's like, what, a 3-time regional champion here in the Philippines, an international champion of CFGI 2018 rather. So that right there is a good move that I feel like Team Stallions needs. That veteran that could lead Team Stallions to a championship trophy.
I agree. I mean, despite the fact that, yes, as you have mentioned, everything is still up to debate, we cannot brush off all of the feats and as well as the evidences being laid down in front of us here regarding about how Revenge has been able to perform so far here alongside with the Team Stallions original boys. But let us see who would be showed here for our head-to-head, because this is also a factor that we need to take into account, because Penjahat and Revenge will be the ones present for this particular matter.
Well, it's a rookie year of Penjahat versus the decade-long domination of Revenge. And it kind of feels like, Mochi, we're seeing a before and after of an image here wherein if you're still starting on your rookie year, this is going to what's happened to you when you play good enough CROSSFIRE. And that is Revenge right there on the right side. Take a look at the numbers, Mochi. It's not half even close. Just probably the headshot per kill. But you know, Penjahat wants to use the USP. I feel like Revenge also uses the USP, so there's just kind of a bit of a differential on that area. But I feel like that's the least of our worries. Take a look at the kill per death ratio, Mochi. 1.62 for Revenge and a 0.73 for Penjahat. But here's the thing. Penjahat's KD ratio is not justified because his gameplay does speak a lot of volumes, Mochi. Where in Revenge, it definitely is warranted and justified because that's what you can expect for Revenge on paper. But for Penjahat, you really need to see him play inside of games like the matches series we saw yesterday. So that 0.73 might be low, but his gameplay will definitely be more higher than just 0.73.
that is true. And that is why we are gonna see where these snipers will be enjoying themselves here in our maps. So I guess there will be some respect bans present here. We already have, oh, never mind. We have no New Mexico, no Black Widow, but there will be
what is a
Ankara,
respect ban?
Subbase, and as well as Eagle Eye. No respect bans, just all out preference regarding which maps they wanted to play on.
Mochi, this is not the first encounter that TARINGBABI opened up a map that is very synonymous with the team. Remember the FERVID series? They opened up Subbase and then FERVID picking it. That is the same case here up against Team Stallions. And I can't believe TARINGBABI. Why? Why are you going to enter Subbase with already some dirt and shovels? Because that is going to be the scenario inside of Subbase. And I just feel like TARINGBABI is just here to enjoy the gameplay itself. It's like a golden opportunity. Yes, you might get destroyed, but who will get to say that they share the same lobby with Team Stallions, the number 2 team ranked internationally? So that might just be the case. I'm not speaking in behalf of TARINGBABI, but the mere fact that that map is open is just very, very much a question mark here for TARINGBABI. But hey, at least they got Ankara, but oh, wait, that's also Team Stallions' map.
Yeah, which is kind of a question that we have on our hands. But I feel like they're using the same rationale and thinking or decision thinking or weighing similar to what we have here for Veteran earlier on. You know what, like if we're gonna play in a map, maybe let's just choose the ones that we think that we can actually try and catch up with, right? But according to us, here is our predictions just based on the map veto, and our matchup on its own is just 2-0 here for Team Stallions. And I think no one will be surprised just by basing on the experience that we have here for Team Stallions in contradiction here for TARINGBABI. But I'm also curious what the community pulse has to say about this one. I do think that we will be seeing more TARINGBABI fans. Never mind, it's just 3%, and it's gonna be an overwhelming support here for Team Stallions. And I think they're just basing on the evidences and stats that we have here so far.
I feel like, Mochi, that's like the whole population of Cebu as a region right there on our community polls. That's why the number is very much high here for Team Stallions. But hopefully our Indonesian brothers out there who's still tuning into our live streaming platforms will also be watching the gameplay of TARINGBABI so that the community polls might just be even for these two teams, Mochi.
True, and I do think that it is also about time for us to introduce our casters here on our desk so they can discuss a bit more about TARINGBABI and as well as Team Stallions. So let us now welcome our casters for this second match. It is going to be Dadum and El. Hi guys, welcome again, El. It's not like we just saw each other earlier on, but do you have like any particular things that you wanted to point out in this matchup of ours?
Not really something in particular, just in general, right? I want to talk about how TARINGBABI needs to step up in terms of their decision making in the mid round. Because much like veterans, right, you can call them the mini veterans, wherein they need a solid foundation at the start of the round to get themselves going, maybe a pick or two from Penjahat and Protons, and then we can go all about the map, right? That's how we see them being competitive in the past few games, but it's the hardest thing to do versus Stallions. If Execration was a point to be proven versus Veteran, then this is an even bigger point for Stallions to prove towards TARINGBABI that, hey guys, sometimes you need to make your own space and not just wait for us to give you the space, because we will not be giving anything, not even an inch.
Yeah, that is true. And hopefully that when it comes to mid-round calling and decision-making, now that ㍍Mach is back here, I hope that there is going to be something that will help them cater to that here for TARINGBABI. But how about you, Dadum?
Not much to say for this matchup, specifically for TARINGBABI. I like that they put ㍍Mach in sub out for Makrai, because if you look at the numbers, ㍍Mach is the second highest rated player in terms of KD and KR for that roster. So I feel like TARINGBABI, they're just gonna attempt to learn from Stallions. I feel like this is a strategic map veto. They picked all 3 favorite maps of Stallions. We're going to Ankara, Subbase, and Eagle Eye. And they're gonna put their best riflers in the roster to try and punch it out, duke it out against the individual talent of Stallions. But in terms of expectations, I think that's already set much.
Exactly.
True. I think that's just like giving the best to learn from the best. I guess it's the same thing that we're gonna have here for TARINGBABI. But I guess we can also discuss more about TARINGBABI because we already saw signs of life, and if there will be some further signs of life here for them, because somewhat they close almost. First half for Black Widow, well, can check that off as a win, I think, Salvatore.
Well, we don't count first half wins as a total win, Mochi, but there's something that TARINGBABI can definitely celebrate is that they secured that huge of a half against a strong side of matches, definitely. Even when they're BL, it's definitely considered as a strong side, so that has to be like a celebratory moment here for TARINGBABI. But still, that is a different team, and this is the team right now that they're facing. It's Team Stallions, which is way beyond. That's like 1,000 levels of matches built into one team. So what I'm telling to you right now, TARINGBABI, is you definitely should be able to get at least both halves, right? Because theoretically, if you got the first half, you should be able to do the second one, right? So if that is going to be the case, Mochi, there has to be a W here for TARINGBABI. There might not be any W's there on their team name, but we might see it on the end screen.
Sure, lots of management that they had to do here, to say the least, Salvatore. Like, a single half will be enough for that, but it is indeed some growth. But we also have Protons and El Compe, which is unfortunately, we have one already being subbed out here. But Protons and El Compe, well, they can dish out jabs here, El. And do you think that they'll be playing a huge part here against Team Stallions?
Oh yeah, definitely. Protons is a wild card player here for the side of TARINGBABI. You know that sometimes he tries to go for the lurks, sometimes it's Penjahat, sometimes it's El Compe, but nevertheless, whoever it is, they are successful. But somewhat successful is what I'm trying to say here, because of course, versus other teams, it's very, very difficult to find your timing, especially if you're just basing it off, oh, wait, my team is already moving on the other side of the map. Maybe I should start moving. Oh, wait, my team is stuck. Maybe I should be the one to create an entry. You do not need to rely on these standard timings. Create your own play, and if we are going to see that idea, it has to come out from these two, because if they don't, well, it's going to be a closeout from the Stallion squad.
Yeah, exactly. And now that McRae is out, well, there might be a strong chance that Protons and El Compe would be as aggressive as before. And being able to do their own plays will just leave lesser ways for unpredictability that is going to be done here by Team Stallions. And now let's talk about Team Stallions themselves, because one name stands in their way. Actually, just not Kano, actually everyone. But again, this kid is just insane as ever, they do.
You just have to talk about Kano whenever we're featuring Team Stallions, right? No matter what matchup it is, Kano stands tall. And the numbers reflect it. He's the only player rated at a higher than 1 kill per round in the entirety of Masters. Mochi has got the second highest KD next to Cetra only. And what else can I say about Kano? He's touted as the best player in Southeast Asia, best player in the Philippines. Some even say he's in contention as the greatest of all time in the entirety of CROSSFIRE Stars, but some say it's too early to tell. He's a generational talent, that's for sure.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, that is all no longer an argument. I guess he just keeps on appearing and just ensuring that everyone will be surprised by his performance, and he's willing to do that time and time again. And that is why I feel like we should no longer wait, because we're gonna head onto the action now. So let us now hand it over to Gian and as well as Jose for our game time. And then
Whoa! Thanks ever so much, Micaela. Alright, let's go. Let's get straight at it. Gene, also known as L in the caster desk. My name is Zayn. I'm here for our second matchup of the day. It's TARINGBABI going up against Team Stallions. And L, here's the thing. Let me ask you from the lens of a coach. If you were the coach of TARINGBABI and you're facing up against the best team in the region, how would you view this matchup? How would you approach this matchup, knowing the odds and knowing... let's stay realistic here. How would you approach this matchup?
I wouldn't say to them that boys, just have fun. No, I would tell them to be an open book, right? An open, empty book wherein it's going to be Stallions that are writing the notes for them. Yeah, sure, make the most mistakes you can, because these mistakes, as much as you are trying to do your best, right, Stallions will find a way to show you your mistakes, and if you write them all down in just this match, right, I feel like it's going to be a good learning experience from them. Take a page out from veterans. They had Stallions as their first map, and look where they are right now, almost beating Attras in a set and getting our hopes high for the Rose region, right? I feel like for TARINGBABI, this sequence of events and their matches is kind of poor. Like, it's really unlucky for them, because if they had Stallions at the start of the season, I feel like we can see an uptick in terms of their improvement, much better than veterans. But yeah, I feel like as from a coaching perspective for Kanjiro, right? Shout out to TARINGBABI's coach Kanjiro. I would say to your boys, just be an open book. Try to do your best and then learn from every single mistake being thrown at you.
Absolutely, and I would definitely agree with that sentiment here, El. Stallions is as much as Virtus.Pro likes to claim the title as the most strategic team in Southeast Asia, Stallions definitely still has very solid structure, right? Particularly in maps like Ankara, where they do have a lot of those lineups and set plays, and the BL side ideally is where they start here in Ankara.
Dia smoking mid ya.
Yeah.
Flash ke top ah? Lagi flash. Flashing ko. Top.
I like it. So far, one down already here for TARINGBABI. That's revenge for you. Usually, weeks prior, right, he had the highest KD, but they had some tough matches. His KD and his rating all across the board dipped down, but yeah, he's trying to get that back. We're gonna execute towards Ado.
Oliel Compe on the top side, and he's easily dealt with by Revenge, pumping up the KD even further. And there's the third, almost connecting. It's gonna repeat, of course, L. And Penchat can try and run away from that one. But Revenge has already set up camp in exit, L. And he's found a kill onto ㍬MB. It's all up to Protons now. KLB, surprise, will be rocking the AK. Is Team Stallions attempting a new meta in weaponry also?
Maybe they're just testing things out. You know, KLB, he's gonna try things out. But it's not like the usual Philippines versus a match wherein they use all kinds of guns, even the Scarlet and the Lewis guns, right? They're gonna test it seriously, and Kano, known for testing the waters here, will secure the entrance of Hotel. This might be a split towards B for Stallions, but looky, there's no one on site B for TARINGBABI.
It's clear. There's not even a single person there. Stallions just gonna take advantage of that. Look at this. The map is as quiet as can be. Kano not even needing utility. No flash necessary as he picks up Jangar from RS. Loy pick up ㍬MB in the process as well. And look at Loy with an exploration on the map. Seems like Stallions are not gonna mimic Virtus.Pro. Remember when Virtus.Pro played against TARINGBABI, they still liked playing the map, but Stallions are just playing the duels. And they will oblige TARINGBABI of the lessons. This is how you aim with a USP, says Revenge.
Yeah, and I would like to expand on that topic between the contrast on Stallions and Virtus.Pro, right? If you're thinking that Virtus.Pro is the most strategic team, yes, but Stallions, on a different note, they're the most punishing team. Any mistake you do, you will be punished. And Compe, not gonna get punished on that one. Can't he find another?
Okay. I mean, he finds JJ, but it's Jangar to find KLB. Kano somehow has climbed bridge already, and Loyan in bypass has bypassed the defense of TARINGBABI. It's all falling apart, especially in that B side. Kano, free entry, and Tenjahat unaware that his side can be seen. Nice little trade out from Protons, actually, to keep TARINGBABI at play here, but it'll be easily dealt with by Kano. Already 5 kills on the board, Revenge and Kano. And you have to think, at this point, at this point in Revenge's career, does he have the sort of mentality of getting back into the game? You think Lewis Hamilton, right? Does he think that he still got it? Does he need his Spanish Grand Prix sort of return to form game?
I feel like he does, but JJ up and coming here on the board. Well, you know, let's talk away from Revenge. Let's talk about Jangar.
Sure.
And
Jangar's dead.
Never mind. Let's talk about Loy.
Still alive. And he's lurking. Loy's still lurking around the map. I mean, what else is there to say? Loy's got a double. And ㅍMatch is just holding on to the TRG, holding on for dear life. C4 timer dwindling down. And 20 seconds is plenty of time to be spotted by the players of STS. Look at Kano. He's on the hunt, man. Seems like there is a competition ongoing between Loy, Kano, and Revenge. They're all racking up the kills. At the moment they hear ㅍMatch, they will converge. JJ with a shot on the AK, and that is STS up to 4.
Exactly. Let's go back to your contrast, right? With the drivers.
Okay.
I feel like you can say that he's not technically Lewis Hamilton. He has a persona. And he's on a good team, he is Lewis Hamilton. If he's on a bad team, he's more like Fernando Alonso in the current stage of his career. But JJ looking like a brand new kid with that AK. They're trying the Virtus Pro method. I like it, but Jimby is prepared for this hit here in Room A.
Well, he is. He finds Revenge. But JJ is quick to trade it out. Again, TARINGBABI leaving that A site with only one person. STS seems to have gotten the read right every single time as Loy gets taken down by Protons. What I mean by that is STS seems to always find the site with only one player, KLB. Needs the support. Actually does not need any support. He gets the 180 flick going onto Jangar. The C4 is in a site, and ㅍMatch has no clue that JJ is all alone. He could have gotten control of the bomb, but he decided to rotate, and he decided to walk into the crosshair of Kano. 5-0 SDS.
Yeah, I mean, well, nothing to be said there for TARINGBABI. Every single move they're trying to do, punished. If you're going to go here, we're gonna go here. If you're going to kill one guy from us, we're gonna kill two from you. Deal? And I feel like they're accepting that deal every single time. SDS just not punishing in terms of their mechanics, in terms of their gameplay, right? That whatever you do, you need to have a backup plan squared, right? You need to have like 4 backup plans in case it doesn't happen. But no backup plans for him. He's just gonna go ahead with the first one.
And Alcompe is going to be the second target here for KLB. TARINGBABI, I kind of feel like they're moving across the map a little bit too much here. If they had just anchored their sights, could have fared better. Just like that from ㅍMatch. Just holding exit and catching Kano off guard. And there you go, LD. He moves again. And it's straight into the hands of KLB. It seems like you're right. When it comes to punishment, STS will deliver. And the last person to punish is going to be Jimby. 1v3, L. Why don't you take this one? PvP.
Nah, I don't feel like there's anything to play here for the side of Jimmy. Wait, though, he's gonna try for one. He's gonna try for 2 more Revenge. Okay, almost.
Okay.
You got me revving up my engine here, but nah. I've been told that I will not start the race. We're gonna be still in the pit stop here. Stallions, though, still outlapping every single member of TARINGBABI, and Jimby is the first one to go.
Jimby feeling confident off of that one, but in the face of Kano, confidence means absolutely not. And look at STS, all 5 players with contact-heavy weapons. KLB with the Colt, and all it takes is 1 bullet. My god, that's disgusting. And JJ doesn't need no tap walks, he's just gonna jump straight into the face of ㅍMatch. And that's the second tap for KLB. Protons gets a taste of his lead bullet. Stallions up to 7.
Big smile on the face of big boy KLB. Got me coughing even when there are no smokes being thrown in that round for Stallions. Because those shots, that's a Colt. And that's precision towards the head. Revenge, though, needing not to be precise, but just accurate on the shot. Alcompe down, and high mid is taken by the boys in orange.
And look at TARINGBABI, they're actually moving in solidarity of their teammate across hotel. Nobody actually watching that area. The only moment of contact is they go up to HM. Kano will be playing from up high, and Jangar will be going down low. 6 feet under to be precise. Protons going down as well. And it's just Kano on the hunt yet again. That's 11 on the board for the Wonder Kid. Jimby. Well, he's been feeling confident in the duels. Let's see what he's got. Revenge on his right. And Revenge just toys with his prey. Revenge.
Oh my goodness,
Don't
he's
do
gonna
this,
try to...
Revenge. Revenge! He gets the knife. Welcome to Tondo. But it's actually Cebu we're playing from. Stallions 8 on the board.
He's bringing that NCR violence. Condolences to you, ㍍MABI. And it looks like that is exactly the word that we can describe this Ankara set, because 8-0, might as well call it 9. And 9, he's not gonna stop here. Gonna go continue towards floor A. ㍍MABI try to be the preventative measure. He's gonna get blown in the face, but not quite yet.
Revenge goes down, switching to the pistol in the worst moment. Revenge actually gets punished. But that is the trade back from JJ. Kano, again, unstoppable in the pushback. Oh, KLB. Disgusting shot yet again, just using one bullet to take away Penjahat. And Loy opens up that A site to regain the C4. Picks up the AK in the process. Protons, what can you do?
He can do smack dab nothing, Datum. Loy, he's bringing the knife out. He wants to peel some skins. He's only going to get tickled. What? And it ain't no funny matter. It ain't no laughing matter, this scoreline for TARINGBABI. It's worse than I expected. I thought they were gonna get some heroic rounds, like Penjahat getting something like a cheeky sniper kill versus Revenge, a Protons with a quick 1-2 on the headshots, but we have to listen in first.
Ako mid, di kaya just do.
Ilan ako?
STS just up for competition. Give me mid. Give me the fight. And TARINGBABI still actually approaching this with some semblance of a default. As they take control of mid, they can push towards CA if they want. Kano is the only one there. But can you really say that they think that Kano is the only one there?
Nah.
No, you can't. Loy up against the smoke. And ㍍MB finds the memo being KLB! And that's a nasty shot on the Colt yet again. And that is a nasty game from STS. 10-0. As quick as the game started, it is now over.
This is not the Grand Prix that we were talking about, Datum. This is the free practice, because Stallions made it look like one. And I feel like as much as we are trying to get the engine of TARINGBABI rolling, well, they're stuck in the pit walls. Their car is not running. Might be a busted engine, might be a flat tire, but nevertheless, it seems like Stallions just roaming free on this map. And another 10-0 on the board here. I believe it was Virtus Pro that was the first one to get a 10-0 versus Orsea. So, haha, I feel like some Stallions fans will stay salty on that one. But yeah, here you go. Here's your 10-0. TARINGBABI, come on, give me some life. Give me some action. Give me some... I'm gonna say the word stupid plays, because sometimes if you break the minds of Stallions in terms of the fighting, right? Oh, there's too many heads to shoot. They're not gonna be able to take you guys all down. Maybe you swan and then trade it out and they just go snowball. I did not see that. You tried to play Stallions in the default, you're gonna lose in the 1v1s because you know mechanically you're at a disadvantage. Why still play the standard game?
Exactly. And if TARINGBABI did not know that before this game, well, now they do. Now they know that they can't take him on head-to-head. So just, as you said, try something nasty. Try something else here for TARINGBABI. And I definitely agree with. I feel like they would have had better chances if they played this like an all-out RM game.
Yes.
And I see glimpses of that being possible. ㍍MB almost getting a win against Revenge on that one round where Revenge was the only player left standing with 1 HP. Had he hit that one stray bullet, he could have won a round for TARINGBABI. And I said this earlier as well. I mean, ㍍MB provides that extra layer of firepower that Makrai just doesn't have for the team. I say use ㍍MB more here, TARINGBABI, especially if we're going into sub-base. That's a map where you could definitely be more proactive and unpredictable.
As much as you want to say that, and you said that I feel like no matter which part of the toolbox that TARINGBABI uses, it's still not enough equipment to dismantle this Stallions team, right? I mean, sure, they're trying to do their best, but they're bringing hammers and nails against a, what do you call this, a heavy equipment truck, right?
I mean, that's an analogy you can say, but I wonder if there's any analogies from our panelists, Mochi and Salvatore. What you got for us?
Thank you, Datum, and as well as L and Dude. They gotta play that F1 playlist here for TARINGBABI because they just lost their minds here in the map of Ankara, and unfortunately, they didn't even get a single round here, which is something which just shows how Team Stallions is really feeling themselves here against them.
Well, it kind of looks like TARINGBABI did not race, or the engine did not even start, or they just crashed and burned the moment that the first lap hit. So Team Stallions just finished the race with a bunch of seconds in their turbo, which I do believe it's not
It's
even
giving
seconds.
Red
I feel
Bull.
like it's just a whole damn minute for Team Stallions with a huge of a lead. I blinked my eyes when I opened. It's a finished Ankara. And mind I tell you, this is a map pick by TARINGBABI. And what did I say, Bochi, a while ago? Oh, Ankara is open. It's our map. Well, it's also a map for Team Stallions, which is a bad case here for TARINGBABI. And this was Team Stallions just kind of feel like it was Team Stallions. It's not we're looking at a bunch of players from Ubek Maniac who wanted to slack off. It's definitely 100% money back guarantee, delivery free Team Stallions. And it's kind of nice to see that. It's kind of refreshing that both Execration and Team Stallions are not backing down. They're not showing any signs of slowness. They're delivering 100% crossfire even when it's a team from outside their own region. And I feel like that should be the case for other teams as well. So first impression definitely lasted here for Team Stallions. How strong they started that first round. They definitely finished with a bang, Mochi.
What a promo, right? I mean, you can't help but to market it that way, especially if the product is this good. That is Team Stallions, where every single time they never fail to execute. Like, their engine is always an all-time high, even having that knife kill here from Revenge. And again here, for TARINGBABI, despite the fact that their efforts into trying to secure spaces here, it just doesn't work. They always get caught off guard. They don't have anyone else to trade them, or even on certain occasions, only a single person here from Team Stallions is all they need in order to remove multiple members. And this just gives a lot of avenue here for Team Stallions to do whatever they want. They're just doing whatever play that they want, which makes TARINGBABI so difficult to catch up or even catch their breath in the whole 10 rounds that they have played here. But again, I guess other than the lack of structure and as well as the experience, it just shows how Team Stallions has been able to be the perfect fit here in the map of Ankara. So nice try for TARINGBABI, but again, everything is just not just going their way, basically.
Yeah, it's a scenery that I feel like TARINGBABI does not want to tap because they just fully activated everyone here. Like, the moment TARINGBABI entered into the game, they were like, we should be ready. And then the first round finished, and then be like, are we actually ready? It feels like they're not, Ochi. They're not ready compared to SpongeBob, who is always ready. But take a look who's also ready here on the far side of our bracket. It's Team Stallions, who had a whopping 4 players who scored 100 of a rating. And by God, that's a sign of a team that dominated, Mochi. And I feel like there's no other description fitting for Team Stallions other than the complete domination. 4 100 ratings. Who is going to be the MVP? Those 4 players are already playing tug of war, 4-way style, and now we have Kano. And I don't even know how this man ended up being the MVP because, you know, can you at least give the opportunity to your other teammates to be the MVP? Because, my God, Kano, stop being good for at least once, right?
I mean, you already heard him earlier on. Like, he wants to secure an entire space just for himself, you know? It just states how competitive he is regardless of who he is facing up against. So here for Kano, well, set MVP is gonna be for him indeed. Even with a 71% headshot per kill, if I may say. And I mean, despite that, here for the rest of them is mostly 100% in terms of the rating. Here for TARINGBABI, it's quite the opposite, which is again quite sad to see. But I hope and we're vouching that in our next map they will be having a few rounds. So ayo pergi bangs for TARINGBABI. Let's go, bros, and hopefully that you can adjust in the limited time that we have here for you, because later on we will see if you guys still stand a chance against Team Stallions. And for now, we're just gonna call on a quick break. Later on, it is still gonna be game time. Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets into trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence rates here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Welcome back once again, everyone, and we are still here with the match of TARINGBABI against Team Stallions. Wherein earlier on, Team Stallions just demolished them, basically with a 10-0 scoreline in the map of Ankara. And with the hopes quite higher for TARINGBABI that they have better chances in the map, unfortunately, they've been immediately proven wrong by STS.
Well, TARINGBABI, I'm so sorry that you will remember this little hidden fact that a lot of people do not seem to remember, but this is the second time in the season of TARINGBABI that they got 10-0, and nobody speaks of that ill because it happened from both Virtus Pro and now Team Stallion. So nothing happened inside of Port and nothing happened inside of Ankara, Mochi. No one will speak of what happened inside of those two maps from what TARINGBABI experienced. But, you know, Subbase might just be a new beginning here for TARINGBABI because Coach 02 said himself that they were once supporters of the EVOS Arcelia team. So TARINGBABI, they might just learn a thing or two on what the EVOS Arcelia models their gameplay to. So hopefully that will be the case here for their matchup. But TARINGBABI, hopes up, still there. They're still competing. They still have smiles on their faces, and they're very confident that this Subbase will definitely be a huge competition here for Team Stallions.
Yeah, that is true. And at the same time, though, here, I wonder if... I hope that we won't see another 10-0, hopefully. But again, this map, you already know that this is the signature, where the former Ubek Maniac has been well known for. So, TARINGBABI, I hope that you're clutching your fists ready to rumble here in the map of Subbase, because this is gonna be quite of a ride for you, and that is why it is time for us to hand it over to our casters, Datum and as well as El.
Thanks ever so much, Mochi and Salvatore. How will TARINGBABI fight back? El, that's the question.
I mean, first they gotta hold their guard very, very high, right? You hold the high guard, let Stallions take their swings, and then when they are tired from throwing all those jabs and hooks, then you find a way to counter attack, right? Maybe hit the gut, maybe hit the face, maybe hit the body, maybe even hit them when they're defending. But no matter what, they need to not stop hitting Stallions, because first of all, you are going into the fortress of Subbase of Stallions, right? That's 3 layers right there. And we have mentioned before that TARINGBABI, they are no slouch as well in this map. This is the map that they used to qualify from the Rosea qualifiers towards here on Masters. And I would like to see some flavors of that qualifier run here in the group stage against the worst, or rather the hardest opponent to do that on, right? So it's Stallions Subbase. I would be lying if I said I'm not expecting a 10-0 from Stallions here. Ooh. But yeah, I feel like the whole community knows it that, yeah, TARINGBABI needs to improve, but we need to give them comments and criticisms a bit easier, guys. Remember, this is their first time here, and we gotta give them some slack.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You have to remember, veteran, this is their second outing in Masters. TARINGBABI, this is their first. If you remember from the last Rosea outing, in their debut, it was Ritus that took their place. But it is Subbase. It's another opportunity for TARINGBABI. Let's see what they can do.
Beta G.
Atin lang, patay lang.
Mimid ako.
Puti. Pwede. Satu. Satu.
Oh. Okay.
Jaka with an early fight out from Luwag. We'll be able to find Loy for that encounter. But look at this. STS actually pulling some macro. They're not gonna fight A side.
They thought that they can hit them with the classic old 1-2. We try to fake A, then we go B. But no. TARINGBABI's not moving from their default. But still, their default is not for this exact play that Stallions is doing. There's only one guy in DR here to defend. And it has to be from the shorter side for these TARINGBABI members to defend from.
Full-on split from Stallions. JJ already in second floor as he spots out the DR player. That is Penja. And Finds Kano somehow, but JJ is unfazed. Neither is Revenge. KLB planting all the while this is happening. And Revenge now looking for Protons. And as we said, Protons could be that X factor that TARINGBABI is looking for. Not this time. Revenge shuts him down, and Stallions round 1.
Exactly. This is what you get from a Stallions sub base. You're gonna see them faking A first and then going towards MR, and the MR straight it is.
Okay, ㍍Mach will be taken down by Revenge, and Revenge is looking for more. Playing Whack-A-Mole, and Alcompe obliges. That's a nice shot on the HK. Oh, KLB. Another disgusting shot from the IGL as Kano plants the bomb in A site.
So far, 3v3. TARINGBABI, you need to move. Loy has the perfect angle to cancel the CR take, and this just might be quits for the round of Stallions.
From Vents, he strikes, and Loy finds the one, and he gets taken down by Penja. Actually, nice trading coming through from TARINGBABI. Down to a 2v2 now, but it is Kano and KLB. You can never count these players out. They're not even gonna peek. KLB will be getting another one tap on the board. That's all headshots for KLB.
At this point, they're just stat padding. That's why maybe they're just running around the map. But they're running around the map in sequence with a purpose and with attack. ㍍Mach, the first up here on passage window, and he will go down. KLB, golden headshot, and they're not stopping here.
Oh, look at this! It's a Scarlight in the hands of Kano, and he makes it work. Again against Protons. Alcompe with a good hold this time. No, ditches the C4 as he's got a plan, and the plan is to run into the hands of Alcompe. Run into A site. Kano still tapping away. Man, that gun sounds so weird. The Scarlight, as Jangar comes in from woods. And Revenge just knows exactly where he's coming from. STS quick 3-0.
You know what that sounds like, Datum? The Scarlight? It sounds like when a cardboard panel, right, hits the
You're flicking it.
blades. No, you're not flicking it. It hits the blades on your electric fan. For those who know. Right? But ㍍Mach's a knower.
Yeah, he's gonna hear the sounds of the guns of the Scarlight of Kano and JJ's AK. JJ! Nasty entry onto that A site. Alcompe is next on the block. And JJ's just counting heads. Kano is gonna take part in the party as Kano pushes STS to 4.
Okay, I need my computer to work because can we remember the last time a team got 2 10-0s in a best of 3? Please answer me. Reply quickly because they're fighting here on woods.
I don't think we've ever seen that here. At least not this year as ㍍Mach goes down just outside of woods. He does trade JJ out, but it's just 4:1. Current conversion. There you go. Confirming that conversion is Loy with a 4-1, and Loy with the second kill to close out round number 5. It's a 5-0 for the Stallions.
They tried everything. They tried defaulting, they tried rushing, they tried pushing MR and woods. They're still the same effect. I feel like it's gonna be the same here with Kano.
Oh, okay. Kano 2. NMR and KLB will be providing backup as if Kano needed that. Actually, he does, as Jangar takes him down with a sniper. But all the while, Protons is flanking Stallions from Luwag. JJ's already inside the site, not knowing where Protons is. He could go for a ninja defuse if he survives, but he does not. Now, JJ making it as stalwart as can be. Stallions, to answer your question, I don't think we've ever seen 2 consecutive 10-0s from any team in CFS Southeast Asia, so this might be a first from Stallions if they continue on. And JJ's continuing on. Alcompe finds back from MR, but Loy is just as good on the trade back. JJ finding a little bit of support for his teammate, and ㍍Mach will be fighting Loy for that kill. Actually, 3 versus 3.
Wait.
Jangar finds the timing, and it's actually doable for TARINGBABI.
C4 down towards the entrance of passage. That means that technically TARINGBABI has the advantage of the situation here. KLB is just gonna wait to walk towards the C4 and take it clean as day. Okay, I expected too much from TARINGBABI, and I expected too much already. Period. Jangar all alone, and he's just gonna go down to the golden headshot here delivered by JJ on the screen. Yeah, I feel like TARINGBABI, don't worry guys, I know what it's like to lose. Feel so desperately that you're right, yet to fail nonetheless. It's frightening, and it turns the legs to jelly. And I hope that they can still run around the map with jelly legs because they still have 2 rounds to play in this half. But Loy says, nah, I'm a rock TRG. I'm gonna turn that jelly into my dessert. Protons with a trade. Yeah, 4v4 nonetheless.
Before Proton still staying alive in that A site. Revenge is hoping to challenge. He's not holding the sniper this time. So HK for Revenge.
Okay.
And he will take down Protons despite the flash. And what is this setup from STS? They're flashing their teammates, but since we're getting into the site, Alcompe hoping to say otherwise, but it is just ineffective in the face of the Wonder Kid. That is Kano on a 2v2 now. Actually doable until Kano shows up. That's a double for the Scarlight. That's a sentence I didn't think I'd say today, but Stallions pulling out all the stops.
KLB, if you want to flex your muscles, you don't put your elbow towards the camera, okay? But, yeah, sure, they can flex all they want, they deserve it, but Penjahat says, we want this to have a scoreline, not the egg staying, you know, uncracked. They want that one, but Protons is not gonna get his one on this round.
And Revenge is transitioned to the HK because he wants a piece of the pie here, that being the kills. Putting Kaloy, or Loy rather, on HK, or Sniper duty. He's doing a pretty good job at it. Nicely done on the double kill, Loy, and that's a bomb planted. Jangar will be spammed by the USP. That's 3 for Loy. And it's Penjahat, the 4th in the horizon. It's Revenge to get it. 9-0 STS, looking to make it perfect.
Okay, another tidbit for our viewers. Earlier, the match between Veterans and Execration, that was technically the quickest match yet in C Masters. Both the games lasting for only 15 minutes, total of 30 minutes. And the SCS have to break that record, but Jangar says, no, we want to prolong the fight, and they're gonna get the first blood here on their BL side.
Actually, the first time that TARINGBABI have found the first kill onto Pano. But Alcompe is unaware that Revenge peeks out. That's a nice flash actually from Revenge to set him up from that play. So immediate trade of kills already 4v4 here. A lot of slow plays being set up by TARINGBABI.
Exactly, because they know that even if they got the first kill, they got traded out, and in worse where Protons is very, very low. Alcompe, the full HP guy, the first guy to die on their side. So technically, they're 3.5 men. Quite literally walking around the map here. But you know what? Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. They have the space here on the entrance of LR. They have space towards passage. They can even go vents if they want to. But the problem is, SES is ready to receive, right? They are very, very welcoming homeowners here in Subbase, and they're trying to give them a warm welcome indeed.
KLB being the one to do that. The real estate agent is KLB. Trying to sell this B site. And Loy is the owner. He says, this house is not for sale. Jim B, get out of here. KLB pushing. Easy tap. Proton's unaware. Doesn't matter that he's 1 HP. He still gets headshot by the Colt. And even then, no matter how healthy you are, you're going down to the hands of KLB. Penjahat about to go down as well. KLB 2 on the board. And Jangar is just fighting against the dying of light. But it is bright as hell for Stallions. 10-0 in quick succession is Subbase.
Bright and white like the teeth I'm saying on their face cams. And TARINGBABI, I mean, the room can't get any darker for some of their members playing in the low lights, but the victory is going to be highlighted here for Team Stallions 2-0. Quick succession, 10-0s, first ever to do it, and it record time. If the last match, ladies and gentlemen, was 30 minutes all in all, 15%, I feel like we didn't even reach the 20-minute mark here, Daedom.
Probably. Protons. I mean, I like the idea here from TARINGBABI actually. They kind of listened to you. They put Protons in a very forward spot in majority of those rounds, and look at the results. I think Protons went 1-10 for the entirety of the game. That's what happens when you try and fight the duels against Team Stallions. I mean, all due respect to Protons, he's a very nasty attacker, but up against Team Stallions, you could definitely see a class difference. I mean, I feel like it's just a difference in fundamentals here. And TARINGBABI, no matter what they threw against Team Stallions, it just fell apart in their faces. And as far as learning opportunities go, unfortunately, I feel like TARINGBABI hadn't had much to learn from that, apart from they need to sharpen their skills a little bit more, even on the dueling department.
It's like when your professor tells you that, okay, this is what you're gonna study, and then I expect you to put on a report, right? No teaching whatsoever. I know you guys had that kind of professor. Shout out to you guys for teaching barely anything. But I feel like even if with that analogy here for the side of TARINGBABI and Stallions, they actually taught them very well, right? Like, guys, if you're going to play against us, you cannot be static. That is how KLB got those headshots with the Cult. That is how Revenge was able to just outsnipe Penjahat, and that is how Loy, Kano, and everyone else, even JJ on team, just fragging out, getting that 100 rating on the PRS. And if you want to go even further, Daedom, we've heard news right from Ramon that the veterans and the TARINGBABI have been swimming with great results. But when it comes to game time and the tournament and the official lobby, they suddenly freeze up. Call this one the stage fright, because I don't know what it is when it comes to the game time, when it comes to tournament rules, right, to the server, that TARINGBABI and somehow veterans suddenly stops, suddenly freezes, and they can't just get their words out. It's like you're trying to perform an oratorium to the stage, but somehow you can't get your words out right. Stop this kind of mentality, TARINGBABI, and of course, veterans, because if you want to beat the teams in the Philippines, you need to be like water, smooth, flowing to every direction that they go, and ready to make a splash on the leaderboard.
Absolutely. TARINGBABI definitely needs to adapt and catch up to the meta here that Team Stallions bring to the plate. But enough about us. Let's listen from Salvatore and Mochi what these guys have to say about the match.
Thank you, El, and as well as Daedom. And boy, oh boy, I just mentioned earlier on that I hope that this is not gonna be another 10-0, but it just happened right now. And I would like to add more input regarding to what El has been able to mention earlier on. Well, yeah, I mean, they've managed to scrim against each other, but it's really important that they'll be exposed to PH teams more, because through that, they would be able to adjust faster and not just make the entire tournament as the primary point wherein they'll be experimenting and trying to stabilize certain things, especially when it comes to this certain caliber that they have to face against too.
Well, Mochi, this is definitely the season of breaking records. Execration defeating Team Stallions for their record winning in best of threes. Matches defeating Execration after their own win streak. Virtus Pro scoring the first 10-0 of the season, and now Team Stallions recorded the first ever back-to-back 10-0s. Okay, so can this season get any more spontaneous? I cannot even imagine what could even surpass double 10-0s, Mochi. But you know, nothing really to pick up on the game. It's so hard for me to even think what in the world is even a team play inside of that sub base, because it was just basically KLB swinging everybody and Penjahat just losing his mind, basically wondering, how do I even die? Like, how did I even die, basically? So it's kind of tough to see. It's kind of tough to look at. Mochi, if you're a TARINGBABI fan, I definitely applaud you. But if you stop watching the first 5 rounds, I will not definitely use that against you, because these are free real estate entries from Team Stallions on their BL. And then what you even notice is that they're not even using the quote-unquote optimal guns. But is it really unoptimal if it shoots you in the head and it instantly dies? I feel like that has been the case here for Team Stallions, because they can use literally any gun and it would still be good, because, you know, Revenge using the HK, Loy using the TRG, Kano using the Scarlight. There's nothing good to point out here other than it's a complete Team Stallions domination inside of their very own map deck. And this is what we expect, Mochi. If we ask how cool Team Stallions is inside of Subbase, this is what we showed them.
Yep, this is the entirety that we can show to whoever is going to be asking that. Well, I was just about to point out the diversity that we have in terms of their loadouts as well. I mean, here for TARINGBABI, unfortunately, they haven't been able to do or get that much flexibility, because on their end, everyone is suffering, everyone's having a very hard time. But in the contrast, though, everyone here for Team Stallions been able to rack up all of these kills. It's just a head tap in the lobby here, especially for KLB, who just had 1 death for the entirety of Subbase. And this just shows here the tenure that we have here for Team Stallions in the map of Subbase, and they're still right where we left it, and if not even better. It's like all of the pressure that they've been able to get here from the past few years just turned them into diamonds overall. But here for TARINGBABI, they're still undergoing that pressure, and if ever that we won't be able to handle that pressure well, they will shatter. And that's what we have witnessed for the whole series that we have here with them, which is not entirely a great sight, but it is quite of a canon event so that they can move forward. But here is our set MVP, no other than KLB, with a 9 KD. Oh, just 9s and 10s all over the place, Salvatore.
It's like he's an Olympic diver, Mochi. It's like we're scoring an Olympian diving from a 20-foot jump pad. And you said 9s and 10s? Well, take a look at this. He scored 9 KD. He scored a whopping 100% headshot per kill. 100%. The first, I hope not so many. Because a 100% headshot per kill will absolutely lose its value because it's that common. But for a skillful player like KLB, I feel like he can definitely replicate that even with another opponent other than probably TARINGBABI. And why are we even showing this graphic, Mochi? That is scary, beyond scary, even scary. Yeah, painful. Like, it hurts here, everywhere in the part of the body, honestly. It definitely pains even to see that it happened not once, but twice. But imagine it even happens on Eagle Eye as like a celebrity show match or something.
Yeah.
I'm expecting also another 10-0. But nonetheless, Team Stallions 10-0, nothing short of surprising out there. And this also here is nothing short of surprising.
Yeah, exactly. Here is the guy who had the highest grade here for both of our maps. KLB with a total of 4 KD and still 100% in terms of our rating after racking up 75%. Our majority of our kills here for both maps is just the totality of 75. And I feel like KLB is having a really great time, if not obvious yet, for Ankara and as well as Subbase, because as much as we saw Kano earlier on, how he's been able to be monsters in the map of Ankara, KLB is still the beast himself, ensuring that every single time that they will be encountering even just little audio cues here, even some predictions and obvious reads here against TARINGBABI, well, he will be doing and getting the dirty job done, which just shows sometimes you don't need to actually direct your teammates. What you need is to do it yourself.
Well, Mochi, correct me if I'm wrong, historians and statisticians, but this has to be the first weekend that Kano was not crowned MVP. JJ had it yesterday, and then now we have KLB. So correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but finally we see other than Kano who is rocking the MVP chair right now. And later on we'll be asking some pretty good old questions here for our boy KL Boy, who really had a number inside of Subbase. I feel like what we saw on Ankara was just the tip of the iceberg, and now we reach Subbase. That was definitely 20 feet below of iceberg levels right there. So yeah, congratulations to Team Stallions for, well, this is kind of a sarcastic, but it's an unsurprising 10-0 for 2 sets of Team Stallions.
Exactly. And here for TARINGBABI though, I hope that we can see more of them really soon despite of the struggles that they faced in this particular matchup. Pero mukhang ito na rin yung oras para tayo ay bumalik sa ating nakagisnang lengguwahe, no, Salvatore, dahil sa ngayon magkakaroon na tayo ng chance para interview ang ating representative, our match MVP, the IGL himself, KLB, dito sa ating desk. Hello, KLB! Congratulations sa iyong match MVP, no?
Thank you po, thank you po.
Namin dito sa ating interview. Grabe, no? 4.00 ang iyong KD. At mukhang may mga katanungan si Salvatore sa iyo.
No? Ano bang trip nyo? Ba't yung 10-0 dalawa yun?
Grabe kayo.
Wala. Wala nila.
Ano bang klaseng Team Stallions? Anong klaseng Team Stallions ba yung nakita namin sa Ankara at Subbase? Kasi di ko akakalain na mati-10-0 nyo pareho yun eh. Parang ine-expect ko na baka pwede pa sila dumikit o makakuha man lang na isang round. Pero grabe. KLB, Loy, dumediretso sa kung saan pwedeng angulo, tas hine-headshot nyo sila lahat. Anong klaseng Stallions ba ang nakita namin sa dalawang sets na yun, KLB?
Wala, planado na talaga yun 18-0 namin para may goal kasi kami.
Which is, ano bang goal na yan, KLB?
Kunin namin yung top seed.
Gusto pa nila mag-number 1, Mochi. Okay, I like that, KLB. Well, I mean, syempre, para may buy slot kagad sa playoffs no? Hindi ko masisisi si KLB dito.
Totoo naman, no? Siyempre, advantage is an advantage, no? And the round differential, every round matters, kumbaga, no? Yung pinaparating din dito ni KLB. Pero KLB, ano ba yung na-observe din natin dito, no, sa ating Rosie team? Kasi, binanggit na rin ni Salvatore na puro headshot. And mukhang basang-basa nyo itong si TARINGBABI. Pwede bang bigyan nyo sila ng notes sa kung ano kaya yung mga pwede pa nilang pag-igihan dito para makapag-improve din sila?
Wala, di ko alam eh. Siguro, magbatak siguro sila. Tapos mag-practice ng strategy.
Alright, ay, tama
The
naman din, no?
Ubik Maniac way.
Oh, the Ubik Maniac way. Papakapalila yung playbook natin. Pero, KLB, eto tinanong ko to kay JJ last time. Pero hindi niya nasagot. Ang katanungan ko at the time is, gaano ka playoffs ready ang Team Stallions? At paano niya nasabing playoffs ready na ang Team Stallions? Pwede bang marinig ang sagot ng ating, kapitan?
Hala, sobrang ready na kami. Ano na lang, tingnan nyo na lang sa playoffs kung anong mga galawan.
Yun.
Yung gusto ko marinig. Ngayon, ito ang pinakamalapit na tanong kay LB. Sabi mo, playoffs ready ka. Syempre, mag-i-EWC ka. Ngayon, gaano ka confident si KLB na kayang ipanalo ni Team Stallions ang EWC?
Yan.
101%.
Woo! Narinig mo ba yun? All gamers, Baisha Gaming, Evolution Power, narinig mo ba yun? KLB na mismo nagsabi. Talagang nagbigay pa
maganda
ng
na lang
butal.
sila kasi bawing-bawi kami sa kanila eh.
Yo!
Gigil na
Nagbigay pa
gigil
ng
na.
butal.
Siyempre, gigil na yan, no? And kami rin, no, excited na namin kayong makita, no? Oras na tumapak tayo dito sa ating EWC. Pero, ngayon, KLB, congrats muli. And the floor is yours. Shoutout mo na yung mga gusto mong i-shoutout and yung mga supporters, of course.
Shoutout na lang sa pamilya ko at saka sa girlfriend ko. At saka kay Kuya Chris, kay Coach Tanks at saka kay Ate Lizelle. Yun lang po. At sa mga fans din namin, yan lang po. At saka sa mga casters din.
Okay.
At sa mga panel.
Yun! Ay! Lumabot puso mo doon. Shoutout sa'yo, Boss Ken.
Yun.
Ito, binabati. Pala yung kapatid mo.
Kapatid.
Dito.
May mga hahabol ka pa, KLB, na lahat ng shoutout natin.
Yan na po. Salamat.
Alright, maraming salamat KLB, no? At maraming salamat sa kabuuan ng Team Stallions. And congrats! Looking forward sa mga susunod niyo pang mga laban.
Thank you po.
Alright, and shoutout sa iyo din, no? Madam Kisea, no? Super sweet lagi sa akin. And grabe, no? Salvatore, ang linis, 10-0, pareho, 2-0. At sinabi na 101% silang ready sumagupa sa EWC. Yan yung gusto nating marinig sa kanila.
And that is kung makapag-EWC ang Team Stallions. Kasi parang eto na ata yung season, no, Mochi, na a lot of speculations na, pwede silang makasabit doon sa playoffs, to. Pero with what from kung ano man yung naririnig natin dito kay KLB, parang garanti sabog naman talaga na magpa-playoffs nga sila, even appearing at the Grand Finals and securing that EWC, no, para dito sa Pilipinas, no. So nakaka-excite nga naman na makita yon for Team Stallions. Kaya huge shoutout to the management of Team Stallions, no, for raising these kids very well, no. The competitive spirit is still there. Grabe nga naman talaga to the bossings, no, Brother Abdul, Brother Khaled, no. Grabe, man, you raised these players right kasi nandoon pa rin talaga the spirit of competition of Team Stallions. Man, it does not die.
Yeah, it does not indeed, no. Undying talaga yung nagiging rage and yung hunger nitong ating mga players, no, na talagang pag-igihan ang kanilang performance every single time. At natapos na tayo sa dalawang Rosea and as well as Execration and Team Stallions, at mamamaya magkikita tayo para sa tapatan ng FERVID against Attras. Kaya kung ako sa inyo, wag muna kayong aalis, magbe-break at magpapahinga lang tayo saglit, pero mamaya bakbakan na ulit. ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakabul ko kanya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade for PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Grabe, dumaan lang ang ating break pero nandito pa rin tayo sa ating broadcast. It is still the 11th day ng ating group stage of the CFS SEA Masters 2026 Summer. Kami pa rin yung mga kasama dito sa ating panel, Mochi and Salvatore nga pala. So kung kanina nakita na natin ang laban ng veteran and as well as Execration, and we also had TARINGBABI and as well as Team Stallions, no? Well, alam nyo ba guys na meron din tayong palaro para sa inyo. And this time, lahat pwedeng sumali. And this is the 1v1 showdown. Pero ano bang meron dito, Salvatore?
Maraming meron dito sa 1v1 showdown na to kasi ito na yung pagkakataon mo para makalarubo ang idol mo sa pag-i-sniper and for a chance for the winners to win at least 500 e-coins pataas no? Pero ito nga pala po ng ating game mechanics. Meron tayo destruction mode na ang win con natin is first to 10 rounds. Walang extra. The moment na mag 9-9 yan, kailangan na natin ng panalo kagad and first to 10 rounds will be declared the winner. Kaso lang ito pre, kung ikaw mahilig ka mag-arctic sa mga pub game, syempre bagay na bagay sa'yo to kasi ang kakailanganin mo lang talaga is lahat ng variants ng TRG, Colt 1911 at USP lang, yung melee na available para sa mga CF ballots dyan, pero bawal tayo mag-smoke kasi awa na lang ng Diyos, wag na lang po tayo maglaro ng 1v1 showdown kung isa po tayong smoker. Kaya pinagbawalan na rin po namin yan. Flashbang and grenade lang ang pwede. At eto pa malupit no? Wala nang ibang mapa kundi ship mismo. No? Marami nang nalusaw na buhay dyan sa loob ng ship at yan pa talaga magiging battlefield no Mochi. Wala namang pwedeng taniman dyan sa loob ng ship and syempre kung sino magiging player A natin, siya ang pipili nga ng side. So eto nga yun no? Daming mga players na hopefully sumali dito kasi syempre nga naman guys, 1v1 potentially kasama sa community tas baka makalaban mo pa yung idol mo. Ako sa'yo, sasign up ako dyan.
Totoo, no? And para din may idea kayo kung ano ba bang meron dito sa ating tournament structure, no? So, meron tayong 4 na qualifying legs na kung saan meron tayong 64 to 32 players per qualifier leg. At yan ay galing dito, no? Sa ating community. Bawal ang ating mga pro players dito, ha? Bawal ang ating mga pro players. I repeat, bawal ang ating mga pro players.
Si Ellis,
dapat is pantay-pantay tayo ng ating possibilities of winning. Okay? And yung top 2 players natin per qualifier, sila ang mag-a-advance sa ating final showdown. At kita naman dito no sa ating screen right now yung summary ng ating mga detalye dito and in terms of schedule, eto na. Kung ako sa inyo, markahan nyo na ang inyong mga kalendaryo at kung kayo rehistrado, no, be sure na nakapantos sa inyo itong ating elimination rounds for July 9 ng 11 AM. May semifinals match tayo dito ng 12 PM and we also have our finals match na gaganapin ng 1 PM and yung top sniper match natin, aba, yan yung interesting talaga, no? Yung pangbigatin. 3 PM yan magaganap as an estimate. At tulad nga ng sinabi ni Salvatore kanina, may mga pamigay dito. Ilan ba yan? Magkano ba yan?
Tingnan mo naman no, Mochi, from 8th to 5th place, 100 e-coin. Pero syempre, pag umuunti-unti ka na sa podium natin, tataas na yan. We have 200 e-coin for the 4th place, 300 para sa 3rd, 500 para dito sa ating 2nd place, and for our top 1 player na ipatatapat talaga natin sa very best of the best dyan sa ating top sniper match, ay uuwi ng panalong 1,000 e-coin. No? Yung 1,000 e-coin, marami ka nang magagawa dyan. Walang libre sa mundo. Pero pwede mong paghirapan ng pagkuha ng 1,000 e-coin na yan nang wala ka man lang nilalabas na pera sa wallet mo. Kailangan mo lang ilabas, galit mo talaga. And syempre, galing na rin sa paglalaro nga ng Arctic. No? Pero balita ko, may mga players na naglalaro nga ngayon. No? Grabe, nakakatakot yung pangalan niya mo. Cheat, tinan mo ba naman pangalan niyo? Halang! Eto, ngayon, nagti-TLG na si Halang.
Grabe, no? Pati rin si Ron nakakatakot, no? So, Balay nyo guys, no? Dahil sa pagpapakita ng mga highlights nyo dito, no? From ship at kung paano kayo gumalaw sa ating ship na mapa, baka ma-scout pa kayo ng ating mga impact teams and above. Baka
bilis.
nga meron kayong mga makita or may makasama na kayo ng mga ka-team dito na mamaya makita natin already sa ating mga major leagues. Kaya it's very, very important na kung meron kayong chance na makasali dito, no, sa last man standing 1v1 match, well, ito na yon, no? This is your time, this is your chance. And if you need additional details, no, be sure to refer na lang din sa ating CROSSFIRE Philippines official Facebook page para sa mga any additional nating mga detalye. Pero dagdagin na rin natin yan, no, ng mga highlights galing dito sa ating qualifiers. Grabe, oh.
Tingnan mo, Execration. Meron tayong representative mula sa Execration at isa sa mga kalan din ni Rio na shoutout nga pala ulit sa Friday the 13th na kalan mula dito kay Sukob. Kung di ako nagkakamali, naglaro ata kahapon si Sukob to, so panibagong highlights nga na naman. Pero shoutout din pala kay, pwede ko ba sabihin yung pangalan niya? Parang bawal ata
Si Mang na lang.
Hayaan na lang natin na nandyan. Ayan, si Mang
Para
T.
safe.
No? Mang T, shoutout sa'yo, bossing. Pag sinabi kasi namin pangalan mo, baka ma-restrict kami bigla sa lahat ng streaming platforms natin. So, awa na lang talaga. Pero medyo ano tayo medyo may sabit tayo ngayon. Kasi grabe si Sukob tinan mo pre, nakaka 9 kills na sa'yo. So, grabe naman yun, Sukob. Palabas pa lang siya. Palaruin mo naman. No? Pa-1v1in mo naman.
Hindi na nga, nakaabang na nga siya dun sa labasan dito ni Mangeno. Talagang hindi yan na inaayaan na makapag-advance para makakuha ng iba pang angulo, no? Palong-palo talaga sila. And guys, no, again, kung interesado kayo, be sure to check out ang ating official Facebook page sa CROSSFIRE Philippines para makasali dito sa ating tournament. And guys, meron tayong mini segment muli since maaga tayong natapos, no? Let us hear from our community and as well as our casters. Kaya naman i-welcome na natin dito ang ating casters, the DNB, Bipolar and Datum. Welcome sa ating desk.
Thank you, Mochi. Very glad to be here. Finally, makakasali na ulit sa Hot Takes si Dadum, and yeah, excited.
Yeah, how about you, Bipolar?
Ikaw ba naman
Kumusta naman ang ating estado right now after all the action na nangyari?
Eto, nilalamig, so kailangan mag-hot takes, di ba? Kailangan natin dito ng mainit-init bago tayo umabot ng ating matchup number 3.
Yes, kaya I guess aware na naman kayo, no, sa kung ano nga bang meron dito sa ating hot takes, no? Iyan na lang natin, gagradean lang natin ng mild, hot, spicy, and extra spicy. Kaya naman ipakita mo na direct kung ano ang ating unang hot take. Ito ay galing kay Mr./Miss/MX. Ay, hindi. Kay Coach Tax. Kulit talaga ng STS. Pinaglalaro na naman niya si Revenge. Anong isasagot namin dito, guys? Galing sa coach to.
Parang bawal ata kami magbigay ng take sa ganito.
Wala tayong choice no? So wala tayong choice, nandito tayo So siguro ako na lang yung maglalapag, no? Mild na lang para sa akin. Kasi Coach Tax, ikaw naman nagsaltan yan dyan di ba? Baka yung mga sinasabi niya dito is yung mga nagtatanong sa community. Pero, papiro naman yan si Coach Tax. Pero, how about you, Salvatore?
Ako, totropahin ko yan si Revenge, honestly, no? So, yun, totropahin. Joke lang. No? Kulit talaga ng STS. Honestly, I feel like he's speaking in behalf of the community nga. No? Medyo divided kasi ang Stallions fan base ngayon. Kasi may mga tao, ba't yung pinasok si Revenge? Okay naman si KLP. Yung iba nagsasabi, malaking upgrade yan. So, I'm definitely going to say, spicy to mo. Actually, mild lang siya, no, for me. Kasi feeling ko, it's something na parang, hanggang ngayon hindi pa rin siya settled kasi ilang taon na natin nakikita si KLP and si Revenge parang maganda naman yung pagkaka-integrate niya. So, kailangan talaga yung sample size lumaki para masabi natin na may epekto na talaga to para sa Stallions. No? So, for me, mild lang yan.
Agree. Kumbaga, need pa ng kaunting hubog, no? Kailangan papakuluan ng kaunti para magkaroon na tayo ng ideya sa estado ni Revenge dito, no? For STS. Pero paano naman ikaw, Dado?
Yes. Para sa akin, Mochi? Spicy. Spicy to para sa akin. Kasi, ito Salvatore, feeling ko, nakapag-decide na yung Stallions kung sino yung sniper nila talaga. Pero si Coach Tanks, ayaw niyang sabihin outright. Kasi nga madaming nagdi-disagree, tsaka maraming nag-uusap. I feel like Coach Tanks is he knows exactly what he's doing sa pagko-comment ng mga ganito. Kaya spicy to para sa akin. Shoutout, Coach.
Bipolar.
Ako para sa akin, extra spicy to, Mochi. Kasi nakausap natin si Coach Tanks bago pa magsimula yung group stage. Sabi niya, mismo this is from his own words, revenge is a great addition to the team and we are excited. Bakit naman biglang ganyan? Ano nangyari? Pero feeling ko naman katuwaan lang, no? So, nonetheless, di ba, pinaglalaro natin si Revenge. Siyempre, pro player yan. Paglalaro natin si Revenge every time. But, extra spicy lang sa akin.
Niloloko lang nila yan, no? Si Kuya Ben. Tsaka goods lang yan. And shoutout din
parang
sa'yo,
hindi
no,
naman.
Coach Tanks.
Parang hindi.
Tawa din ako sa sinabi yan. Pero ano nga ba ang susunod nating feature dito, Direk? At kanino naman ata ito galing? Yung mapapawaw kami, ito ay galing kay Roy
Yun.
Joseph Crescido. Suggestion ko lang, mas mabuti pa siguro kung sa Impact muna ilagay yung mga team ng Rosea para makapag-adapt sila sa laro. Masyado kasing OP yung PH Masters. At alam mo, hindi ko alam kung paano natin gigradean to kasi I kinda
It's good.
like itong recommendation niya. Kasi that would be giving ang ating Rosie teams more avenue na makapag-adjust. Hindi sila maku-culture shock kasi gradual yung pag-integrate sa kanila. And 3, mas magkakaroon sila ng additional connections, no, na nasa ka-level nila. So, I think, for me, this will be ano ba nang gigradean to? Kayo na nga muna, ikaw naman bipolar.
Sige, ako muna. Siguro para sa akin mild, no? And I do share the same sentiments with you. And feeling ko naman dito sa ating dalawa pang kasama, no, na parang, yes, it is a good suggestion. No? Honestly, it's
Diba?
very, very good. Since, build your way up na lang, no, para dito sa ating mga veterans and as well as dito sa ating TARINGBABI. So, yeah, alam mo na pag-usapan na natin to beforehand pa na parang, what if sa Impact muna natin ilagay ating mga players mula sa Rosea para talagang build up. Pero kasi siguro there is still that firepower na kailangan na nakikita ng buong mundo na mula sa Rosea. So why not din naman pwedeng ilagay sila sa Masters, no? Pero yun na nga, I do believe also it's pretty good. So para sa akin,
Mag-mild na din ako. Pero how about you, Dadum? Do you agree with this sentiment?
Half and half yung agreement ko dito, no? Half kasi
Yun.
yes, I mean yung level obviously ng Rosea currently mas pasok sa Impact, but also it's kind of sorry for the term, no, it's kind of disrespectful putting the nation's representatives in the sub-league ng ating Southeast Asia, no? So my suggestion would be pareho na lang. May dalawang team sa Impact, sa Masters, may dalawang team din sa Impact para included sa lahat ang Rosea, no? And I think that would be a better benchmark as well ng level ng mga teams natin, no? Makikita natin kung saan talaga nagfe-fair yung Rosea. So sa akin, spicy to. But I kind of agree. So spicy.
And I'm liking what we're doing right now, no? It seems like we're being the voice of the community here. And kahit papano, parang additional brainstorming session na to, especially for Smilegate. And if the big bosses in Smilegate are actually listening right now, I hope that they will be integrating or noting down such suggestions here that is being relayed by the community. Because to be fair, this is pretty good. But how about you, Salvatore?
Ako honestly, Bochi, extra hot ako dito, no, yung pinaka-spicy na spicy talaga. Kasi feeling ko, a lot of teams are not ready for the conversation of quote-unquote qualifiers eh. Kasi isipin mo, no, Mochi, the Impact teams who qualified para dito sa ating Impact Summer were battling against 100 plus teams. Itong Rosea natin, nakikipaglaban nga sila sa, siguro, bilang lang sa daliri na teams eh, no? So kung ipapasok natin sila instantly dito sa Impact, it kind of builds a division na, wait lang, paano ba nakapasok kasi yung mga yan? What I do suggest is, palaruin din natin sila ng Phase 2, you know? Palaruin natin ng Swiss, palaruin din natin ng round robin, para malaman natin kung kaya nga bang sumabay ng Rosea doon sa loob ng ating Masters. At saka kung di sila makapasok, tsaka natin sila palaruin ng Impact. Eh, no? Do not give them a direct seed. Yun yung naman yung suggestion ko. So yun kasi yung parang magkakaroon ng ano eh. So isipin mo, top 8, madadagdagan ng Rosea team. So 10, so magdi-divide pa ulit sila sa prize pool. And that is going to be a very sensitive talk para sa mga ibang teams. No? So it is going to create a division pag pinasok natin ng Rosea sa loob nga ng Impact. So siguro with the bit of adjustment, pwede nga siya. But then again, kailangan talaga natin isipin yung structure mismo bago natin ipasok si Rosea.
And after hearing your thoughts, you know what? I'll go spicy, no? I feel like that is a great suggestion, but parang yun nga, binanggit na rin, pwede pa natin siyang i-improve by just letting them join whatever, no? At sila nang bahala na magranggo sa kanilang mga sarili, in which tier they will be fitting best para naman pagdating sa mga later stages natin dito, no, para sa ating Rosie teams is tuloy-tuloy yung kanilang pag-challenge nila sa kanilang mga sarili. At baka meron pa tayong mga madiscover na mga additional mga teams dito, no, sa mga liga natin for the entire year. So maraming salamat, no, sa iyong suggestion, Roy Joseph Crescino, dahil sobrang valid and we love that you definitely care din sa ating Rosie teams as we do. So let us proceed sa ating susunod na punto dito, no. Kanina naman kaya galing ito. It is from Wang JM 2041. Naturingan kayong veterano na sa CF, Dracifer at MZ tapos binubuhat kayo ng dalawang bata. I feel like nagulat ako doon. Pero for
Mochi,
me,
pwede
extra
pauna ako.
spicy.
Mochi, pwede pauna ako.
Yeah,
Mochi,
pero
pwede
yun,
pauna ako.
nilagay ko na yung piece ko. Kayo nang bahala maglagay ng mga pieces nyo. Go,
Pagtatanggol ko lang si Mr. Fiscal kasi tropa ko yan eh. Kung babalik tayo sa new compound, pre, tignan natin sinong top frag doon. At pag pumunta naman tayo sa port, sige, tignan din natin kung sino yung nag-top frag doon eh. No? So, this is like another take na naman, no, Mochi, na is very much involved talaga 100% ang emotion, no? Pero kasi people will also be having a division dito sa usapan din na to, na siguro nung sinabi ni Huang yan, marami din nag-agree, tapos yung iba hindi naman, so nagkakaroon siya ng debate. Definitely extra spicy ako dito. Pero men, grabe. Papaalala ko lang din talaga, kung magre-rewind nga tayo sa series ng Virtus Pro, tignan mo na lang kung sino yung naka 15 kills doon nang malaman talaga kung sino ba talaga ang tunay nagbubuhat sa side ng Fervid. In the case of MZ naman, pre, give the man some time, 'di ba? Pre, parang isang taon yan. Mahigit na hindi nakaranas ng professional play. Nakalaro na nga yan nung summer pa. Huling laro niyan, Regionals 2025. October pa noon, no, Mochi? Anong petsa na ngayon? Nagpapabuti pa yan sa sistema. So definitely given na magkakaroon nga ng onting slump sa performance si MZ. So yun naman, pinagtanggol ko lang dyan yung kaibigan ko na si Dracifer kasi, boss, walang ginagawang masama yan.
Chill, no? Kalmahan mo, Wang. Cut the guy some slack, no? Kalmahan mo. Maybe you just need more time. And again, no, ang crazy ng pagkakasabi mo. So, again, no, direct extra spicy para sa amin ni Salvatore. Pero, how about you, Dadu?
Alam mo,
Kanina ka pa
Mochi, iba
natatawa
yung...
eh.
meron akong roller coaster of emotions kasi. Una ko naramdaman, yung naramdaman ni Salvi na, teka lang, parang hindi naman But at the same time, na-realize ko, wait lang, bakit ko naramdaman yun? Bakit nagka-crush out na si Salvi sa tabihan ko? Kasi this is what you call a hot take. It's supposed to make you feel emotions. 10 out of 10, extra hot and spicy to para sa akin. Maganda yan, Wang JM. Sige, sabihin mo pa yung mga ganyan. Kasi ganyan yung mga conversation na nakaka-trigger ng emosyon. At para sa akin, makikita kong may na-trigger na emosyon, masaya na ako. Kaya ako tumatawa kanina pa. Extra hot and spicy para kay Dadu Mochi.
Totoo, ako din parang medyo na-offend ako para kay Dracifer tsaka kay MZ. Pero how about you, bipolar? Parang kanina ka pa naka-poker face dyan
Hindi, para sa akin kasi mad lang to para kay Wang. Ano naman no, I'm not really agreeing dito kay Wang. Pero this is just a low ball kasi. Kung isipin mo, parang sige, may take ka, okay lang naman magka-take. Pero, of course, think about it in a deeper sense, no? Kasi kung isipin mo, marami na tayong baguhan lang or at least not really dekada yung laro dito sa CROSSFIRE. You have Kano, you have D, you have Lance, you have more players na mas bata pa. You have Ting and Dre, right? Pero kasi kung isipin mo, sinasabi natin every time sa broadcast na the world of CROSSFIRE sa Pilipinas nag-i-improve na, and I feel like nadadaloy lang din yung kabataan natin. Plus, yung nga sabi ni Salvatore, no, these two players, Dracifer and MZ, has their own roles. And yung dalawang bata na yun has also their own roles. And parang, if you think about it, binabash rin ba dito ni Wang yung dalawang bata na hindi pwede magbuhat? I don't think so. kaya rin naman nila buhat, right? So, para sa akin, mad lang. Kasi I feel like this is just a viewer na nadala ng emosyon kasi nakita niyang hindi nag-pop off si Tracer but si MC.
Totoo, no? Gusto ko rin yung point doon ni Bipolar na regardless of the age, regardless of the generation, kaya no, gumawa ng mga players natin dito. It's just a matter of responsibility and role na ginagampanan nila sa ating team. At maraming salamat sa iyong take dito, no, Juan? Kami ay nagulat sa iyong mga sinabi. So, let us see kung kanino naman galing ang ating next na hot take. Ipakita mo na yan, direct. At ito ay from Papa Jit. 86-53. Kahit naman makapasok matches sa playoffs, para silang...
Yan ang hot take.
Para silang bonus round sa makakalaban nila. Swerte naman. Okay, bonus pala, sorry.
Yan ang hot take.
Okay, start tayo kay Bipolar, no? Total siya na ang nag-acknowledge nito.
Ayun nga, no, hindi naman, feeling ko naman itong matches natin, no, sabi ni Papa Jade, hindi naman sila magiging bonus round. Kasi sinabi nga natin na they are blockers or at least parang, parang harang dito sa ating playoffs. So, if you think about it, bonus round ba kapag lumakas dito si Vincent? Pag nakita mo sila Zach dito na nag-triple kill, quadra kill sa ating buong mapa, feeling ko hindi sila bonus round. Pero para saan extra spicy ito. Kasi tinatarget niya yung matches na parang bonus round daw sila dito sa ating labanan.
Maraming salamat sa iyong grading, Bipolar. Pero how about you, Dado, na kanina ka pang bumubungis-ngis dyan?
Ay, namumula na ako sa nararamdaman
Team mo
ko dito
to,
sa
Dado.
take na to.
Team mo
Pero
to, Dado.
extra hot to para sa akin. Kasi matches yan eh. I mean, this is all things considered. I mean, matches, yes. Kind of slump sila last year. Pero I think this year, mataas yung expectations ko sa kanila, no? Especially with Vincent's guidance. I don't want to ramble on kasi nga matches. Very passionate about this team. Pero man, bonus round para sa mga kalaban nila. I think that's a stretch.
That's crazy.
I think that's a stretch.
Yeah.
I mean, by any metric, kahit kills, kahit map control, ganon, macro, it's just a hot take. It's just a very hot take from Papa G.
Would like to add, onti lang, no? I mean, eto, galing na to mismo sa words ni Jason, no? Ang sabi niya rin, na since, galing siyang IGL route, tapos ngayon naging attacker na rin siya, he feels like, mas nag-improve pa yung roster nila ngayong taon na to. So, if you think about it, no? Di sila pwede maging bonus round kasi nag-improve ng todong-todo. Last time, nakapag-qualify ulit sila. This time, they can still qualify. And why not, di ba? Baka sila rin yung makita nyo sa top 3 natin.
Tsaka, again guys, no? Kahit na sabihin nyo na bonus round si Ma'am Jess, I don't think they're bonus at all. Especially na parang sila yung nag-gatekeep at nag-i-equalize, no? That puts all our teams sa equilibrium natin, no? Na walang mataas, walang mababa, lahat ng yan equal, no? Kahit na sabihin natin yung mga achievements nila, talagang merong mga nagiging progreso yung ating mga teams na nanggaling sa Impact and still here dito sa ating Masters. Pero how about you, Salvatore? Paano mo gigradean to?
Okay, before I do give my grade, sana totoo nga to kasi nag-story siya ng +1. Boss Vincent, happy birthday. Sakto matches yung pinag-uusapan natin dito. At balita ko, pre. Grabe, pre. Birthday mo pero may nangaaway sa'yo dito ngayon in the name of Papa Jit 8653. Pero wag ka mag-alala, kaibigan. Ipagtatanggol kita, Boss Vincent, kasi feeling ko yun din gagawin mo para sa amin.
True.
Extra spicy to. Kasi hindi dapat minamaliit ang matches. Papaalala ko lang, no? Execration, medyo nagulat sila. Ibig sabihin, minaliit nila ang matches. Hindi nila ine-expect na kaya nilang ilabas yung ganong klaseng lakas. Eto nga palang kinalabasan, tinuwan nila ang Execration. At eto pa talaga, no, matches. Kinambak nga nila and 3-6 half sa loob ng Angkara laban sa Attras with some performances from Ninkyo and Vincent. Kung yun ang makikita mo and put a standard as bonus round lang yun, parang medyo ahead of ourselves na ata tayo, Boss Papa G.
Exactly.
Kung nakita mo sa spring na medyo sumabit nga sila sa 5th place kasi nga the chemistry was not there, ibahin mo na tong Master Summer para sa side ng matches. Baka sila pa nga mismo yung maging pambato ng mga tao kasi ibang team naman ang gusto makita na may ibang mga players. No? Kasi isipin mo, pre, ilang taon na natin nakikita ang Stallions at BP, 10 taon nga nating ininda yung Pacific Macta. Syempre gusto naman natin ng ibang team na makapasok sa international. At baka malay mo nga lang naman, matches na yon. So, extra spicy ako dyan, Mochi.
And I think everyone else has the same grading, no? Extra spicy din para sa akin, no? Papa Jit, para namang ini-invalidate mo yung brain power na meron si Vincent, yung firepower na meron si Ninkyu, yung pagsusumikap ni Etja, yung focus ngayon ni Jason, lahat sila, no? So, ayun lang naman, no? Hopefully na hindi natin i-remove yun sa ating isipan sa kung paano sila nakatrabaho ng maganda dito, no? Na paunti-unti bumabawi sila dito at dagdag na rin natin si Ting na talagang kahit na baguan lang dito, recently integrated in terms of adjustments, been doing well para dito for matches. Pero maraming salamat muli sa iyong take, no, Papa Jeet. And let us see ang ating last but not the least na hot take for today. At ito ay galing kay Poy Morong. Nagsisinungaling pang malamig sa bootcamp, talaga namang minaliit nyo ang veteran. Gulat kayo, no?
Atras yan.
Alright.
Ay, sa mga hindi po nakakaalam, no? Ito po yung reference kasi nung in-interview namin si JM, ang sabi niya daw, quote-unquote, malamig sa bootcamp, pinatay namin yung aircon, no? Bipolar, naalala mo yun. Tinanong pa kita kung naniniwala ka doon. Anong sabi mo?
Seryoso?
Alam mo, di ko na malala. Basta naalala ko, sabi niyo The Hope. Gumamit sila ng timeout para i-off yung aircon. Diba? Tingnan natin, di ba?
Grabe yun, Grabe yung kontekstong yun,
Scary.
Crazy context. Kaya naman lalapagan ko ng extra spicy yan. Okay. How about you, Salvatore?
Natawa ko doon naalala pa yun ni Poy.
Galing mo, Poy.
Akala ko makaka-move on na tayo kagad kasi di ko mapigilin yung tawa ko kahapon. Pasensya ka na, JK, pero ang lakas ng tawa ko sa loob.
Inulit pa ni Poy.
Inaayos ko lang para sa kapakanan no? Sa kapakanan ng broadcast. Pero alam mo yun, pre, honestly, ito, siguro mild lang ibibigay ko dyan. Mild lang yan. Kasi feeling ko nadaan talaga nila sa timeout. Hindi dahil sa pagpatay ng aircon. Feeling ko yung timeout na yun yung nagtulong sa kanila para makuha nila yung panalong yun. And definitely naman, ibig sabihin lang talaga tumataas na yung expectation, tumataas na yung galing, yung level ng galing dito ng veteran. Kasi parang sinasabi din na, okay, Attras, tapos veteran, sure na siguro naman nanalo yung Attras. Hindi dapat ganun no? Nirespeto nga ni J. Kim na lumalakas na yung Attras dito ng veteran. So, ibig sabihin lang talaga, parang at that specific period, mas malakas lang talaga ang veteran. So, mild lang ako dyan, para kay Poy.
At kung nandyan man si Boss J. Kim, no, pa-comment naman kung totoo nga yung sinabi ni Salvatore. Pero
Kimo, inaaway kayo, Kimo.
How about you, Dadum?
Para sa akin, Mochi, extra spicy ito, no? Pero ito, Poy, bit of a disclaimer, kung first time mo lang manood ng isang full broadcast, panoorin mo lahat ng interview natin sa lahat ng teams. Hindi ka makikita nagsasabi ng totoo yung mga players natin. Kahit anong mangyari, kahit panalo, kahit talo, sasabihin nila, sinuwerte lang. Ginalingan ko lang. Never once have we seen anyone say something true. Kahit sila Coach Tanks, no? Talangin mo, Coach Tanks, si Revenge na ba yung perma sniper natin? Sabihin niya, mag-jack and Poy na lang sila ni KLP, no? Wala nagsasabi ng totoo. Pero Poy, natatawa kasi sinabi mo yung nagsinungaling pa na malamig sa bootcamp. Very funny, Poy, pero extra spicy to para sa akin.
True. That is also true, no? Ang galing nila mag-conceal ng data pagka tinatanong natin sila, no? That I applaud yung ating mga teams for that. Pero how about you, Bipolar?
Same lang kami ni Salvatore dito, Mochi. Mad lang kasi feeling ko ganito rin iniisip namin dalawa nang in-interview namin si J. Kim. Pero di ko naman sinasabing sinungaling si J. Kim. Di ko rin sinasabing sinungaling ang Attras. Pero kasi in their words, sabi nga nila, di ba, nilamig lang daw talaga. But I feel like naman, most of the teams right now, don't really look as veteran to be this powerful, no? So, it is a shocking factor. Pero ngayon, at least, alam na ng buong Pilipinas, alam na ng buong mundo na the Rosette teams can push it to overtime, right? So, be careful na lang sa ating mga teams next time around.
Yes, at merong nararating talaga, no, yung pagbubuno nila dito sa ating mga PHC teams. Which is great. A shout out to Shock. And I guess dyan nagtatapos ang ating mga hot takes, no? Maraming salamat sa mga nakikulit at naglapag ng kanilang mga takes dito sa ating segment. And if you're interested, be sure to comment down your insights below kasi mamaya ikaw na ang susunod na ma-feature. And for now, dito muna tayo, no? As we wait na makapagprepara ang entablado natin para sa ating susunod na laban ng FERVID versus Attras. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na mabultukan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade for PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB!
Mayong gabi sa inyong lahat at tayo nagbabalik dito ngayon sa ating desk na kung saan kanina nakita natin ang laban ng Rosea amongst PH Best and this time parehong PH team ang magtatapat wherein we will be witnessing ang laban of FERVID versus Attras and it appears that Salvatore we have quite a match on our hands.
Definitely, no, kasi panimulan ko na yung kwento na to, Mochi, may onting pait pa kasi sa panlasa dito ni J-Kim after niya nga mawala sa initial roster ng FERVID to start the year. Lumipat nga siya ng Attras nung nag-enkwentro nga sila sa loob ng Swiss. Alam naman natin ang kinalabasan na yun. Isa lang din naman talagang alikabok dito, no, sa daan ng FERVID ang ginawa nga nila sa Attras. Tinanggal lang nila yon and they exited the Swiss with a 3-0 performance. So, meaning, pre, ibig sabihin, pinatunayan lang na FERVID at the time na yung kinuha nga nilang free agent na si MZ, mas angkop, mas magandang pamalit. Wala doon kay JK. No? At hindi tayo ang mga ng kwenta na to. Sila mismo ang nagbibigay ng pahiwatig na yun. No? So, Attras definitely, meron namang pagmumulan ng kanilang galit no? Para panimulan ang kanilang paghihigante, no, Mochi?
Kaya naman, nasimulan na natin itong usapan natin at dumayo muna tayo sa kampo ng FERVID na kung saan, no, nagsimula tayo dito nga sa usapang integrasyon ni MZ. So far, stable naman ang kanyang adjustment pero still, hindi mo talaga maiwawaglit sa isipan mo kung paano talaga nagpa-process itong si Lance and as well as itong si D alongside with the underrated na si Dracifer and syempre ang kanilang captain na rin dito no na si A7J.
Yeah, definitely A7J is one of many no na talagang solid na players, always at the top 10 no from the KDs, pero ngayong season no specifically parang nagkaroon nga siya ng dip in performance. Is it because na pag-iiwan na si A7J in terms of firepower? Malalaman nga natin because Attras Esports is a very good litmus test kung makakabaril ka nga pabalik sa mga kalaban mo no. I feel like A7J will definitely deliver his performance again no, nung mga nakita natin no panahong Execration pa siya and definitely Team Secret. I feel like A7J can now elevate his game perfectly knowing na meron siyang malaking lesson na natutunan dun sa mga nakaraan niyang talo no, and as well as Lance and D na nag-i-improve nga ngayon. But still, no, the improvement individually is there pero sana yung improvement is yung overall impact sa team. Nakakapag-frag si Lance and si D. May mga teams na nagbe-benefit from at least 2 fraggers para gumana nga sila and still using that to use as a winning formula. Pero Lance and D, despite top fragging, no, parang hindi pa rin natin nakikita yung resulta na kahit, you know, they're up there, hindi pa rin na nakukuha yung panalo mo. Yun ata yung kailangan ayusin ng FERVID.
Exactly. And lalong-lalo na nasa usapang IGL, no? Parang ang daig nagpapakitang gilas talaga all across our teams na meron tayo dito ngayon sa group stage at kailangan talaga makisabay ni A7J dito. Pero ngayon, ito nga ang mga recent na pangyayari dito from FERVID wherein nagkaroon tayo ng unang 3 panalo against NJTB and CBF at sinundan din ng 3 pagkatalo. And will this be the chance for them to break that lose streak na natamasa nila dito sa ating 3 most recent teams? Or papatunayan ba ng Attras na meron pa silang i-offer dito onto the table despite being the qualifier team? Kaya naman dito rin natin masasaksihan no, na like what you mentioned, other than being the litmus test, is sila pa din yung FERVID na naaalala natin from the past or the first 3 maps or series na meron tayo dito no in their schedule. Kaya naman pag-usapan na natin ngayon ang Attras right now.
Attras Esports. Akalain mo nga naman, no, Mochi, they will be entering this series with a bit of chip of their soldier. Sundalo? Shoulder! Dito, no, Mochi. Pero, no, going back, no, into serious matter, parating dito ang Attras na meron nga silang pinaglalaban, no, na ano ba talaga ang tunay na nangyari sa loob ng Eagle Eye ng kalaban nga nila ang veteran. Pero syempre may dalang bigat yun eh, no, kasi siguro sa taas ng tingin ng standards ng Attras pagdating sa kanilang performance, that shouldn't have happened. And they have to bear that weight laban talaga sa FERVID. And I hope hindi yun maging hindrance kasi nga may pinaglalaban nga sila ngayon to defend the land of Attras Esports, no. And makikita mo parang itong dalawang teams ito parang parang mag-i-scrim lang. Normal na pub game lang kasi makikita mo yung cams ng ng FERVID, holding hands pa sila Dre tsaka sila A7J, no. Eto nga Attras, very very happy. Ano bang meron sa Sunday ngayon, Mochi? Lahat tayo masaya.
Sunday Funday nga daw kasi, no? And sa oras ng pahinga nila, pinili nilang maglaro ng CROSSFIRE. Kaya masasaya at puro tawa ang mga yan. Pero pag-usapan din natin kung ano nga yung nangyari dito, no? For Attras, pretty similar sa standing natin dito for FERVID, no? You got a couple of wins, but 3 losses, no? Medyo nadehado sila ng isa dahil yung mga itinapat naman sa kanila, hindi rin talaga biro. STS, VP, and as well as MJ. And same thing para dito, no? For FERVID, tingin ba nila na ito na yung punto kung saan mai-equalize na nila finally at makakabawi sila sa mga pagkatalo na nakuha nila dito from the past week? Malalaman din natin yan dito. At parang maganda rin, no, na pag-usapan kung ano nga ba yung maaabot ng mga utak ng ating mga IGL dito sa parehong teams natin. Lalong-lalo na syempre, when it comes to proving themselves dito sa ating playoffs. Pero sabi ni CRG, which opponents are you looking forward most in week 3? What can you say to them? We're looking forward for FERVID because that team is a strong team. At yun na nga, no? FERVID ang kanilang mga katapat dito ngayon, Salvatore. And this is it para sa kanila.
O, Chito, double check ko lang yung sinabi ni CRG. Sabi niya, FERVID yung strong team. FERVID daw ang strong team. Wow, okay, no? Considering na nakalaban nila yung Virtus Pro, no? I mean, like, okay.
Respeto
Sinasabi lang ni
na,
CRG.
no?
Sinasabi lang ni CRG na mas malakas apparently ang FERVID sa Virtus Pro, no? Respect! Kasi may kinikilala talagang tier list dito, no? Siguro ang Attras, and they feel like siguro mechanically nandoon siguro ang presensya ng FERVID when it comes to firepower din, no? So, ito rin naman siguro yung kinakaabangan nila in a state of storyline naman. Kasi nga, nandiyan si J-Kim, nandiyan si MZ, paglalabanan nga natin yung dalawang yun ngayon. And CRG definitely from a man with a few words na expect the unexpected. He said a lot of strong words ngayon, no? Parang meron siyang sinasabing bigat, laban talaga dito sa FERVID.
Totoo naman, no? Pero baka naman kasi yung nire-refer niya is yung mga susunod nilang mga kalaban, no? Baka meron tayong mabubuo mga rivalry na naman dyan from it. Pero I guess it's time for us to acknowledge din naman ang ating head-to-head. Kung sinong mga players ang ating pagtatapatin dito, it's going to be Drizzifer and as well as itong si Kay.
Alright, solid, no? Bit of an off-roll dito sa ating head-to-head, no, Bochi? Pero kung usapang impact frag nga naman talaga, syempre, makikikain dyan sa hapagkainan si Drizzifer and as well as si Kay, no? Both of which are really felt by their team sa jump in performance. Pag may nakukuha si Kay, alam mo talaga makakapag-push ang mga kakampi nito, and pag may nakuha ang play si Dre, kaya niya pang tulungan yung mga kakampi niya na siya pa mismo ang magtatawag, no? He's the second caller, no? Undoubtedly. I feel like yun yung impact talaga na meron si Drizzifer for a team tulad ng FERVID na hindi lang talaga dapat merong initial, no? So, kumbaga, meron tayong 3 stages mga round. We have early, we have mid-round, and then post-plan. Mararamdaman mo talaga si Dre doon from start all the way to finish. At yun ang meron si Drizzifer. Meanwhile, Kay can definitely be felt on the fragging department. So, kaya nga sinabi ko na medyo meron tayong off-roll dito sa ating sa head-to-head kasi iba yung ginagampanan nga nilang pagkakataon every time na lalaro nga sila ng CROSSFIRE. Kay, definitely on the fragging, mamaasahan mo nga siya dyan. Pero Dre, recently, no, tumataas din yung KD ratio niyan. Feeling ko makakatulong to para sa FERVID.
That is true. At idagdag na rin natin na meron ding mga inputs itong si Drizzifer, no, pagdating din sa kung ano yung mga dapat gawin dito ng FERVID sa kanilang team. Pero let us now talk about the maps para dito, no, for FERVID and as well as Attras. Will there be some respect bans, some advantageous sides? Well, we have Ankara, New Compound, and as well as Port na kung saan sa ating mga mapa pasisimulan ito ng BL side ng FERVID.
Okay, so less eagle eyes para sa araw na to, no, Mochi? Awa ng Diyos, no? Wala na siguro yung mapa na
That's
yun.
new.
Siguro on the radar lang naman siguro ng FERVID. No? This is going to be their second day in a row na pipiliin nga nila ang new compound laban sa mga kalaban nga nila. And I feel like FERVID wants to establish the identity already na, wait lang malapit na yung playoffs. So kailangan pagbutihin talaga natin yung mga ibang mapa kasi siguro kontento na sila sa Eagle Eye nila, which is very valid naman for FERVID kasi A7J, Eagle Eye, it can always go that well. But yung compound, kahapon sa mga nakita natin, even starting on strong side, nilampaso lang sila ng Virtus Pro. And this is the best time for them to practice any sort of movement or any sort of strategy para talaga mapabuti nga nila yung kalagayan nila sa playoffs. Kung lang naman makakapasok dito ang FERVID. But nonetheless, so far the map dito has been very much vital naman talaga sa kanya-kanya mga advantages. No, Mochi, pinili ng Attras yung Ankara, valid nga naman yan, new compound, pinagpa-practicean port, yun na siguro yung pinaka-middle ground natin, Mochi.
Yes, and can you see the irony ng mga sinasabi dito natin, no, Salvatore? Nagsimula tayo sa ating week 1 having such high hopes para dito sa FERVID, no, na sila yung unang pumwesto natin dito sa ating upper echelon ng ating standings alongside with the CBF. Pero right now, parang nag-iiba ata ang ihip ng hangin just because of the consistency or the lack of consistency na nakikita natin from them. Pero ipakita na nga natin ang ating mga predictions dito para sa tapatan na ito para sa ating lahat. It is gonna be 2-0 in favor for FERVID except for Bipolar na kung saan sa kanyang opinion kayang umisang mapa ng Attras.
Well, truly a believer dito na si Bipolar. I cannot blame him because there's still heart. Habang nandiyan pa si JK, we call him as Hope, no? Para dito sa side ng Attras. And like Hope, no? Habang may pag-asa pa, pwede pa nga talaga manalo dito ang Attras. But the thing is, the question talaga is, kaya ba nilang sirain itong napaka-straight line na prediction natin na lahat pumapabor sa FERVID? I feel like pwede nga naman. But Attras has a lot of homework to do sa loob nga ng Ankara because that is a dangerous map para sa side ng Attras. At dito nga tayo sa ating community polls. Halos lahat, no, Mochi, ng ating community polls ay pumapabor mula dito sa Cebuano squad natin. FERVID scoring with a 75%. Parang kailangan ata magtawag ng backup dito ni Boss Ang mula sa B1G, no? Para man lang tumapat-tapat yan sa bandang gitna, no, Mochi?
Tingnan natin, no? Parang kailangan nga, no? Baka papanoorin nila dito sa ating broadcast ng magkaragdag naman dito for Attras Esports. Kaya naman ipakilala na rin natin ang ating mga casters na sasama sa ating desk right now para naman mapagkwentuhan natin kung ano nga ba yung mga kailangan natin alalahanin para sa team ng FERVID and as well as Attras. So let us now welcome El and Bipolar. Grabe. Parang straight tayo ngayon. Ella, kamusta ka naman?
Diretso talaga. Ang tingin ko dito sa ating camera, sa ating predictions na kasi try to get back yung ranking natin na akala mo yung pantay lang kami ni Ramon pero number 2 ako. Pares kami 67. Pero never mind that, no. I feel like this match, it's going to be a straight line. We just don't know which team is gonna be getting that straight line, no.
Yeah, that is true, no? Especially na sa moment na ito, hindi na natin talaga ma-predict kung ano yung mga pwedeng mangyari kasi minsan may mga sudden power spikes na ina-offer ang ating mga teams. Pero how about you, Bipolar?
It's actually pretty crazy itong ating last matchup of the day. That's why yung prediction ko 2-1 kasi Attras is going up against a FERVID that has been defeated so much right now na nakita natin dito parang let go. Tsaka nakita natin kahapon dito na first time lang talagang mapiga ni Lance just because everyone from that team was dying even for A7J, no. Pero giant na lang para sa kanila, but FERVID alam ko naman kaya na panalo to. It's just the reason why na parang Attras is still in a comfortable position. Meanwhile, yung pressure ngayon, at an all-time high ang FERVID kasi if you think about it, last 3 match nila ngayon, if they lose every one of those, well, playoffs is not for them. So, pressure's on.
Pressure is on indeed, and hopefully that they can withstand that and hopefully have a mental reset after ng mga nangyari din sa kanila yesterday. So let's dive in further, no, para dito sa side ng FERVID muna na kung saan didiscuss natin itong si Lance as well as si A7J kasi they need to show a better performance, especially na meron tayong mga nakikitang lack from them or at least kahirapan galing sa kanila, Salvatore.
Well, definitely si A7J yung may pinaka-emphasis sa statement na to, no? Mochi, kung maalala ko nga, kung di ako nagkakamali, he scored 3 and 12 inside of new compound, no? Laban sa
0.4.
Virtus Pro. And we highly expected na talagang si A7J yung magpapanimula nga nun, no? Kasi history tells us na palagi pag playoffs, ang nakakatapat ni A7J is the team of Virtus Pro, but he did not show up on that specific match. Ngayon, since new environment na, ibang kalaban na makikita nga nila, feeling ko it's a breath of fresh air na para kay A7J and as well dito para kay Lance. Siguro mentality na lang or mental game ang kailangan natin pagbutihin dito kay Lance. He has raw aim, he has potential. At feeling ko meron naman siyang mga game IQ na talagang maaasahan mo naman. But sometimes si Lance medyo nagka-crumble talaga siya, na-expose siya ng mga ibang teams and he needs to withstand that para makita ng FERVID ang finish line. No? FERVID, as much as they really want itong playoff spot na to, kailangan natin makita mula sa laro nila, no? Kasi sa nung mga nakaraan, Mochi, they have been very much lackluster at kung talagang deserve nga nila ang playoffs, simulan nila ngayon sa laban ng Attras.
Exactly. Lalong-lalo na naiilan na lamang yung mga match na kailangan nila para dito sa ating group stage, and before we even know it, baka maubos na ang kanilang mga tsansa para mabawi iyon. Pero dito naman kay MZ, parang pwede na natin silang itapat kay J. Kim para sa ating week 3 ender. How about your insights for this one, El?
I feel like medyo off-roll yung pagkaka-compare and contrast natin dito kay MZ at kay J. Kim. Kasi si J. Kim, he's the spearhead dito para sa Attras. If we're gonna look at the stats, no, siya yung number 6 in terms of kills per round. The rest of his team is going to be in the ranks 40 below. 30 below, no? Last year nakapula sa data sheet ko. So that means J. Kim is the spearhead. Siya yung naghahanap ng mga kills, and kapag nakita natin siya sa CROSSFIRE matches or even in the PH versus PH matches, siya talaga yung nag-garner ng kills. On the opposite hand naman, si MZ is the support, right? Dito sa FERVID. And if you're the support, you're gonna be tanking that entry. Not really necessarily getting the kills, pero kumbaga, ikaw yung second din. Ikaw yung tatangke na, dapat siya yung mamamatay, ako na lang, no? He's good in terms of the smokes, but overall, MZ, he's just a support structure dito sa FERVID. And I feel like kung i-direct comparison natin siya kay J. Kim, it would do them no good. It's more of the impact nila in that role. So feel ko sakto lang for this change in personnel. Pero yun nga, no, mas daman natin si J. Kim sa kung saan siya komportable makipag-communicate.
Yeah, and I feel like other than the technicalities dito, no, yung involvement din siguro nitong ating specific point is the fact na yung history and yung pagkapalit nila, no. So, I feel like there is also some amplified contestion in between these two, dala ng kanilang historya para sa isa't isa. So, how about the side of Attras Esports naman? Tayo ngayon mag-hand because again, once brothers, now mortal enemies, bipolar.
Yun na nga, no? We saw J. Kim in a FERVID jersey. Now he's on an Attras jersey. And I feel like naman he's doing pretty well dito sa Attras. Pero may hidden vendetta nga, no? Just like what Salvatore always says, no? Si J. Kim dito sa FERVID. Kung meron man, well, dito niya ipapakita yun because they're now up against each other. But I would like to give a lot of dito, powers papunta kay J. Kim, no? Kasi again, he is still the hope, he is still the firing power, he is still the switch para sa buong Attras, para gumana dito si CRG, para mag-lock in lalo dito si RT, para malaman niya na, may pag-asa tayo dito, we can immediately win this series. So, yun na nga, no? Yes, there are mortal rivals, they were once brothers, but it's all up to the teams now. Hindi na to J. Kim versus FERVID lang.
And parang dito na rin papasok, no, yung history and yung istorya na dala dito ng ating mga individual players and how that can actually impact their play on top of the matches na naiiwan na lang dito and the level of pressure that they currently have right now. Lots of factors, lot of things na kailangan dito i-consider, but again, it is all up to the teams na magtatapat ngayon, and I do think that everything is ready, done and dusted para masimula ng ating laban of once again FERVID versus Attras. L and Bipolar, rakrakan na.
It's time to head on dito sa ating labanan with FERVID and as well as Attras, no? We saw brothers on in one team. Kung isipin mo, tatlo na yun kasi J. Kim was there, pero ngayon dalawa na lang sila doon. It's DNA 7J versus their once brother J. Kim. But Attras has been, still looking for that comfort spot kung saan kaya na nga nila dito makatalo ng teams comfortably. Meanwhile, itong FERVID has been losing, winning, but mostly losing right now kasi 3 na yung talo nila. And again, Noel, nakita natin to. Last 3 matches for FERVID, they'll be playing up against veterans sa pinakadulo, pero they need to keep on winning now kasi if not, that prize or that podium finish or that playoffs bound is gonna be, you know, not in their hands anymore. So ikaw ba, El, ano sa tingin mo pwede natin makita dito with this interesting new map dito?
I feel like sinabi mo na dapat maging comfortable dito yung Attras. Sa tingin ko hindi eh. Kung makita natin sa map pool, sila yung may pinaka-limited na map pool dito sa buong C Masters natin. So, and I feel like that's their weak point, right? You've seen them play Ankara, Black Widow, Eagle Eye, and New Compound, but we haven't seen them play the most played map. No, there's no port, there's no sub base. Meanwhile, itong si FERVID, yes, they have played Ankara. They kind of suck at it. Natalo sila twice doon.
Yes.
And Eagle Eye, medyo pangit lang yung naging matchup nila. Pero they have the solid maps, yung New Compound, Port, Sub-Base, top 3 maps being played here sa ating laruan. Pero I feel like, you know, in terms of theory, na sabi na uncomfortable tong Attras, they truly are. Not just in the maps, in the place, no? Parang sabi naman natin na nung nasa Impact sila, oo, kaya nila maging Masters level team, pero nung nasa Masters na sila, ay, parang nandun pa rin yung galawang Impact, no? So, nasa sila, purgatory of CROSSFIRE sila ngayon, na hindi nila malugar kung nasan yung skill level nila, at kailangan lang talaga nila ilabas yung confidence na nawawala, no, when they are facing these top teams by both.
I do agree with you on that, El, no? Parang nasa hurdle pa sila ngayon na hindi nila malampasan, na parang, uy, yes, nasa isip namin we're Masters level, pero hindi pa sila makatungtong mismo dun sa stage kung saan kung nasan ang lahat ng Masters teams natin. Good point there, no? I would like to go back sa point mo na yung Ankara nga dito, no? Recent matches dito for FERVID has been a 0 sa win rate natin dito for Ankara. Yes, it was close nonetheless, no? And alam naman natin dito, A7J does whip out a lot of strategies pagdating dito sa ating mapa. Pero parang matatanong nga ba natin kung basado na nga ba ang buong Ankara ng ating players for FERVID. Pero we start off our match 1 by listening to the comms. Let's head on to Ankara para sa ating
tatlo ah.
TV, isang LB.
Say tayo, wala nang camera.
29 kasi A7J.
Ni CE, ni Dilig CE. Wala ko lang. Smoking ko lang sa. Wala.
Ayun na nga, no, narinig ko marami daw camera, so ibig sabihin nun may na-death cam na nangyari dito. But it is already a 2-for-2 with Razor down, Kid J, Kim, and as well as D.
Exactly, no? Parang nakita din natin yung contrasting emotions dito ng mga teams natin. Yung Attras G na G, itong FERVID, kalmado lang. Pero I feel like for FERVID, talagang kalmado lang sila because they're about to hit itong site B natin. Lance about to take a fight. Wala naman siyang kalaban technically. Ghosts of Attras is here on site B and I feel like they're gonna be forced to a retake. Pero tingnan mo naman yung position nila sa mapa, bipolar. Maganda, yung lugar na pwede nilang panggalingan, pwede mag-TB, pwede mag-second mid, pwede mag-bypass. And it's up to FERVID to hold this area. Pero sa A7J, mag-expand siya, he's gonna go on a wraparound.
I like this actually, no? Backstab from the BL side, TB push. But smokes will divide the fight. Guns on the backside. Pero A7J, ito na nga yung backstab na sinasabi natin. Di sila makakalapit dito ng B, pero RTA is there. Whereabouts dito ng RTA, alam na alam ngayon ng FERVID. Pero he will just push good nade. Pinasahan dito ng bola. 10 seconds left. Papasok si RTA. Tries to defuse. Di nakatingin. Oy! Nandyan naman si Lance. And that was too close for comfort. Parang may ibang narinig doon ng FERVID.
Exactly, no? So far, all goods lang because A7J delivered them that round. And kung kailangan man lalo dito ng FERVID, dapat magpakita yan si A7J. He was missing nung naglaban sila sa Virtus Pro. Pero right now, he's making his presence known, no? He is currently, right now, leading in terms of the kills. And FERVID, if they want to make a statement game here sa Ankara, it should start with the IGL. So far, default is leading towards the floor A natin. Sa A7J, nakatanim dito sa hukay, pero iba ilalagay niya dyan kung sakaling pumush ng mid itong Attras. Pero feel ko naman, so far, in terms of map movement, they're just testing the waters. Makapapansin mo kanina na wala ng utility sa belt dito ng FERVID nung natapos yung round. And I like that. Attras being antsy, parang gusto nila kumagat sa may TB, pero may kutob sila na baka may mangyari dito sa CA.
Yeah, very careful ngayon ang Attras, no, despite them having mid control at least, pero full map coverage mula sa FERVID ngayon. May kita si Tracy Firth. The kid will just back off. Even the shot coming in from Lance will not hit there, pero Kid will be in low HP. Kadami pang oras, pwede pa sila pumunta dito ng ace since nandito naman yung bomba.
Exactly. And that readjustment for Attras, I don't know what's the rhyme or reason, no, para pumunta sila dito sa exit ng hotel. I feel like alam nila nang galing CA since yung direksyon ng pagtingin ni Dracifer is towards high mid. Ina-expect nila na may tao na sa hotel since hindi naman sila tumao doon. Now this utility na tinapon ni A7J ang magbibigay ng rotation spot para sa Attras pero hindi pa nila iti-trigger yan kasi hawak-hawak pa ni K yung angle. A7J, timing lang kailangan niya, and if he finds K, he might secure the A site entry.
Yun ang ano, akala ko nakita ni Kay doon pero nakascope in siya papunta dito sa may
Hindi pa.
yellow side. Di niya nakita dito yung grenade throw pero CRG charging up towards LB papunta sa may market pero nahuli na si Kid sa may TV. MZ nagulat pero 180 lang, hindi na finish off ni CRG yung kill. And that is problematic, no? Attras, they had a little bit of forward push pero ngayon mismong si Dina ang magpo-forward dito sa may B-side. J. Kim might see his past teammates here, spots out D, spots out Lance, walang tumatama except dun kay D. And now whips at the USP, pero A7J good with HK.
This is possible.
Oras saktong-sakto. Pero RTA, can he find the right angles here para mapitas dito ang low HP players natin for Vid? Lance sees him on mid and RTA to fall. That's the second round para sa FERVID.
Grabe dito yung shuffling around ng mapa by FERVID, no? Pagkakuha ng kill ni A7J kay K, no? Akala ng Attras na, uy, namatay si K. Mag-i na to. Hindi pa pala. Hinagisa lang nila extra utility. Nag-rotate sila sa may mid at nagpapunta pa sila ng B. Nabasag yung dapat nag-right read dito ng Attras and that just left them in the dust, no? After na gumalaw na itong mga players ng FERVID. Sinabi ko nila, parang hindi pa sila nagalaw and that was the play, no? Let them cook. Talagang prituhin mo lang sa sa langis tong Attras at talagang masusunog yan kakaantay, no? Nasunog nga sila sa rotation nila at pati yung round nawala. This time around though, Bipolar, no presence deep whatsoever si MZ. Nagmamalaloy dito sa may second mid natin, sa may doors B angle, dahil alam mo naman, siya talaga yung nilalagay na anchor. Just not too aggressive, no? Not like Loy na pumapasok sa doors, naghanap ng first entry. He's gonna be passive. Lance as well dito sa HM natin nakamarka. They're making presence towards A pero ito yung nakita natin in the previous round na napigilan ng Attras from 3B. They want to go to CA to HM pero nakatambay pa rin dito si K.
Si K na nagsisipat dito kay Lance. He expects it pero tinululan lang dito ni Lance at nakita niya yung tatlo mula sa FERVID. What a play para lang makuha dito yung TB.
Hindi na naman nila kakagatan yan, no? Talagang they're poking, they're prodding, they're dancing all around the map. Ngayon, no, parang wary na itong Attras kung saan ba talaga manggagaling itong FERVID. Nalilito, nahihilo na talaga sila, hindi na sila makapag-isip na matino dahil, come on man, it's been almost 2 minutes. Gumalaw naman kayo. Nanghihingi ng sagot dito ang Attras pero hindi binibigay ng FERVID. Magugulat ka na lang, Bipolar, na entry na sila kaya tong si Kid nag-iisip na lumakad pero si Dracifer maumuna na.
I mean, he spots the head of Kid immediately from TB. Pero J. Kim ngayon, different angle now all the way from respawn. And even CRG covers the backside and with the 714, he sprays on down onto A7J. Mag-isa lang dito CRG pero si D pati si MZ buhay na buhay pa. With the bomb planted, CRG can only whip up on a flash pero D gets the kill. FERVID, these are testing rounds, no? Parang talagang pinapaisip nila dito yung Attras.
Talagang sinasahugan lang nila yung ginagalaw nila sa mapa, no? Tamang tamang rekados lang ng smoke, ng flash, ng HE. Tapos hayaan lang natin pakuluin tong si Attras ng mga 5 minuto, mga 2 minuto, tapos siya tayo mag-go, no? Pero ito, aggressive move from Attras. They will make a play, they will find one, pero si MZ lang yan, gumagalaw na yun ng FERVID sa HM.
Diretso na lang, nawala na dito si MZ, so they can just push, pero RTA is nasty with these taps. Ngayon, Dracifer, spotted siya dito. Alam ni RTA, never mind, it's FERVID getting 2, pero makakahanap din naman ng 2, 3 ang Attras. Isa-isang namatay habang walang malaman na Attras claims the point.
Exactly. Ginawa nila doon bipolar without any extra words. Naghanap sila ng mapipitas. Kailangan nilang laging gawin yan dahil kapag hindi, sila yung mapipitasan dito ng FERVID. FERVID though, 3-man towards hotel, 2-man towards tunnels B is going to be a B split.
Oh, madami dito delikado to para sa FERVID. Attras actually has the advantage here, pero yung grenade! Pero nandyan naman si Kid!
Backstab!
Pero A7J diretso lang din, nakapag-check out na sa my hotel. And with the smoke, pero natamaan dun si A7J. Attras does have a little bit of leeway dito, pero ipaplante yung C4. Lons with the cover dito sa pinamahabang angles, pero RTA nahanap pa sa may smoke. At ito na, signature backstab mula kay A7J. CRG also unaware, and what a play again. FERVID, pinaspam lang yung B.
Nakabigay dito ng sagot ang Attras, pero ang dami pang tanong ng FERVID. Kaya nyo ba kapag ginawa lang namin simple execute, no? Parang hindi eh. Tinatlo nila kagad yung doors B para in case na gawin ulit ng Attras yung strat na nagpanalo sa kanila ng round, hindi na gagana dahil nga lamang na lamang sa tutukan dahil nandito si D, no? So now, Attras, na-try na nila maging aggressive, na-try nila maging passive. Ngayon, mix up naman. Tatambayan na lang namin tong site A, pero hanggang dalawa lang pala na magro-rotate din naman pala tong CK towards mid. Alam niya na nanggagaling lagi ng CA tong FERVID when they do their default. So, tamang rotational player lang siya muna para sa ngayon, no? FERVID, however, with all the tricks in the book, no, A7J parang isang play kada round no? Hindi umuulit except for the default. So, they're really testing Attras hanggang saan nyo kaya kami tapatan sa macro, no? Yun yung sinasabi dito ng FERVID. Pero mukhang wala nang macro dito. Diretso towards CA, ready and waiting sa RS ng dalawang members ng Attras. Baka nga makapag-contact pa sila, no? Just in case.
Just the basics na para sa FERVID. Check out CA, check out mid, claim TB, claim high mid. And nakikita rin natin dito for Attras, no? There's just 2 players on AMOC, tapos yung dalawang players dito na si Jacob pati si Kay is wrapping all around dito sa ating mapa just to fortify whichever saan man gumusto dito ang FERVID. Pero somehow, with 1 minute left, Lance pa unang contact dito.
Parang.
Oh, yun lang. Di niya napansin. Kay gets the easiest shot of his life to kill off the enemy sniper. But I feel like FERVID doesn't even care, no?
Hindi na. Papagalawin lang nila sa MZ habang yung tatlo na yan pupunta ng A pero naka-triple stack ang Attras. Kailangan nila maging maingat dito, no? Or antay nila sa MZ gumalaw pero parang wala na rin silang oras.
This is a great read. Di sila nag-B kahit na yun yung palagi pinupunta ng FERVID. The flash play actually is denied. Yung C4 mag-BB pa din. Inakala ng Attras na A. Tignan mo naman yung pag-ikot dito ng Attras. MZ now holding down the angles, will plant the bomb. At tignan mo to, kahit mamatay si Tracy for okay lang para sa FERVID. They have B. Pero A7J, he already has 10 kills, 7 headshots. With this amount of people na haharap sa kanila, kailangan na tamaan lahat ng shots. Kid now, good wallbang onto MZ. A7J, nag-aantay lang, pero si Dean mamamatay yung kapatid. He's in a 1v5 at tignan mo naman yun. Tinauhan lang. And that's a great play despite lahat sila nanggaling ng A.
Exactly, no? Tapos sabihin ko sana, good macro round yun para sa FERVID pero kinapos lang sila sa tao, no? May mga laban doon na required manalo ang FERVID members natin. Example, si Gracefor doon sa may events angle natin pero talagang kinapos sa barilan. Kahit maganda yung plano yun na malinlang tong Attras, hindi gagana kapag kulang kayo sa miyembro, no? Na baril lang dito sa pader si MZ, tapos sumunod na rin si D. Akala ko nga siya pa yung makakamultikill sa A7J, natirang mag-isa. At yun nga, no, parang sa tingin natin ngayon, mag-isa lang di siya nagbubuhat. Care of Lance, care of Dracifer na humahabol din naman sa kanya. Pero FERVID, as much as I like the map movement and the rotation and the fake outs dito na ginagawa nyo, hit them with a simple execute, no? Pambasag lang ng stock. Kasi pag ginawa nyo yan, mawawalan ng confidence tong Attras sa pag-hold ng site nila. Babalik sila sa rotational sequence nila, no? This time around though, walang magbabago sa pag-take nila ng CA. May tao pa rin sa TB. Si K pa rin yun. At tong FERVID, no? Just copy-paste siguro yung default. Pero yung ending, yun yung unpredictable.
This ending might go towards Attras though. Tingnan mo naman. They cleared off hotel. At makiklear off ang katawan ni Kay. What a jumping shot. Mula dito kay Lance. He's currently winning the sniper fights right now. Pero grabe tahimik ang naharap dito ng Attras after it. Immediate frag mula dito sa TV.
Tibay talaga ng Attras, oh. Hahayaan lang nila si Kid na mag-isa dito sa hotel. Actually, buong area ng B, no? Hahayaan lang nila mag-isa. They're really banking on that A stack, no? A ending para sa FERVID. Pero tingnan mo naman, binigay kay Lance yung C4. Ipepeke nila yung A hit. Ayan na yung mga members natin sa Vents. And it seems like si Kid yung dapat manalo. Pero tutumba din siya. 3v5 for Attras.
Tingnan mo naman, the wave of FERVID just going towards B. Pero tingnan mo si Dracifer. He'll catch them off guard. RTA! Kailangan niya dito tingnan dito si Dracifer. Pero never mind. I-offer niya na lang yung buhay niya doon. It's J. Kim looking at his past teammates. And he just falls down in towards the 5 rounds for FERVID. Grabe yun, no? As soon as MZ got the kill, lahat sila pumunta ng B.
Nakita niya yung past teammates niya. In the present, namatay siya sa round na yun. At yung future natin, madidetermine ng timeout na to by Polar. Attras, looking lost, no? They only shown 3 angles. Hold, stack, push. Wala tayong nakitang rotational plays dito na okay. Kapag by this timer, wala pa rin nagpaparamdam, i-clear nga natin yung floor in na yan, hagisan kita ng flash, checkan mo, tapos kung may laban man na mangyayari, i-50-50 natin para at least ma-confirm natin kung ilang miyembro yung nandun. Number 2, no, na problema na Attras, hindi nila kinokontrol yung CA. Alam mo na kinukuha yan ng FERVID. Kailangan yung labanan yan. Especially na kapag kinuha nyo nga yung CA fight na yan, you can create a possible duo play or crossfire play, no? Siguro pinch play as well from the Vents angle, lalo na kapag nahuli mo yung timing ng FERVID na lumulungga dun sa CA at EA angle natin. Number 3 for Attras would be, come on guys, have some confidence. Labanan nyo. I like that push, do it again. Pero tong FERVID, parang kahit gawin ng Attras lahat yun no? Somehow, tong sa A7J, he's going to think of a strategy na, utakan ko lang yan. Tapos hayaan ko lang pamatay si D, si Lan, siya ako, papatay na rin ako. Tapos, i-fake ko na naman, no? Almost every single round by Polar has been fakes. And Attras, parang may trust issues na dito in terms of the communication and the game plan.
I guess siguro, you can't really blame Attras, no? Kasi even if mag-bid dito yung players natin for FERVID, they still have numbers to play with. Ang problema nga lang doon, nakalampas si D, nakalampas si Dracifer sa may A, they got the kill, so talagang nag-dwindle down na matira na lang dito si JK sa mismong respawn ng GR side. But Attras, man, yeah, I do agree with you, El. Kailangan nila dito tapangan. They have the aim, They can win the fights and still passive din naman dito players natin for FERVID in the early parts of the rounds. And they can catch them off guard just like what happened kanina, no? Nahanap nila si Lance, I believe, or it was MZ dito sa may market. Nag-push sila as 3 dun sa may LB just to create some kind of chaos. Pero wala That was just one round out of many bago sila mag-timeout. So, let's see. We're going back into the round. It is gonna be the 8th round sa Ankara. At ito na. Ito hinihingian natin agad. Push towards B.
Okay, so tama nga na gagawa ng push na naman tong Attras, pero ang ganda ng solusyon dito ng FERVID looking at the live cam, no, sa maliit na camera natin habang nagre-replay yung previous round. Si MZ naka-sniper, he's expecting the push. And si K yung itatapat, no, with 2 riflers alongside him. Pag nakakuha ng pitas dito si MZ, basag yung timeout dito ng Attras dahil alam nila kagad na okay, magpupush to, why not let MZ have that sniper na para makakuha siya ng isa, get out, even get 2, possibly. So Attras, not feeling the mood to push, will go back to their tendencies, but this time, tingnan mo yung position nila bipolar. They're ready and waiting sa may TB, dalawa dito sa HM, ready to pinch play yung mid natin, pero lo and behold, walang tao dito sa ating mid. It's going to be Lance. And he's gonna win again.
And he's expecting that, no? And look at this! Pincer maneuver mula kay Dracifer! Oh my God! 3 para kay Dre! At dahil dyan, ubos na naman ang buong Attras. Tinira na lang si CRG. But what else can we say? It's FERVID dominating. and just getting into the minds of Attras with the bomb planted. Ipit na ipit si CRG. Si D lang nakaharap dito, pero hindi pa rin siya makalabas. The shots connect mula sa kanya. 30 seconds can go for the clutch, pero with 54 HP, he needs somewhat of a separation. This might just be it. Doesn't confirm the kill kay Lance. Flash is connecting. 16 seconds, and its timing is off the essence. MZ with the sniper. At kita mo naman, sabi niya galing pa akong RS. Nakapitas pa ako mismo mula sa bisa eh.
As much as si Lance nga yung nakakuha dito ng pitas bipolar, I commend Kano for trying to take that fight. He needs more of that. Eventually, ma-overcome niya rin si Lance. Pero if Lance is just that good, you're not gonna beat him. Kano, malalaman dito sa floor A. Looking at that replay, it was Lance's skill to start it off. And remember, sinabi ko kanina habang timeout ng Attras na kailangan kunin ng Attras itong CA. Hindi nila kinuha, may adjustment dito ang FERVID with that sniper, pero they still did the same thing of taking CA, at nung namatay na yung miyembro ng Attras dito, they just exploded onto the rest of the side. CRG getting 1, getting 2.
See, this is what we wanted. Close approach, not let them come in. Pero since CRG did fall, nandito pa si D at kumasa pa dun si Kid. Attras over pushing now as they got the advantage, pero ngayon 3v3, A7J ngayon tumatama pa din. He's almost in 820 bomb, but Lance is not even a factor here kasi Attras, they're on TB.
Layo. Ba't kayo sa TV dadaan, guys? Wala pang tao sa site. You've been seeing hotel. Why not go towards bypass para mahawakan nyo at least yung angle ng exit and still have control of HM, no? So, questionable movements dito and questionable plant para kay RTA. Pag nahuli siya dyan, he's dead. 2 rights. So, parang na-realize niya din yun. At na-realize din ni RTA yung ginagawa niya. Gonna go dito sa may batteries natin sa gitna just to prevent anything. Na-realize din siguro nila na it's always been B yung ending dito ng FERVID. So, they're gonna bank their numbers there.
Oh, look at RTA though. Oh, he's gonna check. Parang security guard lang sa mall kapag tumama ng 11 a.m. Oh, siya mismo yung makakapatay. And with 25 seconds, aangat sa kalangitan si K. And all he needs is 3 shots. First shot connects onto the chest. But D is already there. 4K para kay D. Picking them one by one.
Ang hirap panoorin ito kapag Attras fan ka. 7-2 yung scoreline natin bipolar, pero it felt like a 9-0 to me because of how much FERVID is dissecting this team. No? Talagang hinihimay-himay sila. Isipin mo, parang pinrito silang tilapia, tapos talagang kinukuha mo lahat ng laman dito nung isda na yun. No? Talagang walang patawad itong FERVID sa map control and as well as the fakes. To the point na, yung Attras, as much as they want to play rotational, yung instinct na either let's gamble na lang dito sa A siya sa B, yun na lang gawin natin. Tapos kapag naubusan naman sila ng tao, may +2 man lead dito ang FERVID, siya kasi sila nagro-rotate, they're not trusting the plan fully. Even if they go retake, dehado sila, no? So, parang stuck between a rock and a hard place, no? Bipolar tong Attras. And it's not really looking good. Sinabi ko nga kanina na, sure, FERVID, Ankara is currently their worst map in terms of the statistics, in terms of the round win rates on both BL and GR, no? Pero still, if you are giving them this space and allowance to create the plays and fake you out, they're gonna take it 100% of the time.
GR side, right? Para kayo dito sa FERVID. And they have so much leeway. Attras needs to be explosive.
Bilisan mo, Klein.
What?
Kami natin kunin. Guro tayo dong. Dool guro kay kuan. Kay iba.
Ayun, okay na. Stuck
Okay.
Stuck B.
Flash.
Stuck B daw sila bipolar. Habang si Klein medyo na-friendly fire siya, no? Pero Lance is gonna be all alone dito sa side A natin, trying to find someone dito sa may EA. Looks like an Attras set execute towards A, and Lance, he better start calling for help.
If he gets one here, okay lang yun. The first shot doesn't connect. The blind is just too good, El. And now the retake comes in for Vid. A wave towards A site. The flash comes in. Lahat ng dito ng util ng Attras ginagamit nila, ha? This is problematic. Now they plant the C4. Realizes na okay lang naman magplanta dito ngayon sa A site, pero a big backstab kung saan ready si K. 3 wide cam now as K misses the first shot. K also just dies! Wait lang, Attras! They're falling into shambles. At ngayon, gumagana ang malaking gamble dito ngayon ng FERVID. RTA spots out one. The flash will not connect. Pero isa na lang dito, A7J. Pero it's all up to D. Makakakuha siya ng isa with 10 seconds. He finds the head of 2. Pero kulang na kulang yon as Attras makes the fortress sa A side.
Ganda ng ating triple cam doon, no? Nakita natin kung saan nanalo ang Attras. It was their hold dito sa top A. Malalaman natin na itong FERVID, most of their players galing sa likuran at hindi yan kita sa angle ng EA, no? Ang ganda ng pag-hold ng Attras. Hindi sila nang hinayang, no, sa manggagaling na flank. And K, no, hindi na nang hinayang kay Lance. Now that the sides has been switched, it's going to be him taking the better shots on his opponent's sniper. And they're gonna back off after picking out itong si Lance sa may stairs ng site A. They're gonna redirect their attention towards mid bipolar kung saan si Dracifer ang sasagot, pero si A7J is gonna pick up that sniper. Possible a challenge kay K if ever need mag-activate, pero feel ko nakukutuban naman ng FERVID tong nangyayari. That's why they're marking Tunnels B.
Yeah, it's all up to Dido, no? He can hit some shots. And that's a... Oh my God! Aray! Talagang dinacapitate dito si RTA. But there is a trade coming in towards Dracifer. It is currently a 4v3 kung saan dehado ang FERVID. This big retake can be denied by K dito sa may high mid. Pero MC playing with the smoke. Playing with danger. 24 seconds. A70 tagged up. CRG na wallbang na. Susunod nga pa doon. Pero Jacob now gets 2. It's all up to the IGL. A7J with 1 HP. At tagong-tago ang Attras. Hindi sila magpapakita. They know na 8 seconds na lang ang natitira. And A7J also knows that. Hindi na siya susubok pa. Pang-4 na puntos para sa Attras.
Ganda na ginawa dito ng Attras, no? They just capitalized sa man advantage. Went the other way. No fakes. And no complicated stuff dito sa kanilang execute. I would like to see more, no? Kasi doon sila nagkakaroon ng confidence bipolar eh. So, kung makuha naman ni Kay yung pitas, 9 times out of 10 siguro, didiretso pa rin sila ng B doon, no? They're gonna be setting up for the floor A fight dito and looking at that retake. Ganda ng shots ni Kay, ganda ng shots ni D. Parang naipit na si Dracifer. Kung humarap na lang siya, pwede pa siyang manalo ng fights doon. Could have turned fights of battle around para sa FERVID. Pero ending natin, no, medyo disconnected si A7J on that retake. It was him all alone at the end. Hindi niya kayang tapatan yung post plant ng Attras. Same scenario wherein in this round, floor A pa rin yung unang marka. Iiwan si K, pro-rotate sila. And it's going to be hotel or mid yung pwedeng patunguhan ng Attras. Pero I feel like with this 4-man train sa may doors B, kailangan mag-ingat ni MZ.
MZ, if maka-catch off guard siya dito, mahirap lumabas mismo sa frame, ha? Pero Attras, also playing passively on the BL side.
Sobrang passive. Pero ito na.
Biglang nag-push, El.
Narinig ako.
Narinig tayo, eh.
Una.
MZ realizes this, no?
Narinig din ako ni MZ, nag-back out.
Nako-call out natin, El. Nakikinig si MZ, pati yung Attras.
Pero hesitation pa rin dito sa Attras, no? Baka util set play lang, letting K explode. Pero, ayun na nga.
Met by bullets. RTA expects the push at tingnan mo naman yung bombardment sa B site. Lahat binato na at lahat tatanggapin ni A7J, pati na rin ang bala ni CRG. With 30 seconds, they plant the bomb and it's just like before. K on CA, pero Kid doesn't even let K get a glimpse of the... It's all up to Dracifer versus 5 healthy players ng Attras. And somehow, the tables have turned. Attras naman ang gumagana dito sa buong BL side.
Parang yung letters lang sa IG ni Dracifer ngayon DC kasi parang disconnected siya sa ginagawa niyang pag-standby dito sa RS, no? Feeling like, okay, it's a hopeless round, sure, but at least get some kills. Get the blood going through the veins in your arms, pare. Gotta make sure na walang resistance dito whatsoever from FERVID. Attras, ang ganda na execute nila. The timing is perfect. This is a timeout, no? Has to be called kasi if only FERVID held, dahil na parang na-layer na nila yung pag-back nila towards the site, if only they held for just a teeny bit longer, Bipolar, the outcome of those battles dito sa hotel could have been different. No? It could have went their way. So, Aries is going to give his team a bit of a talking to, no, Bipolar, kasi parang okay na. Nasa atin na yung lead, nasa atin na yung hawak na mapa. Alam naman natin yung timings natin. Kailangan lang natin magtiwala. No need for the re-clear. Alam nyo na, tinatanim lang yung sniper dito sa Miniter or sa floor A. So, FERVID, if you are going to take any notes from this timeout, it should be, steady lang kayo, chill lang. Alam yung medyo kabado yung kalaban nyo, alam yung sobrang passive niyan, impact team yan dati. Pag maiinip talaga kayo, kakaatay. So, let them come to you and then just shoot their heads when it goes into the middle of your crosshairs.
Yeah. Siguro, ang pwede rin sabihin dito ni Ares, no? I mean, we have fights, pero somehow, bakit nga ba tayo nauubusan palagi ng players bago ba pag-execute ng Attras? It's 2 rounds now. That FERVID has let Attras split past their defense ng maraming players. Sometimes even just 5. They're just losing the battles dito. Yung mga decision nila to, just like the previous round, no, to push into Hotel as to it was good. Pero they did not realize that they didn't even consider na meron tao dun sa may bar. So with 7 seconds left, matatapos ng timeout dito, onting inom muna, no, Lance? Kailangan mo talaga ditong mag-rehydrate. Pero FERVID, again, the gap now sa ating mga rounds, it's getting closer and that's not comfortable para dito sa FERVID. Lalo na sa GR side sila.
Exactly. And parang the highlight siguro ng previous round natin, no? Kinlear nyo yung bar, nabigyan tuloy kayo ng shots. Ito ni RTA. So, antay lang kayo. You're too young to drink, but A7J, you should not be holding that sniper, but RTA gave him a chance na, pare. Double TRG for both teams. The 1 TRG dito na FERVID tumumba. And this again is a situation where Attras can completely capitalize their advantage on, no? Kanina si Lance tumumba, they went B. Ngayon si A7J yung tumumba. Where are they gonna go? Well, nakita mo yung C4 na yan dito sa may respawn natin sa may Meralco. They're just going to take it towards doors B, or baka mag-antay na naman sila dyan sa ating bypass. Just passing time, letting it flow by, pero never mind. Attras decided na magpupush na kami ng B, pasok sa hotel, pasok sa bypass, and it feels like it's just simple and straightforward.
Di mo na nga atras ang atras, no? They'll actually push forward dito sa hotel. Same kind of scenario. But also FERVID wants to check out LA side, and if they find K alone, alam nila to, El. Or at least malalaman nila to, El, na it's gonna be B. Pero tignan mo naman, narinig na ata dito ngayon ni Lance na maraming tao sa may B site. And they'll check it out. They expect the CA push. So ngayon, diretso na lang nila to. Pero Attras, they're comfortable now. Pwede i-plant yung C4. They let D do D things and K falls down. It's now 4v4 before the retake comes in. 35 seconds, diretso ngayon si CRG mismo sa second mid. Walang makakalampas dito, El. Tignan mo si MZ. Talaga. He's just trying now. But Dracifer might just be late for the trade. Ito yun lang. No, it's not. Equalizes the fight, pero Jake maharapan dito ngayon si Dracifer. His past teammates now is in a bad sign. It's all up to the sniper that we call Lance. With 9 seconds left, lahat nakatago. Alam ng Attras ang plano na mag-retake or mag-hold na lang ng post-plant. And that's a comfortable 6 rounds now. Nakahabol na ang Attras.
Hindi sila umaatras, pare. Umaabante sila sa scoreline nila. And I feel like it's all thanks to their set play na itanim dito si K sa LA. Punta tayo ng B. Nakita mo yung yung ginugol na oras dito ng FERVID sa CA siya sa EA para lang antayin si K, tapos ang ending ang tagal patay ni D. To si Kay napakakit ng vents. I feel like that was the win condition dito ng Attras, no? Buy enough time to let Kay either go on the flank or just waste the time ng Fervid habang tayo yung nagsiset up ng post plant sa kabilang banda, no? So, I like it from Attras. However, I'm not liking what Fervid is doing to this. Alam nyo na matagal yan si Kay dumating. Alam nyo na kapag tinauhan nyo yung site B or kaya nilabanan nyo yung execute, magiging hectic itong Attras, no? Hindi nila malalagay sa tamang plant spot para kay Kay, no? Kung yun man yung ending na iniisip dito ni Ang in terms of their default. So, they're not gonna do that again. Switching up the playbook, they're gonna go for a standard A hit, taking vents, Kid with that utility belt ready, CRG towards EA. At ngayon, si D at si Dracifer ready to duo and duel these 5 members of Attras.
Double flash, unaffected by D, pero ngayon, it's all up to Dracifer. Single man hold on A, at makaharap agad ni Dion. Ni Kid, to correct myself, pero 40 seconds with the bomb planted. Fervid na naman.
Ipit sila.
Stuck on exit, trying to go for the retake kung saan ang hirap nito. Tignan mo kung saan nakatutok ngayon si CRG. And even, itong isang player natin, MZ, will fall. Second one to fall is Lance. It's all up to the captain that will just fall down. After consecutive rounds dito sa BL side, tie game na tayo with Attras and Fervid.
And dito natin papasok yung conversation about J. Kim being a former Fervid member. Alam niya ba na ganito maglaro ang Fervid sa GR or sadyang is it really a hidden vendetta ni J. Kim, no, na ngayon yun ang ilalabas sa BL side? Sige, bugbugin nyo kami sa aming GR side, pero pag kami na yung nag-BL, we're gonna give you a taste of the same medicine in a different format, no? Parang contrasting again tong Attras at Fervid. Fervid mahilig sa mga fake out plays, sa mga long macro rounds. Ito, Attras, yes, same, long macro rounds, pero hindi na complicated. At the end of it, pag nakakuha kami ng pitas, we're gonna go. Kahit walang pitas, if we feel like it, we're gonna go. And so far, tahimik lang, no? Tumabla na yung score natin, 7-7. At walang gustong magbigay ng lead sa kabila.
Tsaka I would like to point this out, Noel. I feel like Attras expects na biglaan na lang magpupush dito ang Fervid as 4 sometimes in these rounds sa BL side. That's why nagtatatlong TRG sila in the first minute. Isa sa high mid, isa sa may LA, isa sa may X, sa may LB. And if that doesn't work out, well, okay lang. Babalik lang sila dito sa kanilang roles. But different sign now for Vid. MZ on TB will connect on the kill. Still has half HP ngayon, Lons. Ibang pwesto naman, pero he will miss the shot. Information gathered though. With 1 minute, diretso ang Attras sa abante na naman, pero hindi yan papalapitin dito ni Lons. Bumping bodies, J. Kim now will meet MZ, yung pumalit sa kanya dito sa Fervid. At maharap na rin yung El Capitan niya dati ngayon. Attras still keeping the pressure on despite a player down. K pushing in with a pistol confirms the kill on Lance. At ngayon, kahit malalim si K, he will just fall down. He doesn't confirm the kill. At Dracifer puts a bullet in the heads and bodies of Attras. They move to forward. Pwede naman magplanta ng bomba.
Nakakapitalize na nila na mag-isa lang si A7J sa site. They could have went directly para sa tanim dito, no? Pero hindi. Pinush nila ng todo. Hello, nandito si D. Magpapakilala siya and he will secure that round para sa Fervid. I like it, Attras, pero too much, no? Sometimes you gotta dial the heat in the proper places, and that one is overheating, I would say. No, makita mo yan, no? A7J got rated out. He's gonna be here. And I think na si Dracifer siya si D yung tumapos ng actually si Dre nga lang, no? Siya lang yung nagpakilala si D. Hidden character pa yan. Mamaya pa yan mag-activate. Same start tayo on floor A. Pero tingnan mo, may tao na sa CA ngayon para sa Fervid.
Now look at this, no? Dracifer has been the crucial factor dito sa Fervid, no? For these past rounds. And it keeps on giving the bullets to Attras. Attras, naku po! They're dying to mere contact plays. At eto na ngayon, Fervid answering with the most crucial plays. Sobrang ludicrous ng ginagawa dito ng Fervid, pero K now gets 2 kills at hinarapan niya na naman dito ang Fervid. And they just gave 9 rounds towards the GR side of FERVID.
As much as sinasabi ko na masyadong komplikado ginagawa ng FERVID, that was just a simple crossfire. Quite literally, sa Vents at
Contact
CA.
lang.
Yun lang yung ginawa nila. Pure contact, swing, laban. Kid, lalaban din dito sa base second mid.
Uy, Kid, dediretso na lang din sila. They're overheating!
Namatay.
At ayun, kapag nag-overheat ka, sasabog yung kotse and that car is Kid. Man, oh man. May freebie patuloy ang FERVID. Look at this. They're combining every one of these players as 4.
Exactly. Ngayon, FERVID, I feel like nagkaroon sila dito ng konting impact oopsie, no? Impact off, if you will. Talagang napaubo lang lumabas yung pagka autonomous na naman nila wherein they just compile themselves as one. Baka ma-push nila, no? Dahil wala naman si Kay dyan sa doors B. Pero yun nga, thinking nonetheless of pushing, they're gonna go back to their spots. At parang nag-shuffle pa sila sa kanilang depensa. Same dito kay Attras. Pero it feels more na parang na-paralyze sila sa nangyayari dito kay Kid. They don't wanna push forward. Medyo malalim si Kay. Hawak niya yung TB. And right now, well, alanganin to. Kahit magpas RS sila towards B, kaya ipitin yan as long as buhay dito sa A7J eh.
He just holds his ground, no? Oh, he finds him. What a find for Attras. And somehow, FERVID still realizing or checking if A-site pa nga ba to. Pero ngayon, now they realize, wait, 45 seconds. Ba't wala yung Attras sa A? Kasi nasa B sila magpaplanta ng bomba. At si di pa unang titingin dito ngayon. Oh, they're all disconnected kanina. They're working as 4, pero ngayon hiwala yung FERVID. They realize the bomb plant is on B. But D will take the high ground here. Spots out K, pero K and CRG actually was the one to get the kill. K finds Dracifer through the smoke. At grabe naman to, ayaw pahingahin ngayon ng Attras ang FERVID para makuha ang buong mapa ng Ankara. At J Kim, just like A7J, backstabbing Luns. And this time, it's an 8-9.
It's actually appropriate na si J Kim talaga yung ginamitan natin ng word na backstab dito. Kapag si Lito, no, lurk, pag si J Kim backstab, yun ang ating yun ang ating storytelling in this matchup. One more round para sa Attras to get that overtime. And FERVID, nakita natin yung evolution ng isang pub gaming team to an impact team to a masters team all in one round. Para talagang nag-shuffle sila sa time. And I feel like kung magaganon kayo na Attras, parang pwede namin ibaba kayo sa level nila eh, no? That's really a bad sign dito sa FERVID na nakapatay lang silang isa, kumagat silang lahat. Ang pangit. So this time around, they're gonna enforce the discipline. Same approach, 2-1-2, forward sa may hotel. Pero I feel like this is just gonna be a fake, no? K, naray, si Jacob, si CRG din. Actually, CRG din pala, no? Kasama. Tatlo pala sila doon. Dalawa lang yung circles na nakita ko. Napasabog ng onte, will get the pick, and they will bounce out doing the same method ng FERVID, no?
I have to be honest, no? D has been so absent sa Ankara.
Yes.
Parang may disease tuloy ngayon yung magkapatid natin for FERVID. Kung kahapon may sakit si A7J, ngayon si D naman tumatanggap ko. Pero J Kim enters at nagkabanggaan pa. Wait lang, pinibigyan niya ng boy si A7J at nakakuha pa siya ng dalawa. Attras becoming nervous, pero tingnan mo naman si Lance. It's K now with the easy quick scope. It's all up to Dracifer again. Tatalon siya naman mismo mag-overextend. Pero with the USP, he keeps on going. He keeps on pushing. And now he meets CRG. And that's a creator. Pero the creator of overtime. It's a 9-9 in Ankara.
We did not expect that. Personally, hindi ko expect yan. No, pero I feel like if you are going to be the side of Attras, you're gonna be taking that one anyway. Oo, medyo absent sila sa first part, pero mas malala kapag sa second part ka naging absent. That is what happened dito sa FERVID. I feel like they also got lost in the sauce ng defense nila. We had glimpses of good rounds, no? Yung retake, yung crossfire sa CA at Vents, pero after that, what's next, no? Wala. nakain sila sa passiveness dito ng Attras, and I feel like kaka-atras dito ng Attras, yung abante nila mas madali na, no, laban dito sa FERVID.
I would like to say na parang naging lost in translation dito yung buong plays natin for FERVID. Kasi nung nakita natin yung 8 rounds sila, na-secure nila yung 9, they were playing as a big group, no? And it was working out. Pero somehow, bigla nila binitawan yun. And dun mismo napitas-pitas dito ang Attras yung mga players natin, and it was easy pickings. Muntikan pa maklatch up ni Dre, pero the information that they all knew nung nawatay dito yung players sa TB, what else can we say? Ang ganda parang position ni CRG, because even Dracifer thought na manggagaling na sila dito sa may arco, sa may bypass, kasi gusto asahan nila mag-pivot, pero hindi eh. It's nagulat lang tayo lahat dun, El. But now, Attras will go back towards the GR side.
Hindi palit tayo.
Tara.
Sige, palit tayo.
Ganto-ganto lang ako. Jigil-jigil lang ako. Baka mawanto.
Ay, mabama. May ilan na.
Iyayin niya na.
Oo, iin.
Hindi pala kayo kausap dito ng Attras. Never mind.
Hindi pala.
Pero, ayang
Wala
nagpalit
kasi
sila ng sides. Yun, FERVID on the attack once more dito. Simplehan nyo na lang at mukhang sana nga simple lang itong gagawin nyo. Simple site A execute. Makita natin si MZ, he is already on the way with his flashbang in hand at parang ready na silang umentrada dito sa site A after they throw their flashes, the smokes. Kasabog na ata dito si RTA at CRG.
Dalawang flash lang kailangan. Might as well give them 3, pero nakaisa pa din si RTA. Now CRG still blinded, nade in hands. CRG falls, and that's an execution that is too perfect. All players now coming towards exit. Attras. Harapan ngayon dito nila D. With the bomb planted, threat inbound. What a shot coming from D there. Instant headshot onto J Kim. At ngayon, Attras. Can they enter the side? It looks like no, because the flashes and smoke are just too blinding. Pero Kid forces his way in. Makakaharap siya ng wala. Makakaharap siya ng bala together with A7J killing the last player. That is what we expect for FERVID, man. Explosiveness just to secure a round.
Finally, no? What took them so long? At activated na rin si D. Kanina parang hindi si D yan, no? Parang dili yung nakita natin dito. Pero yeah, he's right back. Hello, Kid. Ayaw mo yan.
Aray mo, D. Akala natin hindi siya makakapag-activate, no? Pero in overtime, in these like crucial points in time, he will activate. And that explosiveness keeps on going. Tingnan mo naman to, hotel now being claimed by FERVID. And meanwhile, Attras, halo-halo ng pwesto to.
Hirap. Lalo na kapag ikaw yung number 2 dito. So si CRG. Baka pagsilip mo dyan ng hotel, imbes na mag-check-in ka, check-out ka agad, no? Hindi ka pa nga nakakapasok dito sa exit, lalabas ka na kagad. Very dangerous if I were to peek here. Pero okay, that's gonna be launched down. That's gonna trigger FERVID possibly, pero CRG on the road.
Oh, they know now. At dahil dyan, CRG, magtatapang na lang. Look at this.
Isa pa.
They clear off RTA. It's a 2 for 2, pero mag-isa na lang si D. He can't find the C4, pero J Kim ngayon, nahanap niya na yung batang kasama niya dati. They expect a B push now on towards the slope side. Pero D, he still has time. Ang daming oras, 1 minuto. And look at this, Attras is
They're
going
reading
to
him.
A.
I feel like as much as mechanically good itong si D, yung nilamang ni Kay at ni J Kim dito ay yung gulang. Quite literally in the age and in the map movement, no? Pero D, showing that he has some moves, no? The new kid on the block, about to make his move a bit undeterred, but also confused dito sa movement niya, no? Kanina pa siya nakatambay dito sa TB, finally making his way dito sa HM stairs, continuing on to B. So yan, akala ko magsi-CA siya eh, no? Dire-diretso lang, clean mo lang yung mga angles na yan, linisin mo lang talaga, get the open plant, and secure this 1v2 potential habang malayo pa mga kalaban mo. And I like the plant, no? Nasa gitna ng mga baterya natin. That's gonna start the rotation. Tingnan natin paano gumalaw to si JK and si K. Together ba? Or do we take our 1v1s pero against D, no? Mahirap makipag 1v1 sa kanya.
He goes towards CB and mag-iwalay dito ng Attras. D now. and an opportunity to just go towards the site, used every box as a defensive maneuver, pero 15 seconds na ubusan ng Attras dito ng oras, dediretso sila ng site. Can D find the first shot? That's the first kill down. It's K out, at ang dami pa ditong granada ni D. He will defuse, pero 5 seconds, magpupush yung J-Game. Uy, si D! Oh! Wait, kaharapan, pero wala pa ring oras, sasabog sa muka dito ni J-Kim, ang pinaka masakit na clutch shot, 11 si 9.
At kaya nilalaro natin ang DM kasi that means destruction mode. Talagang ginamit niya yung katawan niya para maharangan yung defuse. I like that. Pero si Attras, 4-man push sa may LA. Kakalabanin ba silang FERVID? Malalaman natin.
Oh, Attras. They wanna be the one to create movement now, no? Tracifer nakalayas pa. Never mind. J. Kim with the wall bang. This series, man, is insane.
Parang umiikot yung mga gears ko sa utak. Ay, parang hindi dapat ako ganito close no? And siguro mabibigay natin yung onus of the mistakes dito sa FERVID. Dahil, well, they were the ones that made it this close in the first place. Now they have to close it out the hard way. And with a man disadvantage, Tracifer down, they have to rethink whether they want to do the same thing in the first round of overtime or switch it up. Pero pag ginawa nga nila yung floor A push na to, tatlo ang kakamusta. Never mind, dalawa na lang dahil tumamba na rin dito si K.
D getting some kills here now. Sobrang activated niya, man. This kid in front of you has garnered 8 kills in the first half of overtime. Imagine that. Now Attras, with the man player down, kalat na naman, no? Just trying to look at every opening dito ng FERVID, pero wala. Again, lahat naka-AFK. Pwede pa ata sila mag-CR eh.
Baka nga yung ginagawa ni A7J sa RS nila, steady. Tibay. Kaya gumalaw na, narinig na rin ako. Gumalaw na siya. Papunta na market. Maybe they're faking this A take. MZ medyo malapit, pero kaalat ba si CRG?
Kumagat nga. Oh, D will get killed, and even MZ CRG is a man that gives you kills. And he just got 2 dun sa exchange ngayon. Pero with Lance and A7J left alone dito sa may vent side, 15 seconds left. Then diretso sila ng A and they find Kid, pero siya ang makakapatay. Lahat ng A side bawal pasukan. FERVID gives around to Attras and we switch sides.
Nabasa na dito ng Attras yung slow play na ginagawa ng FERVID. And mind you, ginawa ng FERVID dito, they tried to do a fake. So, they tried going A, nag-hold sila, na -1 sila, they got the trade back. A7J was trying to fake towards B, pero never mind, no? Legit pala yung A push nila, pero buti na lang na si CRG getting the kills. And that stopped the plans dito ng FERVID, no? At least taking a round back Attras in that first half of overtime. We're gonna swap sides again, and I feel like ito yung mas mahirap na side as well para sa FERVID, no? Siguro naman may notes na yung mga yan sa regulation time natin na ano ba talaga yung tendency ni Attras dito. Kung talaga magmamabagal sila, well, let's try doing double PRG dito, no? Hold lang tayo sa may Doors B, hold lang tayo sa may EA, and then let the picks come to us. Okay lang mainip dahil dadating din naman yan sa mga anggulong yun, no? So, yeah. Careful lang dito, Attras. If you perfect this side, you can seal away the map win.
Yeah. They have 3 rounds to catch up and to close out Ankara. Pero again, FERVID, their GR side has been so problematic. And they still have to be careful, no, kahit na pwede sila maglabas dito ng double TGRG setup. Kasi once they peek out these long angles, palaging merong sniper dyan. There's 3 snipers now wielded by Attras. Isa nga dito sa may LB, on LA, and on high mid. And we saw kanina isang engagement, A7J trying to go for the sniper play sa may sniper battle dito sa ating mid, but he instantly fell down kay K, or one of these snipers. So now, after the switch of sides, ako po, they have to be calculated.
Let's see. RTA again. Triple TRG setup dito at the start of our current round. Pero since wala namang nangyayari sa at how CRG cleaned up the previous one, getting 2 kills and making history out of FERVID, no? As much as kaya ni MZ tulungan dito sa A7J, pagdating niya ng site, nauubos lang sila kay Kid, eh, no? So, yeah, I feel like Attras using the best of their patience there. And right now, they should use the same thing going forward. FERVID, medyo, siguro nagkakamutan ng ulo to, knowing si D, medyo mangangati yung W niya dito eh, no? Yung W niya, he's thinking of going aggressive pero for the sake of the win, I feel like kailangan nilang maging disiplinado in terms of finding information. Kaya nila manalo kahit negative sila sa stock, no? Kahit 2 versus 5, kaya nila maging 4 or rather 3v2. Pero that depends on the context of the situation, and the situation is si MZ ang tatargetin.
Yep. They spot out the players and he will back off. Grabe, look at this. Attras just poking the bears or poking FERVID as a whole, no? Trying to nudge this defense na makapag-rotate yung players natin on A. Pero di sila titigil doon. Look at now, Dracifer dead diretso dito sa Vance. 2-man push on Vance! Kung saan FERVID creates chaos with Dracifer! Whoa! Quadra kill and it's a 5-piece together with A7J. Grabing read yun. Ang ganda mula sa FERVID.
4 of a kind for Dracifer. And that just might be the nail on the coffin. Attras, will you still be going passive for the possible final round or will you try something new? Mid, walking up to it, looking at the replay on the screen right now, no? Talagang they just lined up with Dracifer. Hindi man lang siya naging medyo strained sa sprays or sa taps niya. And that was very easy. Pero JKim, looking to get one back, will try to attack high mid na naman.
Okay, 7J wins the fight though! Attras, di makahinga, di talaga makagalaw on their BL side now dito sa overtime. And I would like to reiterate, no, kanina sa hot take may nang hot take papunta kay Dracifer, pero tignan mo naman siya mismo yung nagbubuhat ngayon sa FERVID. And even MZ is trying to make a point na hindi siya ngayon dito ginagamit lang as information. He can also kill. Marami pang oras para sa Attras para makakapag-cook up ng isang strategy para makapasok sa isang side.
Hawak ni Kay yung rotation ng mga B players ng FERVID, pero ang pangit ng timing niya. Napatawid niya ata dito sa A7J. He's just gonna connect with the rest of the team and hitting A, at dalawang miyembro lang ang problemahan nila.
I mean, it's Dracifer and D. They've been so activated from the second half. Big flash towards the side. Met by the flash of their own. Lignan mo naman si D. Umakit na nga dito sa may taas ng site. It's CRG getting the trade though, pero si Dracifer siya na naman ang pupuntirya, the final boss of Attras gets 3 and claims the very first map of Ankara in this series. Man, oh man, kinailangan mag-step up dito ng second caller and he did step up.
Exactly. As you said, bipolar, no? At parang kapag tinanong mo si D kung nanalo pa ba ang Attras dito sa Ankara, sasabihin niya, dili na. No? Talagang ang ganda ng pinakita dito ng FERVID. Although medyo binrus ko din sila dito ng Attras. So, talagang pinatanda ng ilang minuto dito kakaantay ang FERVID. And that almost became the sickle that broke this team. Dahil nga muntika na silang ma-upset ng Attras sa mapa. Pero thankfully, no overtime, they reiterated their ideas, they regroup their thoughts bipolar, and I feel like yung solution sila, it worked out well, trusting the 2-man hold, trusting the 3-man hold, and letting their players do their thing. Yun lang, simplihan nyo lang, hindi na kailangan komplikado.
Yan, hindi na kailangan komplikado man, but wow, no, ang dami natin dito nakita magandang plays mula kay Kid, mula kay CRG, even for RTA, but it took only one man to defeat them in a big map, just like Ankara, no? Dracifer stepping up in the lines, making plays left, right, and center. Not just one kill, not just good for one, but he was almost good. He was always almost good for 4. And that's just in itself, no, amazing to see na despite you having D na hindi masyado na-active itong game nung first half, despite Lodge not really getting these angles, it all took Dracifer at sabi niya, guys, baka ako na bahala. I will create chaos. I will create amazingness. But before we head on to the panel, I would like to greet someone very, very special from the from the family that he had dito sa ating CROSSFIRE community. Big shoutouts dito kay Rockhart. Happy birthday, brother. But nonetheless, tapos na po ang ating map number 1 and we'll go towards our set number 2 after natin makausap ang ating panel. No? So, Mochi and Salvatore, kamusta naman kayo dyan?
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters bipolar alongside with L. And yes, okay naman kami, no? Pasensya na yung mga nginig yung table ko dahil sa pusa ko. Pero ayun na nga, no? Again, grabe naman talaga yung naging performance dito ni FERVID against Attras. And I feel like we can say that D actually delivered. At idagdag na rin natin kung gaano ka-poetic na tinapos at nandurog dito si Dre, no? After all of the overtime at lahat ng brainses inilatpag na dito ng Attras, pero grabe lang talaga, hindi sila makadaan against Dracifer.
Grabe man. Like everything na binild up ng FERVID, it was kind of good. 7-2 half, no? It usually results into an emphatic win kagad, no, Mochi? Pero man, Attras really pulled a miracle run para makita natin ang overtime. Pero bago tayo mag-build up ng overtime, there were a lot of surprises definitely. No? J. Kim leading the charge, doing the calls, kasabay si RTA na to the point na parang entry ko, util ko din, no? Parang yun yung iniisip dito ni J. Kim and as well as si RTA who was definitely hitting some multi-kills. No? Parang nandun eh. The direction was right there for Attras to be hyper-aggressive and the direction of them having very good entries. Kaso Dracifer happened, no? During that sequence. Kaya tayo nagka-overtime. Tapos nagkaroon pa ng D during overtime at alam naman natin ang kinalabasan na yun. That's why we're saying na FERVID ang nanalo dito because they definitely won the war. Ang dami nangyari sa loob ng Angkara that it definitely cemented na it should really go to overtime kasi tinan mo naman gaano ka-technical yung binato ng FERVID eh, no? They were making splits, ginagamit talaga nila yung oras, tapos pag alam na nilang naplat na nga nila yung seed dun sa utak ng mga kalaban, okay pre ha, di nyo alam ha, rarashin namin kayo. Very good setups para dito sa side ng FERVID. Take a look at the numbers, man. 3 players drop 20 plus kills. That is insane, no? 20 and 16 para kay D, 20 and 11 para kay A7J, and 23 and 14 para dito kay Dracifer. My God, that's just what they needed to do, no, Mochi? Imagine yun yung kailangan nilang gawin para manalo against Attras.
Yeah, and that just also states dito, no, from Attras na hindi talaga biro yung pinagdaanan nila dito sa ating group stage. We started from thinking that GChem is taking a lot of the work dito, no, para sa kanilang team. Pero right now, we're seeing a lot of people who are starting to step up dito para sa kanila, no. And even yung mga overtimes na pinupull dito ng Attras, it actually benefited them well. They've been able to mimic yung mga galawan dito ni FERVID as a way para ma-counter sila the moment that the sides has been swapped. And they've been able to perform quite well naman talaga, no? Pero talagang nahigitan lang sila dito ng isang D with a 91% na rating alongside nga ni Dracifer. And again, no, talagang pinapatunayan lang nila dito na regardless of whoever they face against, kahit na may mga moments na nadadata pa sila, may mga moments na nagkakaroon ng problema when it comes to the mid-rounds, meron naman silang bawi at natatapos naman nila yon ng maganda with the 13-10 dito sa ating mapa ng Angkara. At si D talaga yung nagpasimuno nito.
Grabe, no? To think na 2 rounds lang yung nakuha ng FERVID in the second half. Meanwhile, Attras, tignan mo naman kung ano yung kailangan nilang pagdaanan just for them to lose in overtime, and they can make the situation but they cannot complete it, no, Mochi? Yun lang talagang naging problema dito sa side ng Attras. Kung kailan pa talaga alanganing oras tsaka nag-shutdown yung mga crucial players, eh, no? Pwera na lang dito kay Jacob who still had the showing na meron pa rin talagang pag-asa ang Attras, but you know, limitado lang ang gasolina dito sa mundo na to, Mochi, at kita nga naman na naubusan ng Attras dun sa ano na yun, sa biyaheng yun.
Yeah, that is true. Pero baka ito nga rin yung oras dito, no? Baka kailangan nila mag-refill, kailangan nila mag-recharge. Kaya naman sa ngayon, titignan natin kung sila nga ba talaga ay makakabawi kontra dito sa FERVID. Hopefully, magkaroon para dumayo tayo sa ating decider map. Pero for now, papahinga muna kami, and after nun, maya-maya, laban na ulit. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakapunto ka niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he makes it double for naman yung receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Tayo nagsimula kaninang tanghali at ngayong gabi, crossfire pa rin ang ating hapunan. Pero sa ngayon, nakita na natin kanina kung ano nangyari sa tapatan ng FERVID alongside with Attras, wherein they managed to pull it through papunta sa ating overtime. Pero unfortunately, parang naubusan nga ng gas, sabi nga ni Salvi, itong si Attras. Kaya naman ngayon, sa new compound tayo dadayo. Do you think na meron nga kayang sisibat dito para sa Attras, or baka naman matapos na ang ating serye ngayon?
Mochi, winarningan ko na nga yung Attras kanina, no, na mag-ingat-ingat sila sa Ankara. Nag-ingat naman sila. Pero parang feeling ko sobra naman at doble yung ingat na ginawa nga nila. They did not even risk themselves during dun sa mga rounds na kinakailangan nga. And they made very questionable plays, to say the least. Pero sana hindi nyo makita natin sa loob nga ng new compound kasi may dahilan kung bakit to pinili ng FERVID. Pero isa sa mga mapa na malaki yung pagkakapunangan namin nila Sneaky at ni El during Impact Spring was definitely the new compound of etong Attras. Kung maalala mo nga, during Swiss, ito rin yung mapang kinuha ng FERVID on that series. No? So I feel like it's not a very good track record para sa side ng Attras. They could have gotten Ankara, pero nandito tayo ngayon, binibigyan ng taning ang Attras. They need to complete the reverse sweep kasi mayroon pang pangarap yan para makapag-plebs, and I feel like they have to start with the consistent first half. What I mean by consistent first half is very optimal duels. Ingatan nga nila yung mga utils nga nila. Kailangan talaga lahat, even yung spacing, and just be confident. To. Yung confidence na yun, malayo yung mararating nila, Mochi, kasi alam mong nangangarag yung mga puso nila RT at nila Kid ngayon just for them to say na, nandito tayo sa loob ng mapa. Pero to back it up, kailangan nating makita yun.
That is true, and hopefully that they can rack up the confidence that they need dito sa mapa ng new compound natin without making themselves feel like they're walking on eggshells. Kaya naman mukhang preparado na ang ating mapa ngayon. Ipasa na natin ito sa ating casters na si El and as well as si Bipolar.
Maraming salamat Salvatore and as well as Mochi on the panel desk. And El, nako po, at the edge of our seats, lahat ng labanan, lahat ng contacts na ginagawa dito ng ating players mula sa FERVID and as well as sa Attras. And now it's new compound. We saw FERVID here and we also have some glimpses mula dito sa Attras, no, on that impact stage. But what are your thoughts? No, this has been a question mark still para sa FERVID, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, FERVID, they are one of the teams dito that will opt into picking that new compound map.
Yeah.
Much unlike any other team, no, pero nasampulan sila kahapon ng Virtus Pro. Pero that, of course, is Virtus Pro. Nakita ko na gusto kong malaman kung kaya ba nilang i-challenge, hindi. And Attras on the other hand, no, Impact, medyo may problema dito, dumidikit yung acceptance, they were winning in the end, all goods, no? Pero yung record nila dito sa Master Summer in terms of a new compound is 100% win rate kasi isa lang naman yung mapa nilaro nila. Pero what's interesting to me is the round win rate nila, no? I feel like this is against one of the Rose teams, if I am not mistaken, dahil
so.
nga ang bloated nung ating stat line. Pero yun nga, no, if it comes to the head-to-head between FERVID and Attras, I would give it to FERVID dahil nga this is A7J working on a map na kaya niyang paganahin yung creative freedom niya and yung expression ng ideas din dito ng kanyang mga teammates. Si J Kim lang siguro yung mamimiss yung ganong feeling dahil sa Attras, very different, lalo na sa kanilang sistema under Coach Ang.
Yeah, I mean, going into this, no, parang you can definitely see the snipers now having full reign din dito sa ating mapa just because of these long angles. And
That's
mostly, may kita natin dito sa mga mid-side EA curve ang pwede natin makita mga angles. And it does require MZ and Racifer to actually get these like fights in kapag sila naman yung nakadepensa dito sa GR side. Pero Attras, they do have a very different approach pagdating dito sa mapang tono. So, we'll be looking towards that later on. Lalo na it does require a little bit of like, fuel in the bag bago sila makapasok dito sa mga sites. I would like to see the same thing. Passiveness muna, check lang muna dito because that is what FERVID does on the GR side. Pero pagdating naman sa BL side dito ng FERVID, well, they have to penetrate so much. No? Nakikita mo si RTA on curve, you have K dito sa my A side, that is very hard to penetrate. So, there's a lot of ifs and buts, madaming whys and what's ang pwede natin ma-expect dito sa ating labanan. But it all ends up on paano nga ba natin kukunin dito yung first energy boost mula dito sa first half, no? Especially I believe FERVID pa naman ang magsisimula dito sa ating BS side. No? So, I don't know, man. It's anybody's map, I feel like. Lalo na it's a trust, no? If J Kim does pop off, well, he's gonna have a fun time. Kasi right now, all we can see is Dracifer. All we can see is D. And if he just shuts them down immediately, well, it's an easy ball game, no? Lalo na mag-end off sila sa BL side. But ikaw ba? I feel like execution-wise, no, parang saan ba pwede pumunta dito yung FERVID after clearing out every side?
I mean, pwede nilang gawin yung fake outs nila. Dito talaga magiging convincing, lalo na ang dali ng rotation. Pwede mong malaro talaga yung Attras dun sa RS nila. Paikot-ikot lang sila sa 2F ng A hanggang dun sa EB. No, very dangerous if you imagine A7J calling like that. Pero I feel like for FERVID naman, to give them chances, medyo mahirap eh. Sabihin na lang natin, yung marireview lang nila talaga is the Swiss stage new compound dito ng Attras and the Impact once, no? Hindi natin masasabi na yung new compound nito versus veterans is a good one dahil nakita mo naman pagkatapos sila bigyan ng overtime ng veterans sa Eagle Eye ay nadurog na ang veterans dito sa new compound. That is where the bloated stat line came through, no? Pero yun nga, if makikita natin yung parehas na playstyle ng Attras from that veterans game to this game, di madali na lang yan para kay A7J. Dahil ang daling mapunish yun, yung talagang lahat kayo, pag nakuha kayo ng man advantage, bigla kayo pupunta ng mid-con, dadaan kayo ng CB, ng CA, dadaan kayo ng mid. Medyo alanganin yun, lalo na alam mo kung sino yung kalaban mo. Makati yan si Dracifer, Makati yan si D. A7J as well, no slouch dito sa barilan and Lance. Siguro si MZ lang yung makikita nating medyo maging haggard in terms of like getting those fights to activate for himself. Pero again, this is FERVID. Sure, they might have lost to Virtus Pro, pero when they win on new compound, they win great and they win it with a good execution.
Yeah, and they win hard, no? Yun yung pwede natin ma-expect kapag ang FERVID talaga dito yung makakuha na ating wins. And siguro, we can also put some pressure dito sa ating mga coaches. You have Aris and you have Ang on each side, no? Na kailangan din talaga gabayan ng ating mga players, no? So, they have to put a lot of like, a lot of like words in dito sa ating mga players because hindi biro itong mapang to. You can't just rush in. You have to clear out every angle. You have to be so precise in holding these angles as well on the GR side. So Attras, well, if hindi naging maayos yung GR side nila kanina, kung dahil nga or at least like yung one side nila kanina, they have to be perfect agad dito sa ating first half. Because if not, well, FERVID has this kind of tendency din kasi na parang they ride off of your mistakes, they ride off of your parang complacency na parang okay lang ito lang yan. So if they just deny that, if they just go aggressive again, no, it might pay well. Lalo na nakita rin natin on that first game, they were so passive. They were so respectful, no, when they could have just kept on pushing at least in the half rounds natin dito sa ating first half or second half para lang talaga ma-dominate ang ating mga players. But nonetheless, we are now diving in towards new compound. For set number 2, let's listen to the comms.
Iniwan ko na.
Sa pag din tayo, bumura kami at pick.
Ang sniper si B. Pinoon.
Okay, akin na to. B. Akin na B. Solo ko B.
Poste. Tanang right. Tanang patay.
Pag nasa bombing ko.
Ingat last one.
Okay. Good setup dito for both teams. 3-man store B. Lance getting the first one. Are they gonna continue by Pole? Parang hindi. So this is the pocket prodding. Activated around 1 pa lang. Tatambayan pa rin naman to ni CRG. Pero yung C4, nowhere to be found. Munti ka na makita this CRG. Clear lang nila para makakuha ng space tong FERVID. Force a rotation pero hindi kaagat ang Attras. They're gonna instead push itong LA, no, itong store A, kung saan nag-aantay si MZ.
Actually, I would like to correct myself din. K is actually going to be playing mostly B. But look at this. Attras now with aggressiveness. On towards LA. MZ
Ayun lang.
meets them pero half HP lang yung magagawa niya dito kay Kid. So good plays nonetheless. Wala pa namang plano dito ang buong FERVID na mag-execute sa isang site. Pero this is information gathered para sa Attras.
Exactly. And look at this, A7J. Call him James Bond. Mission Impossible, not the same movie, not the same actor. Pero he's found himself in no man's land, bipolar, and pwede niyang ipanalo yung round dito sa kanyang lurk.
Tingnan mo, magbe-B-side sila tapos nandun pa si A7J, libreng-libre yung EB. Oh, di pa in-expect to. Look at CRG, so open wide. And he knows na si K nandito. Oy, CRG! Hindi niya napansin!
Ayun
He
lang.
gets the kill though! Pero what a flick! K will fall down! Wala man lang siya napitas doon with the TRG! Grabe yun! Yung kaba ng puso ko ngayon para dito sa Attras have been so rampant, man. 30 seconds, Lance now with the cover dito sa may store B at kitang-kita niya sa balikat dito tatama ang bala. And D with a double just to start off the round. And grabe, dude, this series, man. This series.
Parang ano no? Parang it's a shot of coffee every single hour. Pero
Isang
hindi
espresso every time.
isang espresso shot. Isang espresso shot. Ikaw lang kaliit. Pero every single hour, no? At after nung shot na yun, maaantukin ka pero wala kang antukin dito sa Attras.
I'm telling you, this mid contestation is gonna be bloody. And now dominated by FERVID, they clean up 3. Pero si RJ, di man lang makakalampas sa may box.
Wow.
And A7J to clean up house. FERVID. This is what we expected, man. And they are doing it so sa umpisa pa lang ng new compound.
Going back to that coffee analogy, parang nakakaantok panoorin yung setup pero pag gumana na yung barila, talagang magigising ka no? Ito, barila na naman sa pillars.
Ito naman, no? Atake naman mula kay Deeper is just holding his ground. Oh, hindi alam ni RTA! Oh my God! Kahit nakalapas yung granada, nakapatay pa din siya. Even K finding A7J for a Dracifer is still good. He's still online. He is a mad lad. At dahil dyan, mukhang napaganda pa lalo kasi tignan mo naman, even RTA is almost considered dead, no?
Talagang this could be a possibility pa rin for FERVID to take a round win even with 2 members down, no? At parang I want to take my statement back. This is not an espresso shot. Ito yung Ramon special na biro ka siya ka monster na pinagsabay. Good luck sa'yo pare kasi talagang pag nagbakbaka itong mga teams, iisipin mo walang tigil pero ikaw na pala yung titigil, no? It's a heart stopper. This one dahil napaka-alanganin ng angle ni RTA. If he manage to get one, it's going to be good value.
I mean, matatanong na lang katal kung kaya mo mag-CPR kasi yun yung mangyayari dito, no? RTA does spot it, pero timing is not gonna be for him. Pero he does deny or at least slow down itong push towards Store B. RTA again testing the waters. At ayun lang! May tumatalon na Dracifer to kill off RTA and that confirms it. That's the low HP player down. And now we go into a 3v3.
Nabato ka naman dito si Dre. So okay lang. One for me, one for you type of situation. MZ umi-entry, may tao sa 2F. Pero hindi siya alam.
Hindi niya alam? Alam! May yung pagtalon dito ni MZ. K with an instant headshot. 30 seconds though. Attras looking better in round number 3. Except if Lance finds the kill on Kid. May angle dyan. Pero he tested and it's a quick scope. At bumaba pa sa second floor. Dito si K. It was also doable 3v4 pa lang.
Okay, playing to the smoke, J-Kim. No, wait lang, bipolar.
Oh, J-Kim! Oh, it's not gonna be enough as Lance does get the last kill there. We do go into a timeout. Attras. The hope is not here yet.
Wala. I feel like, parang babalik na naman tayo kay Sisyphus They're rolling that boulder up the mountain pero at the end of it, natatapilok sila dito kay Lance, natatapilok sila dito kay Dracifer, natatapilok sila dito kay 7J. kung ako ba naman yung mangyari sa akin, mabibisit ako no? So timeout talaga ang kailangan dito para sa Attras because somehow, some way, even if they are confident sa mga galaw nila na okay, push natin yung LA, push natin yung Store B, iwanan natin yung mid. Sa mga ganung paraan, nabubutasan sila ng A7J. And then when they try to cover those mistakes, no, na okay, nabutasan tayo ng mid, ngayon tauhan naman natin yung mid. Ginawa ni A7J, the next round kaagad, pinush niya. And they just played with the feelings dito ng Attras to the point na sure, mag-adjust man kayo ng mag-adjust. Lumaban man kayo dito sa angle na to, mag-passive man kayo, buksan nyo man yung isang angle. We're gonna find the solutions. And I feel like that is what A7J's specialty is for this team, no? Alam nyo kung saan itotoka, kung sino mang miyembro na kailangan dun sa specific angle na yon, and they do it so efficiently, no? Nakita mo si Lance. He was the last man dito sa mid. He managed to clear out Kid dun sa ilalim ng tower, no? Sa baba ng tower. And he did it in a quick scope fashion. Kahit ma-1v1 yan, it's still Lance clearing out J-Kim thanks to the damage din na gawa sa kanya nung second to the last remaining player dito ng FERVID. So, Attras, I mean, siguro cleanliness pa in terms of fighting when you go aggressive, and kung hindi naman kayo magiging aggressive, magiging passive na kayo, siguro the word for it is awareness naman on that type of play style.
I'm requiring a lot here for Attras though, no? You have so much to talk about dito kay A7J and how he commands his team. We were seeing as well dito si Lance, no? Actually very vocal compared to what we saw him dito sa Impact beforehand. So I feel like there's so much you have to consider ngayon Attras, no? You have a hot hand na Lance. You have Dracifer inbound for another quadra kill. You have A7J now controlling the fights and just controlling your minds as well. You have to be giving 100%, and that starts now as K does find Lance.
Okay, good pick. Now ngayon, kailangan natin makita si FERVID wrap around the map. Pero what's more interesting other than FERVID is this Attras core, no? Parang kanina, they settled for a 4-man stack dito sa side B, pero nag-iba yung call. Bigla sila nag-spread out, covering all bases, yung curve, yung EA, yung LA door, even dito sa may, actually, RS banda no? Yung sa may entrance ng EB, o sa may dulo ng curve, sa pa-EB na. They're setting up crossfires everywhere, and I think this is the proper approach, no? Nakuha nyo na yung sniper, now, wala na mag-snipe dyan sa FERVID, let's just meet their riflers at the door, and that is what they're trying to do. Util here and there, no? Pangkalat lang ng atensyon ng FERVID, pero right now, parang it's the same approach. Poke dito sa Store B, iwan natin yung sa CA yung C4, tapos balik tayo doon.
FERVID now in a tough spot, no? Every angle, every corner, every sideline needs to be considered bago sila makapasok dito sa A. I feel like it is still gonna be an exit push, no? Siguro yun na lang pinakamadaling ko. And if that is the call mula dito sa FERVID, that might just be the best kind of scenario para sa nila kasi hindi ka pwede mag-curve. It's hard to go towards Store B kasi isa lang angle and they can just explode dito sa exit, which is pretty good, no? Kasi tago naman dito si Kid, nasa Z pa naman dito si J-Kim, and you have all of these like computers para magamit as a distraction, pero it's still gonna be B. They're gonna be fighting dito sa may respawn. And this crossfire, wait lang, nakakalampas pa rin ng todong-todo. Yun lang, again. A good crossfire. The exit play will also be denied. At mag-isa lang dito si A7J now gets the kill. Oh my God! A7J completely connects sa ulo ng tatlo. And that's 4. Is this an ace? A7J almost is there. But Kid with the dagger. Oh my goodness. Kinabahan ng Attras. Pero walang pake kay A7J kahit na makaapat pa siya.
Wala na, ayan na yung yung side effects ng Ramon special drink natin, bipolar. Gumagana na yung Beroka siya yung monster. And the monster in play was A7J. Grabe. And I like the play na ginawa ng Attras, no? Hinayaan lang talaga nilang pumasok sa sidelines itong FERVID. Pero if you forget one guy, and that guy is A7J, he can still make do with the rounds. Almost is never enough, no? Parang kanta lang talaga. Imagine mo, kung nalaro niya lang ng maayos yan, kung may bala pa yung HK niya, pwede pa, pero the USB was not enough for that job. And we go into the next round with Attras finally on the board. Same approach this time, pero yung setups natin medyo nawawala, medyo far back, medyo deeper, no? So, I feel like if the utility is still plentiful para sa FERVID, they can just easily execute towards the site with minimal resistance, pero ang problema lang nila no, is that first player bago makarating sa bukana ng mga site natin. Iniisip nila yung store B, iniisip nila yung EA, yung curve, tsaka yung store A as well. Na para bang iniisip nila na 10 yung or rather 8 yung kalaban nila. No? Ganun sila ka-OA pero I feel like 4 rounds is enough bipolar to realize na hindi naman gumagala itong mga players ng Attras towards store A, towards store B. Entradahan na lang natin kaya with utility para at least mabasag yung tutok nila dito sa mga bulag na ihahagis natin.
No contestation, no? They won't be doing these like pillars push anytime soon.
Yes.
Pero this is a different kind of site, no? Kanina, they did pick off flats early. At ngayon, just like what you said, they're so deep towards their own side of the map. Nasa pinaka-norte ng mga walls lang natin dito sa new compound, ang buong Attras. And they'll just receive these players mula sa
the same strat.
A7J though. Papalitan niya si MZ. Good now on kid. Dediretso doon si J Kim to kill off one. Pero that's it. Yung B-site natin may ipit dito ngayon si RTA. With the USP coming in from Dracifer, mag-isa na lang si K. And he does find A7J. Okay. B-site now. Ang pinakapupuntan lang dito ni K pero ang dami pa rin dito nakaharap. Dracifer expects na dito siya manggagaling. Does hear the ring mula dito sa TRG. And if you're K, what do you do at this point, no? You don't have an HK like A7J. You don't have any util inbound. That is Dracifer just getting the kill through the smoke. FERVID now. Just manhandling itong Attras sa depensa nila.
And that is the lesson that Attras needs to learn na dapat hindi nyo pinag-execute itong FERVID ng 5-on-5. Kasi kanina, napitasan nyo yung FERVID, hindi gumana yung execute nyo. Pero ito, pupushin na lang nila yung mid-con natin.
Even MZ gets caught habang nag-jump. Dito, closes itong TB natin, or at least itong CB natin. Confirms 2 kills. Dracifer hungry for blood as well. Malabampira na dito ngayon si Dracifer at tatalon na naman sa mukha ni J Kim and Dracifer! Somebody stop this man! Because he's on a killing spree from the map before!
Oh, hindi niyo tinignan!
Uy! 3! Oh my god! 1 HP and he still gets a triple! Holy mother of God! FERVID! What are you on specifically, Dre?
That was wild and weird at the same time. Nakita na niya eh. Pero alam niya na pabalik dun sa C4 na hindi pa napupulot or rather pa-back dun sa BLRS. Pero makita mo yung replay, no? JK, ganda ng opener natin. V5 technically. Pero, well, what happened? Dracifer happened. At tuloy-tuloy lang siguro dito ang FERVID na mala-stop ball ang laruan. Hinahawakan nila yung bola sa half court at pwedeng tumira kagad ng press itong si K. Pero kailangan niya muna makuha yung bola. And by that, I mean taking out the opposite sniper. Ngayon, I feel like Attras' chances of winning the round is better unless FERVID cooks something up.
I mean, RT is cooking though. That's already 2 kills. FERVID, di sila okay ngayon, El. A7J, kaya niya nga ba makakuha na naman dito ng quadra kill just to give a little bit of life? That's 1 down already. So 3 players left para sa kanya pero 4 pa rin naman dito ng Attras. And it's the heavy hitters right now for FERVID yung natitira. It's Dracifer and A7J trying to go for a 2v4.
It's the A7 Dre duo. Right now,
that's scary.
Wala silang nahanap na laban na yun, no? Sige. Wait lang. Tamang angle sa frame. Yun lang! Ngayon, tamang toka na ngayon sa B. Pwedeng gumalaw si A7J dito pero matalino si RTA. Mamarkahan niya muna yung LA pero he's a bit too impatient. May wrap around dito kay Kid though. Pero Dracifer, he kinda knows that. So kailangan niya i-pressure yung site.
I think he doesn't. He's so overzealous pero he still gets the headshot! Mamma mia! Diyos ko po! It might just be one more clutch up. Pero J. Kim does spot Dracy as he falls back. Pero A7J, isang threat para dito sa Attras. Is it round number 6 for FERVID? Is it the second round para sa Attras? That's one down! It's J. Kim versus the El Capitan! Blinded na blinded ngayon! Nagtatago na lang si A7J. Good tag! But it's not enough! J. Kim denies it! Sabi niya, bakit? At hindi mo na masasagot yon because you are 6 feet under Attras with their second point.
Bakit ba? Iniwan mo akong nag-iisa dito sa Attras at ako lang ang nagbubuhat. J-Kim with another clutch for Attras, no? I mean, they converted that 5v2. Pero at the end of it was 2v1, 1v1, di ba? So, very weird scenarios. At sinabi ko sa'yo, alam ni Dre yan. Kasi ina-expect niya na pag nag-push siya din sa store B, there's a possibility that the third guy is going to flank around dahil nasa kabilang banda tong si A7JK. Challenging yung LA angle natin. A bit awkward in the angle pero same naman yung ginagawa ni Lance sa pillars B natin. MZ with the utility set sa may mid, hawak nila yung ilalim ng tower, and CRG just waiting much deeper into the site pero bukana pa rin. Walang tatamang util sa kanya unless ihagis natin yan sa may pintuan. Pero yun na nga, nagkakaputo ka na.
No, dangerous situation. Daming sumasabog. Good flash! What a flash! And they get two! FERVID instantly getting these opening rounds just to get to B! That's 3 down para sa Attras! Pero the shots from K hitting 2 players! Quick scopes onto Dre! Diyos ko po! B-side still so clear para sa FERVID, but Attras, can they go for the retake dito sa B-side?
Ano lang, nagpapai sila. Akala nila sa A7J buhay pa rin, pero hindi. Ngayon,
they're in their minds.
Yung retake nila.
They're in their minds, El. And again, these utils mula sa FERVID is not good. This crossfire for D and MZ. Masyadong mahirap na pasukin, pero nakapasok na nga. Kill one! It's all up to Kid. Kung saan Lance, pagpapakita na lang. Bulaga para sa'yo, FERVID. With 6 points already last round of the first half.
Wala bang nagbibilang ng tao dito para sa Attras sa mga umentrada na FERVID members sa B? Kasi ba't pa kayo umikot ng RS all the way to EA and Curve, no? Siguro, dinodouble check lang nila kung may lurk. Wala naman, okay naman, pero you should realize na ang daming util na hinagis dito sa story at mas madami pa yung dumating sa site, no? So, ibig sabihin, halos lahat na siguro ng members ng FERVID yung nakatagos on that replay, and at the end of it, yung crossfire setup sa post maganda. Okay, dapat pinipindot yung mouse 1 pare and he's gonna miss. Found out na siya.
Oh no, he's stuck. But he still gets a kill. Might be 2, but Lance now, talon-talon lang, man. Ang alam ko nyo, compound din dito, Bungee Castle, man. Pero palagi siyang tumatalon. It's pretty crazy.
Hindi ito yung ano yung tawag dun sa parkour
sa
map
McDo?
natin.
Okay, sa parkour map. Okay, sa McDo.
Diba? Yung may
Kids
boost.
playground.
Oh, yung may mga yung may mga power up and may boost pero wala nang boost na kailangan din sa MZ. Sariling lakas at dangal niya lang yung dala-dala niya sa laban na yun kay RTA. At ngayon, for V3, they have control of mid. And so far, so good dito para sa FERVID. Si Kid, pwede siyang maglason, pero kung pagbibigyan lang siya, no? Si Jacob naman, maasim.
Ito ang lason. Ito ang totoong lason, man.
Ayun lang.
Di alam ni Lance. He's going, oh, quick scoop! Bang! That's Lance with 1 kill again. Oh, they tried. And I like that effort, pero di ngayon dito sa mid is low. Pero MZ pushing in, gets denied by CRG. Ngayon it's a 2v3 kung saan low pa si D.
Pero nandito na sa site B si Lance, no? He just has to prep his smoke. He just has to prep his scope. Pero yun nga,
Lance! He still got Kid! Napatay pa rin niya si Kid!
Wait.
Pero the Kid that we call D is now down. CRG now good for 2. Pero Ace of G
ayun
reloads!
Nag-reload!
Diyos ko po.
Boss, anong number? Wait lang. Ba't ka nag-reload? Nawalan ka tuloy ng data, nawalan ka tuloy ng panglaban dito kay A7J. Yan ang kung sabihin natin yung mga nangyayari earlier in that round was maasim, maalat, malason. Talaga ang pangit sa panlasa nun, no? Gonna leave you biting your tongue, pare. Could have been a 6-3, but we are going to be dealt with a 7-2 dito once more by Polar. And FERVID just putting their name without discussion that they are one of the better teams, no, not the best, the better teams dito sa new compound, and showing it to Attras na yun nga, no, pang-impact lang daw talaga yung new compound nila and gagawin nilang times 2 yung statement na yun kasi natalo na kayo sa Swiss stage dito sa mapang to, matatalo pa ulit kayo. Well, looking like it, no, dito sa ating group stage versus FERVID. Pero still, we've seen a comeback attempt in Ankara na pa-overtime nila yon. So, who's to say that Attras cannot do the possible here na mapunta pa sila sa overtime. You're gonna have to do it in the BL side though na siguro kung maalam at magaling si A7J sa BL, mas ganun, mas malala yung GR side niya, no, mas perfecto.
Yeah, mas madali na rin, no, El? Pero kasi kung isipin mo, I do agree with you on that a little bit, yung sa fact na parang siguro pang impact nga lang dito yung new compound ng Attras. Pero kasi you can't, I mean, I do agree a little bit, pero you can't really say that kasi nandito si J. Kim. Pero what can one man do in a team of 5 that can change the tides, right? But here comes the second half, L. 5 points up ang FERVID. We did see them last time, no, in some other matches, some other maps, that they were struggling to close out these kinds of situations. But they look too comfortable now to give this up to Attras.
Hindi kasi 5 points na lamang inisip nila eh. Inisip nila dyan 5 opportunities to create a weird play. I feel like MZ, this is the first weird play. He's holding out dito sa may tabi ng kabaong kasama niya sa E7J. Siyempre, yung mag-best friend yung nagdikit dito. Ngayon, pinakain sila ng HE. Hindi masyado kumabit. Masakit pa rin naman, pero yung ano, hindi lang lubha. So, with the setup here, sa may EA protected by that duo and Lance holding LA, it just so happens that D and Racifer are going to be holding B. Pero Lance needs to be aware dahil nandito na ang brunt force ng Attras.
Hello, there's 3 people, no? Yun lang, umakyat! An instant headshot! Holy! MZ though with a big trade on 2K, so denied dito yung A-split combination sana ng Attras. So they will back off a little bit. And both teams now playing passive, playing very, very slow.
Reset dito ang Attras. J-Kim nandito sa tower. Baka hindi ma-realize ni MZ, pero atapang nga tao. Nasa gitna ng mid. Nakatago sa likod ng smoke. I like the confidence, pero where is the wits here for FERVID? Naka-ready lang din si Dracifer sa angle niya sa may bukana ng B, and he's about to be met with 3 Attras members.
Yeah. It's Dido and Dracifer, no? Gagawa dito ng milagro si Kid, trying to divert the attentions. Big flash, goes in.
Hindi pa mabit.
Ito pala, pero A7J good for the shot there ngayon. Papasok sila yung RTA. Nag-rotate si D. Yung lang, open yung B. RTA. Bullets to the face of FERVID. Pero low si J. Kim. There's still a flash for MZ and A7J na pwedeng makapasok dito sa site. Pero syempre, ito na yung pop flash na magagaling mismo dito sa may butas. MZ double flash up na. Bulag na bulag si CRG pero tatama pa rin yan sa body dito na MZ. It's RTA with the triple in that round. Attras bouncing back instantly sa second half.
It's kind of funny, no, na makita pa rin natin itong mga top teams na to na hindi kumukuha ng space sa retake. Hindi mo pwede gawin yan kapag disadvantage kayo sa tao. Bipolar. Pinipilit nyo na pumasok dun sa AB, hindi pwede yan. Lalo na kapag dalawa lang kayo laban sa tatlo. You have to take space. You have to force these members ng Attras to look some other way para makahanap kayo ng inyong opportunity. So, Attras, good openings, good counterplay, good mid-rounding, and good closer to get their third. Pero that's only their third, no? They still have a long way to go to reach 7 and possibly get the lead. Or siguro we're gonna be in the same story of Ankara na overtime ang pipilitin nilang mangyari.
Actually, I wouldn't be surprised din, no, na baka mag-early TRG na rin dito sa A7J just to secure some rounds. Just to deny Attras from getting closer to their 7 points. Pero since he is comfortable right now sa HK, I wouldn't deny or I wouldn't be surprised na hindi na lang muna siya mag-TRG. That commonly comes up kapag mga crucial moments sa tayo. No? But kid, might spot the IGL here. Big flash up. A7J gets out. Never mind. Gets stuck while flashed. At ngayon, opening no. Grabe pumitas dito ang Attras ng isa-isa.
Exactly. And if hindi ako magkakamali, ito yung isa sa mga example na pwede nilang ituloy to an A split yung ginagawa nila. No? Hindi na sila babalik papunta ng mid. Pwede na lang diretsuhin yan. Kung itong dalawa sabi, tamang face the wall lang si Dracifer, kahit hindi naman siya yung mas bata. Pero never mind that, LA being attacked and Attras going for the execute any moment now by Polar.
I think no flash needed, no? Just go and try to the neto. MC already dead, doesn't expect it. Even Lance! Mag-timeout ka na sa C3. D will get one kill though. Even K falling down low in HP. Wait lang, nagsiscramble dito ang buong Attras. Dracifer again! Kung merong hope sa kabila, meron namang executioner dito sa FERVID. It's called Dracifer. And big flash at for D, 20 seconds. Alam niya! At tatama pa yung pinaka-last bullet, pero they will fall down one by one. Attras, 4 na puntos sa new compound.
Wow, si Aries, pagbibigyan ko pa ng isang round tong team ko bago magkaroon ng timeout para sa kanila. No? Kasi feel ko bipolar, mas okay kung tatatluhin ng FERVID itong site B natin. No? Mas marami kasing angle dito sa site A na sabi natin panggagalingan ng retake. Sa B, isa lang, EB lang, no? Lalo na kapag medyo hindi kayo nagkalat-kalat sa mapa, hindi kayo kumukuha ng space sa mid, EB lang talaga panggagalingan nyo, ang layo-layo ng CB. So for the side of FERVID, parang hindi natin kailangan i-commit yung mga katawan dito sa mismong site. Dito lang sa may EA okay na eh. Pero kanina pa kasi hinahagisan ng granada yan ng Attras. No? Talagang pinapaayaw nila sa posisyon na yan yung mga miyembro ng FERVID na nakatoka sa site A natin. So far, so good. Yung +1 na iniisip ni A7J, siya na lang daw. Tatao lang siya sa respawn, ready for the rotation. Pero Attras, they are also masterminds in time manipulation, no? Bipolar. Talagang pipigain ka hanggang wala ka nang mabuga dito ng Attras sa oras. Hanggang makatay yung kamay mo at mag-push, pero si Dracifer hindi mo magaganon-ganon yan. Basta-basta, kailangan labanan yan.
It's a tough defense, no? To penetrate your Attras. They do claim store B, makakapasok sa dito mismong bukana lang ng ace ng B site. But still, no? Since no information, they will just back off. Pero ang problema ngayon, ganito rin kasi ginagawa ng Attras. So I feel like they know what to do in these kinds of situations. Paano nga ba makapasok ng site? Paano nga ba makakuha ng initial frag? But with 1 minute left, it's all up to MZ to deny this EA push. Jakim now entering the fray. The Z, only good for 1, could have been 2. Pero RTA, yun ang pangalawa. Nahanap niya ulo dito ni Lads. A7J fighting once more, pero the bomb has been planted. 3v3. RTA feeling himself to keep on pushing. Pero deadly sights. 30 seconds left to play. Z push, EA push. Yan, manggagaling lang dito sa isang angulo para sa Attras.
Wala ka.
D actually goes towards the smoke. He can penetrate this. Yun lang! RTA finds him! At it's crunch time now. A7J namatay pa! It's all up to Dracifer kung saan alam na siya. He only gets 1. Pang-5 puntos para sa Attras.
Nasaan yung rotation dito ng FERVID na napakaganda, no? Ngayon, sabi ko nga, kung ako si Aris, isang round lang pagbibigyan ko na ng timeout tong mga bata ko. At ayun nga, no, nangyari nga yung timeout just as I predicted. Parang nakalis talaga to sila. Pero yun nga, FERVID, I feel like the solution here is to simply be aggressive and to shift the positioning ng ating mga tropa towards curve. Kasi alam mo naman, kapag umentrada tong Attras, LA ang panggagalingan, mahinang side nila, yung mid, no, isa or dalawa lang manggagaling dyan. So, kung ako sa inyo, tauhan nyo yung D, lagay nyo yung third guy dito sa may curve, gawin nyo si Lance yan, pwede, para malabanan niya rin yung posibleng mag-tower at ma-deny yung possibility na nandun yung sniper in the post plant. And then, just make sure na yung mga tao natin dito sa site A ay hindi malalim sa site, hindi naka-bunker dito sa C1, C2 at C3, no? Mas mahirap retakean itong site B natin kapag wala kayong map control. And FERVID, without map control is really not synonymous, no? Hindi sila magkaparehas. Ngayon na ganun nga yung nangyayari, at least ayusin nyo man lang yung positioning nyo dahil kapag hindi kayo nagpalit, nakikita ko pa yung mundo na atras sa makakuha ng mapa na to, lalo na maganda yung trading, maganda yung execution, at yung post plant lalo bipolar, napakalinis, no?
Yeah. It's actually, no? Parang they switch sides for some reason kapag talagang post-plant na tayo. It's so hard to get in. Kahit na nakakahanap dito ng early picks, sila Dre, sila E7J, kahit na equal playing field yung nakikita natin, palaging may depensa na nagmumula dito kay RTA that is just too hard to entry. That's why nakita natin dito si D, si Dracifer paikot-ikot dito towards Z, and dito sa may 2F kanina, wala sila makitang clear picture. Ang hirap pasahin, ang hirap timplahin kung ikaw yung FERVID in these kinds of situations. Yes, you have man advantage. Yes, you have equal playing ground. But at the end of the day, don't do so much. Looking at this, MC ko na pero since sobrang daming tao doon and mabilis yung awareness dito ng ating Attras, it was denied. Pero tingnan mo naman yun, talagang dinisrespeto nila yung double smoke setup dito ng Attras. And you don't do that.
Exactly. Hindi mo pwede gawin yun. Pero I feel like yung mga hindi pwede gawin kanina dapat magagawa na ngayon. No? Lance,
eto na.
Grabe. Balancing act dito sa may EA side natin. Tatlo sila nakatoka. So, technically parang agreed naman ako sa ginagawa nila. Pero yung B pa rin, no? EB pa rin yung panggagalingan ng rotation dito ng FERVID in case yung Attras doon na pumustura at mukhang doon nga sila nakapostura. Hayaan nila sa A7J dito sa may sulok, nag-aabang, nag-iintay ng mga papasok. Una niyang tatawagin si D, syempre. At kung ako tong FERVID, usod ka pa unti, Lance. Dahil kailangan ka dito sa site B natin knowing na yung 3-2 approach ng Attras parating na util na lang ang kulang.
This is what FERVID does in dire situations, Punta mo lang sila doon para sa palambot, hold down mid, pero iba kasi ang pwesto dito ng Attras, they wanna go towards B, and A7J, he was always getting a lot of kills, pero ngayon kailangan niya talaga gawin yun because he is solo man dito sa may B side. Kita niya na dito si CRG. Does tag him a little bit, D already in the rotations, ipit na ipit. Pero Attras, they're playing with far magbaback off.
Yun lang. Ang problema, hindi ganyan yung hindi tama yung gamble nila. Nasa mid din naman yung mga players ng FERVID bipolar.
Oh, Lance is gonna be a crucial factor here. Kahit mamatay sila, they will back off. Ipapakain nila dito sa isang dragon na si Lads. Hindi nila chinek! Pero papalimpasin niya lang yun. Dracifer can only get one Lance. Kaso yun lang. Nagbaliktad na ang buong mundo. He does get the kill. Yun pa yung C4. 10 seconds. They're playing with time. They're playing to destroy the hearts of Attras to claim the 8-point. That's the bomb drop. And that's A7J. Ang ganda. Kahit na hindi nakapitas agad dito si Lance, he got the first kill doon sa may C1. Yun pa yung bomba.
Parang no? Yung groupmate mo na nakalagay dun sa presentation pero wala namang inambag. Tumayo lang sa likod habang nagpe-presenta ka. Ganun yung gawa nila. Pero never mind, nakatayo lang din sila sa mid dito sa laban.
Ito na yung full force attack ng buong FERVID just to secure round number 9. CRG though, alam ni D, actually never mind, he still gets kid. A man advantage, multiple players for FERVID now. Angat. And it's all up dito kay RTA. He does have the C4. Pero ang tanong, nasa kanya pa ba yung kapay niya? No. Nilibing na dito ng FERVID.
MZ?
This is tough, man.
Boss ba, walang exit yan. RTA, kailangan mong mag-W. Go forward. Abante. Bawal umatras.
I mean, he doesn't have any choice, He needs to play with time. He needs to play with the heads. But MZ had held that position 2 minutes ago. 9 points para sa FERVID. Ito na ba yun? Ito na ba ang katapusan ng series na to?
Mahirap sabihin bipolar kasi para sa kalidad ng laruan ng mga teams natin, tanggalin mo yung pangalan, tanggalin mo yung mga nameplate, tsaka yung team name nila. Parang pub match lang yung nangyayari, no? Pero si D, hindi pa ba siyang galawan, pang pro. Might see some action dito. 4 stock na naman dito sa Storby. This is the classic FERVID play.
Oh, kasi kanina pa ginagawa to ng Attras. Might as well go forward, no? Kung ikaw yung FERVID. And with these spotting out these players, alam nila, dalawa na yung tao dito, pero mamamatay si D. Shot to the head, and Dracifer now, despite Flash, he's still fighting for blood. Buhay na buhay si Dre. Attras, hindi nila ma-finish off si Dre with that nade, though they will confirm the kill. No, it's not enough. Dracifer still gets a kill. At makakaalis pa si Dre. What is happening in Store B? Attras, Diyos ko po, tignan mo yung mid denied by MZ. Or by CRG actually. Oh, Lance missing. And he has 10 HP left. Attras can go to A. Unless, kasi this might just be the stopping power. Lance connects on one. Lets the bomb plant. Kailangan niya antin si Dre. Alam niya, parehas silang low HP, pero it is still doable. A surprise from exit might just be the answer, L.
Kailangan bilisan niya. Dracifer ang nakasalalay dito para sa round, no? Hindi ata siya may markahan ni Kid. Nakahawak siya dito ng 12, pero titingin din yan.
Oh, Dracifer falls down. Even Lance, oh no. 6-9, and just like what you said, L, mahirap pa sabihin na tapos ito kasi hindi naman naaatras ang Attras.
Aabante lang sila, bipolar. At I think that was the round na perfect example na pag tinanggal mo yung nameplates nila at yung team name, ay parang random pub match lang to dahil hindi mo malaman kung sino yung Attras, hindi mo malaman kung sino yung FERVID sa laro nila. Like, makikita mo na FERVID yung naglalaro ng GR dahil dun sa 4-man play nila sa Stormy, pero the rest of the rounds, parang ang hirap sabihin na ganito maglaro ang FERVID sa new compound na yung Attras nakakapalagsa nila. Ang hirap sabihin din na okay yung ginagawa dito ng FERVID, pero Lance, that was a good shot. Caught me mid-sentence. That might be the dagger.
That's the first time that we saw that as well.
Yes. Opposite side, no? Hindi nasa loob nakatayo.
Tigas na mukha, man. Grabe.
Huwag naman.
No, I mean like, grabe no, yung lakas ng loob mo to do that, right? Yeah.
Ito, malakas loob dito. Nasa Storby, oh. Kapalag si D.
Oh, D? Can he create a masterpiece dito with the blood of Attras? D. Waiting. Pero Dracifer na hanap! Oh, my goodness! Woo! D is here! Triple headshots! To possibly close out new compound, si CRG na lang. At mahanap pa yung likod niya dito ni MC. He gets the kill, pero barag na Lance with the immediate trade. FERVID. Oh my goodness, L.
What a match. Parang pinako lang talaga sa 6 ni Dino. Itong Attras and LD Diablo will secure that 2-0 victory for FERVID. Congratulations to them after a hard-fought and questionably executed new compound, no? Even ng Kara, sasabihin natin na very questionably executed by Polar dahil tingnan mo, sa sobrang tagal nung matches natin sa Ankara and dito sa new compound, yung book natin ugaga na, no? Medyo aside sa ulo, panuorin, lalo na sometimes it makes sense, sometimes hindi, yung mga plays, lalo na yung mga decision making ng mga teams natin, yun, pati ako nabulol. Pati yung words ko nawala dahil dito sa ating ginagawa ng mga teams natin. Ikaw nga, Paul, try mo sabihin yung gusto kong sabihin.
Sabihin?
Yung nakakapag... Parang ganun. Parang ganun, bipolar, yung laruan dito ng teams natin. May continuation, pero hindi nila mabuo yung very word na yun. Feel ko si Salvatore yung magaling doon, pero mamaya na siya. Feel ko talaga for FERVID, this is a path to finding themselves again, no? After suffering 3 losses dun sa mga big teams natin, they still have Execration to go. And I feel like wala parang what was promised to be a good or uprising team, no? Upstarting team that can challenge tong Virtus Pro at STS na wala, no? So they need to go soul searching and they need to really rethink their idea, and I feel like Attras really gave them that shakedown, no, na okay, kayo ba talaga tong FERVID o si J-Kim nagpapalakas sa inyo? Makati si J-Kim, pero at the end FERVID found their identity at yun nga, nabuo na ulit sila. Even though it was long, scrappy, masakit sa ulo, at least buo na silang tao or team.
I feel like we also watch parang DCF.PHT, parang CF Brazil yung nakita ko dun sa tagal na mga ginagawa nila. Correct me if I'm wrong, no, Salvatore, pero kasi ganun katagal yung ating mga laban. But nonetheless, we saw greatness, no? In the passiveness, in the calm pace of this game, we saw FERVID finding their ways. And ngayon, they did defeat one of their brothers, pero next time makikita naman dito ni A7J pati ni D yung Execration. One brother as well from the past. But nonetheless, tapos na po ang ating series ngayon. Klinosat ang FERVID in a 2-0 fashion. Dito ang Attras. Let's go to the panel. Kamustahin natin si Mochi and as well as si Salvatore.
Okay naman kami, no? Bipolar and as well as L. And alam mo, parang na-curious ako ano ba yung gusto nilang sabihin doon, Salvatore?
Oo, Mochi, nakakapagpabagabag daw kasi yung feeling para dun kay El tsaka kay Kurt Sumalinog dito no. Kasi di ko rin parang ako rin gets ko rin honestly. Gets ko rin na pag pinanood mo talaga yung match, siguro namang unang 2 rounds parang pwede ka pa manood ng parang pwede mo pa sumasandan yung round 3. Pero pumasok na talaga yung run ng FERVID. Pagkatapos nun, yung Attras umaabol ng konti, gumagawa din sila ng plays. Tapos mens, talagang umaabot na lang sa point, Mochi, na puro heroics yung nakikita natin. It no longer feels like an execute heavy game. It kind of feels like everyone is having a spotlight on their own. Kaya sinasabi ni El na glorified pub game Kanya-kanya no? Parang di sila nasa loob ng Mumble o kaya ng Discord Basta kung may mapatay, okay na yun. Siguro pwede na lang dun sa 2v4 ni ΔraZyPhR at ni A7J. Medyo okay na yun Medyo papasok na dun sa point. Tapos si A7J nag 1v4. Si AC, J-Kim din ng 1v4 din. Ang dami nangyari na puro heroics, Mochi. So, it definitely feels like na kung sino yung may pinaka malakas na aura, yun yung panalo
Yeah, literally everyone is minding their own business dito no sa ating lobby. Although may mga moments naman talaga no makikita mo that there is some seamlessness pagdating sa mga comms nila sa isa't isa. Talagang obvious nga lang do kung sino-sino nga ba talaga yung mga angat ng kanya-kanya nilang mga upuan at minsan may pa-bonus pang lamesa. Especially pagdating dito kay D, just definitely ensuring there is distraction dito sa ating lobby alongside with A7J at lalong-lalo na si ΔraZyPhR. Even yung ating very, very interesting na angle na in-elevate itong si Lance para lang makakuha ng isang napakagandang shot, saktong-sakto dito sa ating highlights. Well, it just also shows kung gaano ka individually capable din ang FERVID, which unfortunately hindi nasabayan ng maigi ng Attras. There are already some moments wherein their platform is just shaky dito sa new compound natin to the point that they think of things that would have been advantageous sana sa kanilang side in theory, but unfortunately they're always being caught under tracks dito ng mga miyembro natin from FERVID. At kaya naman dito sa ating set summary, obvious at kitang-kita din kung sino talaga yung mga umangat. 100% rating para kay ΔraZyPhR with 12 out of 19 headshots lang naman ng kanyang natamasa dito, and being followed by the rest of the squad. Pero tingnan nga natin kung sino ang ating set MVP. It is no other than ΔraZyPhR himself.
Well, Bossing na nagsabi nga kanina na nagpapabuhat si ΔraZyPhR, eto na ang pinakamagandang sagot dyan ΔraZyPhR is now a man of his own, and definitely naramdaman ng buong new compound na meron nga talagang pagyanig na gumanap dahil nga si ΔraZyPhR ay nagpakitang gilas 1.73 KD, and for a map very wide Mochi, na talaga ang hirap patamain ng mga headshots dito. Tignan mo naman yung porsyento dito ni ΔraZyPhR. 0.63 headshot per kill. That is an insane stat. And to go as far as scoring 100, laban talaga sa Attras, pinagpapatuloy lang talaga ng FERVID na what they acquired during the off-season is miles better laban talaga dito sa Attras. And I feel like this is going to be a rivalry na tatagal nga naman talaga, if tatagal talaga dito sa ating eksena si Attras and as well as si FERVID. Pero men, 13-10 and a 10-6, I feel like FERVID really did have a clean outing, at least sa loob ng new compound. Medyo nagyaring nga talaga sa loob ng Ankara, but no, Mochi, collectively talagang nagsanipwersa lahat ng members ng FERVID from that round ender nang makita talaga natin ang panalo ng FERVID.
True. Kaya I think it's just right na i-acknowledge din natin, no, kung sino nga ba talaga yung the glue that held everything together and became the most consistent factor para dito sa ating FERVID. It is si ㍍pa din. Hindi maalis sa utak ko lahat ng mga highlights na pinaggagawa niya dito in both of our maps. And parang naringgan niya ata, no, yung sinabi dito nung nag-hot take sa atin kanina, at talagang pinatunayan niya at pinakita niya kung sino siya. Talagang nagwala siya simula Ankara until here. Then definitely just demolishing every single one, no? Multi-kills after multi-kills every single round, to the point na napapasigaw na nga lang din talaga si Bipolar. At ako as OAs dito, no, sa ating Discord. And dude, ganun nga lang din kalala talaga yung mga pinaggagawa dito ni ㍍. And kahit nasabihin mo na 1.50 yung KD na yan, dude, sobrang understatement niyan sa kung ano yung mga pinerform at mga pinurga niyang mga tao dito sa ating lobby.
Grabe men, ㍍was the man of the hour nga naman talaga, kasi ilang oras din talaga inabot ng series na to, no? And the consistency from start to finish, ramdam mo talaga na it's that very nice. It's a touch of gameplay na kinakailangan talaga ng FERVID. At least one player that can definitely pop off from start to mid-round hanggang sa post-plant, and even going as far as set number 1 to set number 2, napaka-dominant pa rin naman talaga ni ㍍. And he's taking these fights very methodically, no? Hindi lang siya basta-basta. Unlike some other players na talaga basta makapasok, makuha yung kill, okay na yun. He's taking his precious time. At isa sa si ㍍, no, sa mga calm aimers na meron tayo, that he can definitely separate the fight to his advantage. At higit sa lahat, no, sa second caller, tinan mo yung clips, no, Mochi, he's also an entry fragger. So parang buhat na ni ㍍ yung buong mundo habang naglalaro talaga ng Crossfire sa loob na ng new compound. And not just that, he shut down the whole system ng Attras na gumagana para kay CRG and as well as kay JKim, no? So I feel like it was a double duty para sa Attras, pero si ㍍ lang ang gumugulong dito for the side of FERVID, and it was already good enough.
Wala talagang iniwan para dito sa Attras in order to work with here. ㍍ definitely just showed na siya ang force to be reckoned with dito, no, sa ating tapatan ng FERVID and as well as Attras. At kaya naman, no, 42 kills in total lang naman ang nakuha niyan. Welcome na natin yan dito sa ating desk right now para naman mapakinggan natin ang kanyang mga kasagutan sa aming mga katanungan.
Man.
Yo.
Boss Dre!
Hello.
Ayan na nga pala
Good
siya.
evening.
Ayan.
Good evening! Congratulations sa Boss ㍍. And
Thank you po.
I feel like sobrang natuwa ka sa iyong performance dito. Halata naman sa iyong mukha, which is nice. Pero may mga katanungan kami sa iyo base sa mga nangyari dito, no, sa dalawang mapa nating nakaraan. So Salvatore, simulan mo na yan.
Ayun, Dre, no? Parang kani-kanina lang din, actually, no? Nalaman din namin na ayon sa community, parang nagkakaroon ng onting dip ng performance ang FERVID dahil sa ilan sa mga players na meron kayo, at isa ka sa mga nabanggit, no, ㍍. And now with this bounce back performance na nakuha nyo nga yung panalo dito inside of Ankara and as well as yung compound, masasabi ko lang talaga, congratulations, no? Pero men,
Thank you.
napaka-deserving nga ng MVP na yun. Doon tayo sa Ankara, men. 7-2 half, tas nakahabol ang Attras. Nagkakaroon tayo ng mga off na mga plays, and mga questionable na decisions mula din sa mga iba mong kakampi, no? Talk us through, ano bang nangyari doon sa loob ng Ankara na yun? Bakit pa napa-overtime? At parang paano nyo na-secure yung OT na yun?
Si Lito kasi dami niyang gustong i-try namin eh. Kasi mahaba naman yung habulin ng Attras eh. So tinry namin lahat ng pwedeng matry.
Gusto ko yung nilaglag niya na agad eh. Si Lito kasi.
Mochi, paalala ko lang 3-9, nag-try sila. Sa kalagitnaan na week 3, paalala ko lang, malapit na yung playoffs, nagte-testing pa rin sila, no?
Ayun.
Shoutout kay
E12,
Lito.
no? Shout out.
E12.
Pero we appreciate the honesty din dito, no, Dracifer. So, eto, may question pa kaming isa pa, no? Ano nga ba ang nangyari sa ating new compound, no? Kasi, base sa inyong mga galawan, although naging maganda naman yung naging outcome nito, no? Parang meron kayong kanya-kanyang mga priorities saka ginagawa sa ating mapa. Like, pinag-usapan nyo ba yun? Or parang talagang sinadya yung magkanya-kanya nga kayo?
Sa comms lang yun, nag-uusap lang kami kung saan sila papasok, saan kami papasok din nung body ko. Ayun lang. Nag-uusap lang kami all the time.
Okay, follow-up question. So, kumbaga, wala kayong set plays dito, but more on reactive play ang ginawa nyo sa new compound?
Parang halos lahat, improvise lang.
I see. Okay, that's actually refreshing to hear. Pero any more additional questions dito, Salvatore?
Yes, glad you asked, no, Mochi, no. FERVID, parang ito na ata yung pinakamahirap na dinanas ng FERVID para makapasok nga sa playoffs, pre, no? Kasi medyo masaklap yung recent na mga pagkatalo dito ng FERVID. Pero meron pa naman kayong laban against veteran tapos Execration, no? So ngayon, with this win, no, Dracifer, anong mensahe na binibigay nito para sa FERVID? Ito ba pag-asa para makapag-playoffs pa kayo? O gaano ka confident, Dracifer, na sa mga parating yung laban, ipapanalo nyo yun lahat?
Confident ako sa team, confident ako sa amin lahat na makapasok kami playoffs. Ayun lang.
Alright.
Confident sila, no, Mochi? Well given, no, na makakalaban nila ang Execration. It's definitely valid, no, with this gameplay. Feeling ko, pwede nga nilang paabutin yun sa panalo against with FERVID, no?
Short and direct lang din yung kasagutan dito ni Dracifer, no? So, sabihin na natin na, Dracifer, na nandito na kayo, no, sa ating playoffs. Masasabi mo bang playoffs ready ang FERVID Esports para dito?
Ready na kami para sa playoffs talaga. Like legit.
Legit, totoo?
Legit.
Yes.
Legit,
Alright.
totoo, real, solid. No, Mochi,
So,
ready
real
na sila.
Ito na iyon, no? Maraming salamat, Dracifer, and congratulations muli, no,
Thank
sa
you po.
iyong titulo dito. And now, it's time. The floor is yours. Shoutout na yung mga gusto mong i-shoutout and any additional message para sa kung kanino man.
Shoutout na lang sa family ko na laging sumusuporta sa akin. Tsaka sa team ko, family nila lahat. Sa
Yun.
girlfriend ko at kay Sir Allen Wap. Thank you.
Kay Mark
Alright.
Christian Kagiwa din siguro, no?
Ayun.
Masabay ko.
Shoutout din kay
Christian
Buko.
Yo, let's go!
Laging may bonus, no?
Di pwedeng wala kasi bata rin yung buko yan di ba?
Gusto ko every single broadcast, kotang-kota na siguro si Buko na laging siya yung nasa-shoutout at nasasabit dito. Ano, maraming salamat, Dracifer. Congratulations ulit, and we're looking forward sa mga remaining matches nyo dito sa ating group stage.
Thank you
That's
po.
Boss Dre. Congrats.
Thank you.
Alright, and I like what we hear, no? Base dito kay Dracifer. And talaga namang it's plainly as they did what they can sa Ankara at nag-experiment sila. At yung nangyari din sa new compound, no, nagkanya-kanya sila dito, focusing more sa ating reactive play. At playoffs ready na nga din ang FERVID, ika nga niya. So, tingnan na nga natin ang ating updated na standings base sa lahat ng mga nangyari ngayon. Kasi biro mo, all throughout 2-0s ito, Salvatore.
Yeah. Damn, grabe naman to sa Team Stallions, no? 75 round differential, they went their way up doon nga sa ating number 1 spot, no? And sabi ko nga kanina, pwede pa nga magbago to with that very, very crucial series, no? Laban nga sa TARINGBABI para masementa nga nila ang kanilang plus-minus and as well as round differential. Tinan mo, di sila nakakalayo doon sa 4 na metrics natin, pero grabe, men. Meron talaga tayong tinatawag na technicalities, no? Followed by Virtus Pro, Execration, and FERVID. Grabe yung inangat nila, Mochi, no? They're now in the number 4 spot at naglalaban-laban na nga ang comeback friends, matches, and acceptance para nga sa panghuling playoff spot ka natin, no? So, definitely, kita mo nga naman, Mochi, ilang matches na lang yung natitira. May mga teams pa na 3 na nga lang. Yung iba dyan, 2. Tigit sa lahat ng matches and acceptance, 1 na nga lang ang kinakailangan nga nila para matapos na ang kanilang group stage venture.
Kaya naman sa susunod nating matchup on Thursday, no, this is gonna be our series na mag-iintay sa atin, no. Comeback Friends versus Virtus Pro. We also have Attras versus Execration. At meron din tayong Team Stallions versus Matches. So, this will be quite of a banger indeed. Lalong-lalo na, I think, yung ating second series, no. Kasi parang dito natin makikita or magiging additional point of comparison na pwede nating ipag-cross-reference tungkol sa performance ng FERVID against Attras and as well as Execration against Attras, no? So I think that's also a wonderful thing to point out here. And here, no, for Virtus Pro as well as Team Stallions, parang it's just a matter of paano nga ba nila mapapakita na all throughout ng kanilang mga nakatapat dito sa ating group stage ay talaga ngang merong nagbunga at improvement dito, lalong-lalo na for matches na kailangan nila ipanalo ito or at least lessen yung run differential na maira-rack up dito ng Team Stallions. But before tayo magpaalam dito, Salvatore, it's now time, no? Ano ang iyong mga huling mensahe bago tayo magpaalam sa kanila?
Maraming salamat, especially sa community nga natin dyan, no? Sa mga nanonood mula sa unang segundo. Andito pa rin kayo hanggang ngayon. Shoutout to my family na palaging sumusuporta sa aking mga streams and to my friends and as well as classmates. Maraming salamat sa pagbisita at sa pag-comment din dyan, sa pakikigulo dyan sa ating community. Special shoutout nga pala sa Auxilium Clothing, Sunday Shrooms, sa Flow, and as well as sa Vanguard na nga rin, no? Maraming salamat. Yun na lang sa akin. Kita-kits guys sa araw ng Huwebes kasi magbabalik tayo for some more CROSSFIRE action sa ating week number 4. Yun nga pala ang huling week natin bago tayo mag-playoffs, kaya sinusiguro ko sa'yo. Ngayon pa lang, sinasabi ko na dapat panoorin mo yung mga laban na yun kasi ilang siglo, ilang tulog, ilang iglap na lang, playoffs na tayo. Yun lang naman sa akin, Moji.
True. Remaining 4 to 6 days na lang ang naiiwan dito, no, sa ating group stage. And again, no, maraming salamat sa ating production na talaga namang nagsisigurado na lahat ng mga broadcast natin top tier quality nga naman talaga. At pati sa ating mga obs na walang kinakalimutang mga kill, no. Walang nakakaligtian, perfecto ang lahat. Maraming salamat sa ating mga co-tales, so Salvatore, Bipolar, El, Sticky Frog, Didom, Ramon, lahat. Thank you so much, no, for ensuring that our broadcast is always entertaining and delivers the highlights and stories ng ating mga teams, which bridged me to the teams as well. No? Sa inyong mga efforts, oras, pagod na binubuhos para lang maperfecto lahat ng mga pinaggagawa nyo dito, no, sa ating lobby para mapawaw ang lahat at maabot nyo ang inyong mga pangarap. Maraming salamat. And as well as to our community na laging nandyan para manood, makikulit, minsan makipagbagayan, pero that is also the fun dito, no, sa kada isang broadcast na meron tayo. And of course to Smilegate. Thank you so much, Sir Alex, and as well as Boss Mark for ensuring na kami ay suportado dito and for giving our players such a platform to ensure that growth is present and the scene is thriving. At ayun na nga, dito na natatapos ang ating day 11 ng ating group stage. And always remember to keep the fire burning at tayo ay magkikita-kita uli sa Thursday. See you and good night. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets into trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.